right, go ahead and get kicked off. Good morning. Still filing in. We schedule wise want to make sure we hit 9 o'clock. We've got Ray Zapata and AJ Martinez from the UIL coming in at 9. So we want to make sure we get through real quick. Welcome. Bit of a logistical challenge. Obviously this year being in the cafeteria, so we want to try to make this the best we can today. We'll go through the schedule here in a little bit and talk about the presentations that we have coming up after lunch. Dan will be on with the rules updates and interpretations at 10:30, and that'll be a combined session with coaches. We'll kind of touch on those as we go through. So here's a bit of our agenda that we'll run through. We're in here the rest of the day, so that's a good thing. Want to touch on new officials here in a bit, recognize our district, regional, state tournament officials, and then the chapter presidents, executive board rules interpreters that we have with us. Again, you see the UIL is here from 9 to 9:20. From 9:30 to 10:20, we'll go through a season preview with some of those things we'll touch on the website. Terry's going to cover the budget, look at the 1204, which I think if you all don't know yet, you're going to be very happy with, especially those of you who get into those long tournament situations within your chapter. A lot of work has been done on the 1204, and it's finally, I believe, has recognized those long tournaments, and we'll, if you're not familiar with that, we'll compensate accordingly on those long tournaments. The whole point is, again, not to get compensated even more. The whole point is to try to cut the tournaments down to a reasonable time during the day. So we'll touch on that. UIL 1204 has been updated. Again, touch on the website, touch on the dates and the meetings, new rules 10:30 to 11:30 with Dan, lunch with the coaches right after that. That's all in here. We've got some speakers after that, and then we'll wrap up. Okay, so real quickly, I just want to go through new officials. Who in the room, we can't do it online, who in the room is a brand new official? This is your first year. We want to try to recognize you. Terry's going to walk around. Thanks for coming. So it is just a name. What chapter are you with? If you know, if not, we'll assign you one. And tell us a bit about your wrestling experience as quickly as we can.
I'm CJ. I'm from Georgia originally. Some refereeing back in college over there, and I'm down in Austin chapter. Wrestling high school, a couple times they placed her down there. Yeah, just trying to get back into it here. So
great. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Nate Green, wrestling official from Georgia, originally from Oklahoma. From military retired, so North Carolina, Texas. I've been here for a little bit, not in this area. I'm with the DFW chapter, homeless up from the city of Oklahoma.
Good. Well, new officials, raise your hand. Oh, there we go. Here's a new official. Welcome.
Morning, guys. I'm Steve. Most recently coached at Lyman High School. Last officiating experience doesn't even count. It was like 40 years ago in Oklahoma. So I thought it was time to try to give back a little bit. DFW chapter.
Welcome, Steve. Who's next? Raise your hand. New official. New official. Raise your hand.
My name is Verlon Palmer. I am in the DFW chapter. I have some high school wrestling experience, and I came back to get the feeling of wrestling again, and I'm at. So,
well, glad to have you.
yes. That's right.
Everybody, I'm Daniel Castablanco. I just recently moved out to Dallas and just hopping around on the all over the place. But I have a handful of wrestling experience from middle school to high school. Just trying to get back to what kind of gave me my childhood. So, and you're in this chapter? I'm in the DFW chapter. All right. My name is Tristan. I am in the Austin chapter. I am really just a supportive dad. I have 5 kids that are wrestling, so I want to make sure that I know the rules and help them.
Wow.
It's Tessa. I'm in the Austin chapter, and I started wrestling in like 6th grade through high school, and I'm married.
Oh, there you go.
You guys are going to action all the time. Yeah, they are. Okay.
Just you great. Any other new officials here in the room? Any other new officials? Excellent. Thanks. Welcome. welcome to the Texas Wrestling Officials Association. Again, we have around 300 officials throughout the state, and it's a great group. Glad to have you involved, especially if your parents want to come in and learn the rules and learn the other side of those things. A couple of coaches, ex-coaches in the room as well, and so we appreciate them coming to the dark side. That's good. So excellent. So just a show of hands in the room, just to let you know kind of what kind of group you're in. How many here have officiated a district tournament? How many here? Take a look around. That's going to be 95% of people in the room, right? How about a regional tournament? Regional tournament, keep your hands up. Excellent. We're still pushing 60%, right? What about a state tournament? Any state tournament here, right? Pushing 50%. Everybody, there's a wealth of experience in this room. I wanted to point that out just to let you know that as we go along today, the theme of today is get the call right. That's going to be our mantra all year. And I know it sounds trite and it sounds simple and it sounds easy, but that's what our mission is to get the call right. And what we're going to show today through the presentations, through some of the overviews that we have, are all the resources that we have that will enable us to get the call right. We don't have the luxury of a video review. We don't have the luxury of those types of things to be able to do it. So what do we have in our tool belt to be able to get the call right? You're going to be spoken to about patience, rules knowledge, mechanics, confidence, coach interactions, those types of things, mentoring, who to go to, evaluations, guidance, those types of things, all the tools that we have as an association to be able to provide you. And by looking at the hands around the room that were raised, and especially for all of those online, to know that we've got an extensive amount of experience within the room. We've got world-class freestyle Greco officials in here. We've got national championship officials. We've got collegiate officials. We've got multiple state tournament officials throughout our association. So it behooves us to take advantage of that experience and guidance, as many of us are getting older and we're going to start losing some of that. So we want to make sure our younger officials coming up and our less experienced officials have the opportunity to have some of that information passed on, and we guide those who we also had the opportunity to be guided when we were younger on that. So please keep that in mind. Find out who some of those are. We want to make sure that we have a good, strong mentoring program there to pass that information on and make sure that we are as professional and experienced as we can in passing that information along and making it the most professional organization as we can. So again, we talked about that. The theme is get the call right. AJ and Ray are coming up shortly. So here in the room, while we've got a couple of minutes until they come in, went through that pretty quickly, and I wasn't sure how many new officials we were going to have. Let's touch on local chapter leadership. I know DFW is here. I saw Dennis. Did Brian come in? No. Dennis, did Brian come in? Okay, Dennis, would you mind telling us a little bit about your chapter leadership and your chapter?
Yeah. DFW, the current president, Brian Sanfilippo, our vice president, Ken Marco, our secretary treasurer is Greg Potter. Eric Toby is our scheduler and also our UIL board representative. I'm teacher.
Great. Thanks for that, Dennis. So that's the DFW chapter. Austin, Adam. Any...
Mr. President.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's Clayton's lost, is he?
Yeah, well, I was missed all the beginning. What are we doing?
I just introduce yourself and your role in your chapter leadership. If you can.
My name is Adam Everson. I'm the vice president of the Capital chapter. Our current president is somewhere lost by the tennis courts. Thanks, Kim. Appreciate that.
Who's your scheduler?
I'm also the scheduler. Well, this is very common. So if anybody wants to do any tournaments in the capital Austin area, please reach out. We are always looking to add refs and get exposure and do some evaluating. Yeah, just let me know.
Excellent. Thanks, Adam. I know Jared Quincy's here from the Houston chapter on the local board there. Jared, could you touch on the Houston chapter if you can? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about Jared.
You want to take it there? Go ahead, Jared.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, we're local chapter, we've got our elections done, so we've got Daniel Lawson coming as our new president. Jared's on the board. We added a member at large position, John Donalowski, and then Paul as our scheduler. So plenty of opportunity in the Houston area. If you're down, come on down, and we'll put some people to work, and we'll try to get some folks aspect. So yeah, kind of ranking events we have that we didn't come to. Some we come to in the side there tournament's a good one, or we can see some people. So we'd love to have you.
Thanks, Jared. And want to highlight a lot of things that Jaren's done in the past, helped us with evaluations and rankings in the past and set up evaluation criteria that's being used around the state for those. And Houston in the past has been able to open up larger tournaments like a Cy-Fair tournament, you know, where there's 75, 80 teams, comes to something like that, 15 mats on those types of things. And we're able to bring in, with those size of tournaments, it's a convenient time to bring in other officials, have executive board members come there to be able to evaluate them ahead of the state tournament, ahead of the regional tournaments, to be able to get eyes on those. Because again, as we're geographically challenged, obviously across the state, exposure is one of our biggest challenges for these newer and younger officials who may be a good asset and have a lot of potential. Getting them exposure outside of their chapter is one of our biggest challenges. So if you are one of those officials who, hey, I've been doing this 4 or 5 years, get some bigger tournaments, big events, big duels, those types of things. How do I get to district tournament? How do I get to a regional? How do I get to a state tournament? Those types of things. Exposure is your number one key. Obviously, talent, confidence, those types of things get you there. But getting that exposure is going to be key, because the executive board members, and we'll go through this a little bit later today, how those tournament officials are scheduled and selected for postseason. We'll touch on that. Exposure is the number one key. So a lot of things that Jaren's done in the past in the Houston chapter have opened up a lot of tournaments and things like that. And I know Adam has that with Austin too. So it's a great opportunity for us to bring in other officials. Thanks for that. I know the Valley's not here. I don't believe El Paso's here. And so Alamo.
Remember the Alamo.
Remember the Alamo.
Good morning, officials. My name is Gabriel Montiel, I'm the chapter president. Very fortunate to have most of my board up here. Terry Thill is our treasurer, and also the TWA treasurer as well. Rico is our rep for the executive board. Kim is our past president, and Ron Gray here is our vice president for this chapter. So very fortunate to come down here with this whole group and be able to learn and just get back to the sport. So, and to follow back on Jared, if you guys want to come out, we definitely have some tournaments coming up at the beginning of the season. So if you want to send out people who want to get evaluated to get to that next step, please get with me so we can exchange information and get you guys evaluated and guys see. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Gabe. Any other chapters from anybody else that we haven't talked about as far as their chapter besides the Valley and I'm Amarillo, right? Sorry. Well, I was looking for Jesse. Jesse's not here yet, right? I got you. Ryan, could you help us with Amarillo? I was looking for Jesse, and I knew I hadn't seen him, so I didn't want to call him out.
I'm Ryan Davis. I am the ex-president of the Amarillo chapter and ex-executive board member. In charge now is Jesse Diaz. I don't think he's related to him. I'm not sure. Renee Montoya is
Aaron, I think Aaron.
who?
Aaron Medina.
Oh, Aaron Medina.
Yeah.
Is the vice president. Who else?
I think Aaron's the president and Jesse's the UIL board rep. This is Fred.
That's all. Been out of the loop for a while, guys. Sorry. I was trying to retire.
No, good. Yeah, Aaron Medina is the president. Jesse's the scheduler and also the UIL board rep there. And Ryan retired a couple of years ago, but still he's like a fine cheese, just hangs around, still smells like you like him. And now Ryan's instrumental in helping us with the regional tournaments out there, especially helping guide some of those school districts. Amarillo's blowing up. Amarillo's just blowing up on the wrestling scene, and they're taking in Lubbock. Lubbock is also just expanding quicker. The regional tournament this year, the 5A regional tournaments in Lubbock this year, and I've already talked with the coaches out there to help get that going along. So thanks, Ryan, for that. Texas Wrestling Hall of Fame member and integral part to our association. So again, while we're waiting on we've got about 10 minutes before AJ and Ray get over here. Again, they're going to come in. Again, we've got guys with Ray Zapata is the UIL athletic director, not for wrestling, not for one sport. Ray Zapata is the athletic director for all of the UIL, football, basketball, baseball, every sport that's there. And I'll introduce him, when he comes in, give you a little background on him. And AJ Martinez is the assistant athletic director. So these are the two that make it happen. These are the two that recognize the Texas Wrestling Officials Association as our chapter that serves the UIL and the single point of contact for officials. For those of you who don't know, Texas schools who are in the UIL have to use a TWOA official. They can't just go out and get an official off the street, somebody who knows wrestling, put out a wanted ad, you know, in the newspaper. Do they still use newspapers? Randy? Are they? Okay, good. Mike McQueen's not here, so I can't ask if he reads the paper. So, so you can't just use any wrestling official on that. You have to use a UIL recognized TWA member, and that's again what we have in our chapter. So they're going to talk about that. They're going to talk about officials' conduct, which I wanted to touch on before they get here, right? It's very important for us to remember, especially as we take back into our chapters and help with our younger officials and those coming up, realizing that, hey, wrestling is an adrenaline sport, right? There's a lot of things going on. Actions get heated, you know, tempers get heated at times and things like that. But we absolutely are the most professional in the gym at all times. We have the authority. We have the ruling, I hate to say power, but we have the ruling authority in the gym at all times. We can shut the event down. We can eject everybody that's there. We have those types of things. We want to try to keep that authority as in our back pocket and not out front as possible by using de-escalation techniques as much as possible, whether that's in our interactions with coaches, whether it's with our interactions with wrestlers. What can we do to try to keep things calm, cool, collected, within the bounds of what rules are allowed to us, and de-escalate every situation possible using all the tools that we have. And again, you're going to hear more techniques on that. The different officials use that, from Division I National Championship NCAA officials all the way to state officials. Again, the common theme is get the call right, but it's not going to just concentrate on knowing a rule. It's going to concentrate on what other resources do we have and what other qualities do we need to have as officials to be able to de-escalate those situations. A lot of times, again, you get into a fiery event, possible takedown on the edge. It's a 1-point match. There's 8 seconds left. Your call is going to make or break that moment there. You're gonna piss off one of the other coaches in that moment. And it's not about doing that. It's about getting the call right. So how to stay focused on that. And we'll talk about some of those tools as we go on there. But again, I want to stress the importance of being professional, the most professional. We can't match wits with a coach. We can't match tempers with a coach on that. If that coach escalates, we cannot escalate to the same level as that coach or higher, unfortunately. We can't escalate that. We've got to be able to bring that conversation down. Obviously, there are penalties and tools that we have to be able to do that. That needs to be a last resort. And so we'll talk about some of those things today as we go along. So again, we'll talk about a little bit about the website. We'll cover those things as we get into there, and what tools you have on that. We've kind of turned things around. Terry's going to touch on the budget as soon as AJ and Ray are done on that. But Terry, anything before we get going on that? You good to go? Yeah. Okay.
Make sure you call Fred and
Okay.
send him a link.
We'll do that right after. Yeah, we'll do that right after lunch. Excellent. Any questions about the day or the agenda? Let's again, this is what we look at. What we're looking at today. Well, at the 9:30, as soon as Ray and AJ get done, make sure you ask them any questions that you have on that. Keep your questions guided toward a UIL type of support. If it's something that can be handled within your chapter, I urge you to go to your chapter leadership first. Probably not the right arena to ask a UIL athletic director, hey, how do we get scheduled for the best matches in Dallas? Take that through your chapter leadership on those types of things. These guys won't have any part of that, but I do want to highlight the amount of support that we get from the UIL when they get here. Afterwards, Terry's going to cover the budget again, the 1204. Touch on that really quickly, and then we'll get into details later. The 1204 is now set up to cover especially those larger tournaments. I believe it's after 8 or 9 hours. Then there's a different fee schedule that kicks in. The whole point of that, again, is not to pay us more money. It's to try to keep those tournaments within a designated amount of time that's there. We'll explain a little bit about that, about how the clock officially starts when wrestling is scheduled to start, those types of things. And so if you're scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, track wrestling is down, you don't start till 10:30, you started at 9 o'clock. So it's basically looking at the amount of day that the official is there, the amount of hours that they are scheduled to be there. And then after that, add 8 hours, or after that 9 hours or 10 hours, depending on what the scale says, it will be charged appropriately at a day or a 2-day rate those types of things. And then on your two-day events are 14 hours. So if you have those 2-day events that are typically supposed to be a Friday evening from like 5 to 9, right? And then a full day Saturday, 14 hours is the aggregate for a 2-day tournament. Okay, so if you wrestle 6 hours on Friday for whatever reason, fine. At the 8-hour mark on Saturday, now it kicks into a 2 one-day rate, 2 full one-day rates for that 2-day tournament. Instead of going 8 hours on Friday, which is only supposed to be 4, and 12 hours on Saturday, which is only supposed to be 8, right? Now it's charged at 2 full one-day rates for those types of things. So we'll touch on that.
It's a remote in that.
It's been coming for quite a while. We've had many discussions with the UIL, showing them different examples. Amarillo, I know, has some of those. Houston's had some of those. DFW has had some of those events that just go on and on forever and ever. And no disrespect to any of the former coaches that are in the room, but it seems like from our side, the event was scheduled for 4 mats, and all of a sudden they added 8 schools at the end, and we're still wrestling 4 mats, and it just kind of takes advantage of the officials at that time. And so we believe we have that corrected as best possible, but it's not just as simple as calling the UIL and said, hey, we're having a problem. Can we get 50 more bucks on this? We have to lay out a business case. We have to give them examples of where these are. We have to suggest an improvement that has to be approved by them. Then we have to take it to a sports officiating committee, the SOC. We have to present the case there. The sports officiating committee is a group of UIL representatives, athletic directors in all sports, not wrestling. TASO officials are on there for other sports, not wrestling. Sports officiating committee hears that case. They decide whether it's valid or not. If they give the thumbs up, then it's submitted to the UIL with sports officiating committee approval, and then it's implemented for the next season on that. And again, the sports officiating committee happens in the fall. So by the time you're already started that season, so by the time it gets approved for next season, you're not in for another year before that gets implemented. So that's almost a 3-year process for something like that to happen. So I can tell you right now, we're currently working on the next pay adjustment, which again, probably won't happen for 2 to 3 years, just because again, that's how slow the wheels grind on that. So Caleb Malcolm was a huge part of that. Caleb was our state president last year, just outgoing this year, and to be able to put that in, and a lot of hard work went in, and a lot of input from you all. I know Caleb reached out to several chapters, getting examples of what are some of these tournaments that have been these kind of marathon types of sessions in there, so that we have case studies that went out to there. So we'll talk about the 1204 there. Registration will begin Monday. If you try to get into the website and seen it, right, you're not able to log in and create an ID. That doesn't open up until September 30th. That is registration only. The testing is not available right now because we're still working out the answers. We just got the test from the NFHS, and they're working out the answers now on that. But again, let me remind you about part one. Part one of the test, you can take an unlimited amount of times. What's the passing grade for part one? Can you know? Anybody know? Say again. Come on. It's not 75. That's an odd number. 76, right? 76% is our passing grade for part one. If I'll throat punch somebody who gets a 76 on part one and quits and doesn't take it anymore. Don't stop at a 76. I'm going to do that. Don't stop at a 76. Continue on, just like we talked about on our calls the past couple of weeks. Continue on to try to get 100. If you get 100, try to get 100 again. They are different questions. We have a pool of 75 questions that we take 50 random questions for on this. Get used to that test. Get used to how those questions are answered, and take the test as many times as you can. There's no penalty for that. 76 qualifies you in order to be a qualified official and step on the mat for a varsity event or any event under the UIL and say the texts. You have to be registered, you have to pass the test, and you have to be insured. You can't get insured if you don't pass the test, right? Because you're not officially an on-mat qualified member on that. So passing the test is a qualification for that. Part one only, you have to pass 76 out of 50 questions to 76% on that. Please don't stop at 76. Continue on. The questions are goofy. They're NFHS questions. They have a lot of qualifying words and a lot of those absolute words at times: shall, must, may, can, should, sometimes, always, maybe, those types of words in there. So we have to, the whole point of that test is to try to get you inside your book, get you inside your case book, and compare the two, right? I don't know how you use your rule book and case book together, but typically what I'll do is I'll read a case. I'll do it backwards. I'll read a case, get in my head what's going on there, guess on what I think the answer is, and then pull out the rule book, because the case book will show you what actual rule reference it is. Pull out the rule book and then read the rule that backs that up on those situations. So get into the case book as much as you can as well. Compare those two books together while you take your test, because those test questions are taken straight from the book in those situations. That's part one. On that, we'll talk about the fees and breakdown. We'll look at the 1204 in depth, show you what a dual cost, what the mileage is, what multiple dual costs. There is no different gender charges like we've had in the past. We've had different charges in the past that ended a couple of years ago, thankfully. And that's made it a whole lot easier for us on that side. So the fees are general now, despite gender. We'll talk about insurance and background checks briefly, and then we'll touch on official expectations on evaluations. We'll show you the evaluation form that's used around the state, one that's used for districts, regionals, and state tournament evaluations, and then what the expectations of those are. We won't break down every one of those expectations. It's about a 3 to 4 page document on there, but it's available on the website. You'll be able to go and take a look exactly what that evaluation form is looking for. Talk about dates, competition. When does competition start? What's the first date for wrestling? When do district tournaments happen, regionals, state happen, those types of things. And then some of the Zoom meetings that we have scheduled for the year on those, which are really, really beneficial. That's where Daniel Ross will have some videos on there as our TWA rules interpreter, and go through some of these tough calls, video situations that you have. And I encourage you throughout the season, whether you see something online, whether you have a video from one of your events, a friend sends you something, those types of things, please try to communicate those and put those through. We've got a forum set up. We touched on that, I know, over the past couple of weeks on some of the calls that we've had on the forum. The website presents a great tool for us to be able to communicate state, right? Not only inside your chapter, but also throughout the state, that we can share some of these videos. We can have some of these, you make the call situations. We talk about it as an officials association. Dan Lang is the UIL rules interpreter, has an interpretation from the NFHS officially, from the National Federation on what some of the new rules are and what some of the rule questions that we have across the nation are. And it's a great opportunity to be able to share with other officials and hear from some of those senior officials that we have on there. Great. So waiting on AJ and Ray. Any questions on the agenda? Pizzas for lunch. I know that's what most of you are thinking about. Any questions on that side? Any questions online? Anybody online have any questions? Terry? No.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering.
Go ahead, Zane.
Oh, I asked it in the chat. I was asking, our Oklahoma officials have to be registered, or do they just go through the scheduler like always?
Yeah, Zane, appreciate that. We touched on that a little bit on the calls this past week on our registration platform. There's going to be 3 options. There's going to be a standard official. That's pretty much everybody in Texas, your standard registration, full registration. We do have a reciprocating registration that's $10 that will allow officials who are registered in another state, meaning they've already got the insurance, they've already passed the test, they've already got a background check done. If those things are done from another state, it's only $10 then to get registered through the TWA again, which is a UIL requirement on that. So to answer your question,
I just know in DFW we couldn't survive without outside the area. So great solution. Thank you.
No, you got it. You got it. And again, we've been trying to, we've used out of state officials quite a bit. We've used New Mexico officials over on the west side, Oklahoma officials obviously up north, and we've used Louisiana officials at times over on the east side. We should try to meet the UIL requirement on that. The officials who officiate within the state of Texas, in order to keep schools compliant for their events, have to use a UIL registered official. And so this is our solution to that, is to be able
Now,
to
that is new this year, or is that something that just changed?
Both. It's new this year and it just changed.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the requirement's always been there, but this is our first stab at getting it correct and having them be registered without making them pay. Great question.
Yeah, we'll just need to get that out, obviously, to all the coaches too, because sometimes I know when I was scheduler that coaches would bring in guys and say, hey, I've already got 2 on site, just schedule 4, something like that. So anyway, I just think we got to make sure coaches know.
Yeah, appreciate that. And Zane, we'll send that through the schedulers, right? We'll send that through the local chapter. Yeah. Any official, I believe, doing any event should go through the local schedule on there. So they should have that information to be able to make sure they're registered. No, great question.
I'll also get it to the Oklahoma officials because that's where I live now.
Okay. Good, good. Yes, sir, Jeremiah.
Does Louisiana have a super cool program?
To go into Louisiana?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because if we're gonna reciprocate with others, and
Sure.
hope we can work with other states.
Yeah.
Reciprocate with us.
Right, and they're welcome to come in. If we go to another state, I don't know what their rules are. They may not have that requirement, right? That's not a TWA requirement. That's a UIL requirement. So I don't know what the LHSAA requires on that. Homeland
I
Security.
know my Texas allows me to go back and forth with Oklahoma.
Oh, good. Okay. No, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm not aware of, Zane, that's great information. I wasn't aware of that. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So is the website ready for me to pay the dues?
That's a great question. I'm sorry I didn't do that earlier. The website is not ready yet. It'll be ready September the 30th. So right in the middle there, September 30th. Registration will be open September the 30th. So on Monday.
Can we acknowledge Terry's shirt real quick?
Exactly. Right. So Terry's wearing his no free move shirt. I love that. I love that. So, hey, great. Appreciate that. We'll, turn it over real quick. Then I want to be, honored to have, these two guys. I told you a little bit about them earlier, but, Ray Zepeda and AJ Martinez are here with us from the UIL. As you see, Ray Zepeda is the, proud alum from Flower Bluff High School in the Corpus Christi. How'd I do, Ray?
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Baseball, football star.
I don't know about all that.
According to that, Ray Zepeda, Ray, I've had the honor, and I've told Ray almost every time, had the honor to know Ray for a long time, and he and I have had many phone conversations, email conversations, in-person conversations. He was, if you're familiar with the Houston event, the Cypher tournament, the Houston event that is now where we had 85 schools, still 15, 16 mats.
Yeah,
there.
16 mats.
16 mats. Ray was the athletic director over that and got that started and got it to where it is today in one of the premier events, even in the nation, for the number of schools that come there. And I can't stress enough that huge supporter of wrestling, huge supporter of the Officials Association, and a huge supporter of wrestling, as is AJ. When AJ first came in, had a great bond with AJ as well, and a great relationship there. To be able to communicate with these two, the trust that they have for the Texas Wrestling Officials Association, and the support that they provide to us, and the questions that they're able to ask us, and work alongside each other. I don't value anything more in this sport as a leadership side of that. So having their support on that, it means the world to us, and the fact that they're both here to talk to us in person is even more special. So I want to turn it over to Ray and AJ and have them take us through a couple of items, and please ask me questions afterwards. They're an open book. Thanks, Ray.
That's the main reason we're here, is really to answer any questions that you have and make sure that you're ready to go for your season. Okay, I appreciate Rex, and I hope, one of the things I would hope that you would say is, I didn't there at all. There. I really didn't know anything about wrestling, but I tried to learn as quickly as possible. And I called Rex a lot to talk to him, to try to learn. Several of you guys have worked our tournament there in Cyprus, and again, we were really proud of that. But I think it shows the commitment to wrestling that we have. We just
No shit, huh?
And we're going to mention, I'm going to have AJ mention just a couple of things that we're changing as far as for wrestling coaches. I want to talk to you first of all about sportsmanship. I'm going to talk to you about change in pay that was really initiated from feedback on this organization, and the why behind that, and then we're going to open it up to questions. Okay, first of all, sportsmanship. Super important. It came into the job last year as the athletic director for the UIL, and one thing I had noticed as the athletic director at Cypher ISD is that when I went out to any type of competition, I don't care what the sport was, I saw over time a worsening of behavior at our contests. And this was conduct from kids, it was conduct from coaches, and it was more principally conduct from parents. Okay, when I started in the spring of 2013, one of my first things that I had to do was the big wrestling tournament at Cyprus. It was rare for us to ever have to kick out a parent, and very rare for a wrestler to get kicked off a mat due to misconduct. Okay, when I finished up though, it was very normal practice for us to be kicking out parents, and it wasn't infrequent that we would see an athlete ejected off of a mat due to misconduct. Okay, we have seen 100% increase in ejections across all sports over the last 5 years. 100% increase. 50% increase in coach ejections, and I'm talking about all sports. I'm not just talking about wrestling. Okay, 50% increase in official initiated parent ejections, where you're saying this person has to leave. Okay, all of those numbers to us as an organization are not tenable. Like, we can't move forward like that. So last year we started talking about we needed improvement in sportsmanship. This year we realized talking about it wasn't good enough. We needed to act, and we put some things in place. You might have heard about the Texas Way. The Texas High School Coaching Association has put out there, which is a program and a curriculum designed to teach skills that lead to better sportsmanship, not just in kids, but in adults as well, coaches and fans. Okay, I'm going to ask just this deal from you guys. I think that officials have a lot to do with the conduct of the athlete, and also even the conduct of the coaches, and even sometimes what goes on above in the stands. A well-prepared official that's well-trained, that de-escalates, that proactively officiates is probably the greatest thing that can happen as far as encouraging right sportsmanship. Okay, and so again, my ask of you is just to be proactive in your communication, de-escalate situations as much as you can. And if something becomes a problem, then you need to address it. Okay. All right. So we have released training for game administrators. There should be a game administrator. When you go out and you do duels, or you do tries, or you do quads, or you do a tournament, there should be somebody that's in charge. And when you go out there, you should know who's in charge if you're having a problem, so that they can take care of the problem for you. So that's the first thing that I'm going to mention to you is sportsmanship. Second thing is, over the last couple of years, and then last year when I got the UIL, probably one of the biggest things that we had questions about during wrestling season was controversy about pay. And it was said that back in the old days that if you had a two-day tournament meant you had a couple of rounds on a Friday, maybe a few hours on Friday, and then you went for maybe 6-7 hours on Saturday. That was a two-day tournament. You were paid as such. A two-day tournament got to be what we were doing in Side Fair, which was all day, day one, almost 10 plus hours, and all day, day two, 10 plus hours. That's was being paid as a two-day tournament. Those of you that worked in Side Fair know that we understood kind of what the situation is, so we always paid our officials 2 one-day fees to try to increase their money. Okay, Wrestling Officials Association brought us this kind of template. We kind of talked about it, massaged it, but this is what we're doing this year, coming into this year. We just explained to the wrestling coaches. A one-day tournament is now defined as 10 hours. Okay, plus 10 hours, that's what it is. Get a one-day fee. If you exceed 10 hours, even if it's in one day, even if the tournament is not going over to a day two, you're now earning a 2-day fee. Okay. 2-day tournament now defined as 14 hours total. Okay, total combined. So if you exceed 14 hours over 2 days as an official, you now are going to be paid 2 one-day rates. Okay, and there's an example right there. Okay, the question has come up: how are we determining that? Okay, you should know as an officiating chapter, as an official, what my report time is. So if they're coaches are hosting a tournament, they need to be responsible for saying, hey, here's your report time. And that's when the clock's going to start. When wrestling ends that day, clock stops. Okay. All right. We just had, so before I move on, I want to ask, is there any questions about this? Do you want to add anything to that? Because there was a lot of conversation about all of this.
Sure, and I mentioned it to the officials earlier, and we've had a couple of calls where we touched high level. The point is, Ray, the point wasn't when we were after this is not to get more money. It was to try to compensate for when tournaments run over larger amounts to try to keep. So it wasn't a money grab.
But we agreed. You know, we agreed
without a doubt.
And we agreed that out of fairness, there needed to be a definition of what this was. Because again, I could have a 2-day tournament and that might be 12 hours over 2 days. And I could have a 2-day tournament and that might be 20 hours. Those are not the same things.
Right, right. And report time is big because occasionally we will have an issue whether whether the computer goes down or whether they haven't had the appropriate entries in, or whatever the case is, however, those officials need to be there 30 minutes before wrestling starts, et cetera. And so oftentimes that will also extend the day into that. So that's why the reporting time was highlighted there on that.
Okay. Questions about this? Yes, sir.
Will that be, that could be when the start of wrestling, or the start of weigh-ins.
It's when the report time is. So I'm gonna talk about weigh-ins here in a second, okay? And I'm gonna say something that's might be very unpopular in this room. Okay, don't attack me. I've been low now. But I'm honest. I'm honest and direct. Yes, sir.
The online group cannot see that. Terry, can we face the computer so they can see it real quick?
Yeah.
Which one?
So I'm gonna say something that's probably not popular.
Is that camera?
I don't like the fact that officials aren't doing weigh-ins anymore. I don't think that we have a safe environment for kids now that coaches are doing that. Okay, I don't like the fact that there's not someone there that only has kids' best interest at heart, that are weighing kids in and are there to make a final decision in conjunction maybe with the trainer about skin and about uniforms and about weight. I think that when we hit COVID and we got away from that, my hope was that we were somehow going to return to that. I'm not coming in here to dictate that. I think that needs to be a conversation about what's best for kids. Okay, I would like to see a return to that. I know that several chapters do weigh-ins still towards your question. Okay, we told them, if you're gonna, we just finished telling them, if you're gonna ask, if you're gonna request an official to do a weigh-in, even if it's just a head official to be there, that you're gonna start their clock when you're asking them to be there for weigh-ins, so that they're compensated somewhat for their time. Okay, I would ask though, as an organization, that you guys have some internal conversation about weigh-ins and about the role of the official in the weigh-in process as you guys continue to move forward and have internal dialogue yourself. Okay, so I hope I've answered that question.
As the UIL considered a fee, a weigh-in fee, an optional fee for a school district coach today to have a certain.
We haven't, but I think that needs to be part of this conversation, and I think that can be part of it to a certain degree. I think that when AJ just answered this question over there, we kind of feel like we've got a little bit of at least something here to protect officials' time, because we could feel it was being abused. I'm gonna be quite honest with you.
Yes.
Okay, and so, anyway.
Things like Florida, we pay, it's a mid-nominal $25 fee, but it less than the other members, so that's got 15 officials in turn, if that's the same for weigh-ins, they can pay us $25 fee.
But I think respectfully though, I think there needs to be a decision made from the Wrestling Officials Association too, about if the school district requests it, whether that's an appropriate request that it's gonna be filled or not.
Sure.
Because right now we have some chapters that at times will say, we don't do weigh-ins. And then we have others that say, absolutely, we do them. And if you request them, we're gonna be there. So I think it leads to a little bit of misunderstanding.
I think you have it fixed though with the reporting fee. If the reporting fee, Jared, I think with the reporting fee, if you report 4 weigh-ins, that's when your clock starts versus, maybe an official never reported. Yeah.
I just know.
Sure. Okay.
Mine is more of a comment, but I think this is the reporting fixes the issue where we were arriving 2-3 hours early, not being compensated, but staying another 10 to 12 hours. So this is a great start.
So that's the first question too. And what we just told them is when you set up a tournament and you're working with your chapter, one of the key bits of information is, when are you asking them to be there? You need to put it on in writing. This is your time. And then obviously there needs to be some process for when the official shows up. Hey, like I'm here, right? I'm checking in at this time. 98% of officials, y'all know, if you're told to report at 8 a.m., you're going to be there at 8 a.m. There's going to be 2% that's going to come in 15, 20, 30 minutes later. They shouldn't be paid the same way than the person that showed up on time. Okay, but anyway, there should be a process in place for that. Additional questions about this?
What can we do to put Wayne back into this? Because I see it as a safety issue. I really care less about the play.
Like I was saying,
It's skin checks and bras.
correct.
Because I saw women's get extracted.
That
conversation's gonna start in this room right here. It's gonna start with y'all, and what y'all are gonna recommend. As far as getting back to that, because, you know, it may be your voice, yes, but 80% of other people may say, nah, we don't wanna do them anymore.
So I'm gonna tell you it wasn't but about 18 months ago, I was in a school district. Okay, and it was a regular practice, because we had lots of conversations. You're hearing what I'm saying, that I really would prefer officials to do the weigh-ins. And there were times when school districts would ask for that, and we were just being told, no, we don't do them anymore. So I don't know how we got to that point, but I think it needs to be towards AJ's point. We need to have a conversation.
It started in COVID and by rule, by NFHS rule, where it says an official or school administrator handles that. That was the continuation of that, but it's time to revisit, especially with this coverage. There's no, I feel there's no reason why we shouldn't be in weigh-ins. We'll take it to the executive board, we'll take it to the chapter presidents and share that feedback. This pay schedule covers that. You're reporting, if all the officials show up for weigh-ins, that's when your reporting time is. That's when that 10 hours starts, and the coaches have heard that as well. So I don't see any reason why it's not, and Ray, I don't see any reason why.
But y'all talk about it. We're not coming into this meeting to like
Sure.
try to dictate things.
I appreciate
Y'all talk about it and then get back to us. I think that's a legitimate, seems good conversation. Okay? With that being said, I'm gonna let AJ kind of talk about a few things that we're putting in place this year. That we just talked to the wrestling coaches about, just real quickly to give them an overview.
Absolutely. So, first of all, I do want to thank Caleb, and Rex. You know, if understanding, this was brought to us by them, and it's because. And I'm not allowed already. It's for the people online. Oh, I'm about to see. Tournaments. All right.
We get paid per, not per tournament, right? So with that, how would that work out for duels?
I don't know yet. I didn't even hear your question. Sorry, I was about weigh-ins for dual tournaments.
So I want to make sure that I get your question. Are you asking about pay structure for duels?
Yes.
Okay, are you asking about the weigh-in?
Oh, no. So that's not the way. So I'm asking is for when we do a dual tournament, we pay per duel, not a one-day tournament. How would this affect that for a dual tournament?
Yeah, we don't have that worked out.
Okay, that's that.
We don't have that worked out. That might be the basis of the conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Joe. Kind of just Patty on that. Now, obviously, on a dual tournament, we get paid per duel, right?
Correct.
Well, because it's a tournament, I guess, I don't know if clarifying this correctly, do we apply the 10-hour rule?
That's what's not worked out.
Yeah.
Same.
Kind of get, so.
I didn't think about that. I didn't think of that. Yeah.
So again, let's talk about how we got to this.
Yeah.
How did we get to this? He just said, we got to this because your representatives from this organization said there have been internal conversation and we have concerns. And they brought them to us. We said, you have legitimate concerns. We need to work with you.
Sure.
We talked about it back and forth, maybe 2 to 3 conversations, one really long one. And then we took that after we had conversation to the sports officials committee. And they were came. So I think what needs to happen, and I hope that you see this as a positive, that internal conversation can be the change. Is if you see inadequacies or gaps, well, let's talk about it. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything's gonna be taken care of, but everything can be discussed.
Right. And this is, topic. We can bring it up there.
Yeah, and to go off of that, you know, and also once again, to thank them for what they do, but, there was also the conversation, and we don't have it up here, but even at the state championship, you know, meet that we had, you know, the price for officials did go up as well, as far as the fee went. And that was in collaboration with them, pretty much saying, hey, look, we haven't been compensated, increasingly over the past so many years, so that was done. According to what we could do with our contract, it was done. So, yeah, your representative's huge. One of the benefits I think y'all have is that you are your own standalone organization, and that you get to select your officials. And you know what's funny? I started thinking about other stuff, and then I thought you were over here. I got a son. I'm still going to talk about the picture. I just wanted to throw that out there. I apologize. I think concerned. What?
Did I help you? This back here.
So I want to talk about, that's a huge benefit that y'all do have, in this organization. It's not something that our other officials organizations have. A couple of things that we're changing at the state tournament. One of them is, we're not going to a seeded bracket. I'm sorry, we're going to a placement bracket, which means, we're gonna work our way to try to make it to where we have the two returning state placers, the original champions meet up in the championship as opposed to the semifinals. I know it doesn't really affect y'all at all, but to us it does. It's the coaches, they brought this to us as well, and it's something that really makes sense. So we're gonna head that route with the placement bracket and try to ensure that the two best wrestlers in every weight class is making it to the end. The other thing is this, and this would kind of affect y'all a little bit because it may be how y'all schedule y'all's finals and officials. Is it won't happen this year, but we're gonna look at it this year, is where we do it, we set up the weight classes for the finals according to the highest ranked match that's supposed to happen. Okay, kind of like the NCAA does, right? So if it's in the 160s, then the next weight class would be the ones that start the final matches, and they'll go through what the heavyweights and start with the littles and then come right back, and that match right there will be the final. Try to keep everybody in the arena because that's the one they want to see. That, to me, makes a lot of sense. We're gonna do a test run this year with some people to kind of be on that board that's gonna rank those matches. Okay, and if we set the match and it's that one at whatever weight class it is, all of them are gonna follow it. Boys and girls, 5A, 6A will follow that same thing as we go. So that's something that we know our finals matches early in the day on Saturday. After they wrestle their semifinal matches, we'll be able to rank those soon enough, and that way we can get those to y'all as well. I don't know how that's going to affect y'all ranks, but I guess we can talk about that.
So again, we're not doing that this year, but we are gonna have like a little bit of a committee and then obviously decide what that might look like. And again, we think it will just create a better atmosphere in the arena, so it'll be better for you guys as well. But both of these things, just like the pay, came from direct feedback from people involved in wrestling. All right, so if you heard nothing else that we said today, is that feedback is taken seriously, and we're trying to make the sport better.
Another quick change is the fourth place challenge match, that you have in tournaments as well. And I want y'all to know, I'll say it helps us so much with all this track wrestling stuff. I mean, I bug him more than anybody else. I paid for his lunch at the Corpus when I saw him down there for beach wrestling. Yeah. What? I get off track way too much. But the fourth place match, challenge match. The fourth place challenge match, okay? Those things will still count as fourth and fifth place. You're still gonna get your points for getting fourth and fifth, but you're not gonna get those advancement points for that challenge match or the bonus shares from that match, okay? So that way they'll know who's gonna be there. And we're telling them to move the awards after that match, so they don't have a broken award stand, right? Is that how you say it, I don't think? Yeah. Broken's good enough, right? One that's not gonna be true, because we had an instance where, I don't know what place they were, and then they weren't that place anymore.
Yeah, somebody plays fourth in the regional, they take a big picture, and the kid moved the challenge back, and he's not going to stay. Right? That happens all the time, like district to regional to state. So you want that first through fourth advancing to actually reflect that. So they'll be wrestling challenge matches part of the tournament. And then awards come out. It also affects team score too.
Yeah. So with that, guys, that's really what we have for you guys, but we're here also to answer questions. We've already answered a few. Do you guys have any questions for us? At all?
I can't thank again, these guys enough for the support that they provided to us as an association. It's instrumental. AJ touched on it, but there's a whole lot more than what he said, in the fact that we are an association that has been given the trust and the confidence to be able to operate independently alongside the UIL, and at their guidance to continue to do what's best for our sport. And there's nothing more that I value as a state president or even as an official, with the relationship that I've had with Ray in the past, or the relationship with AJ as the state president, to have their trust and their confidence to do that. I wear it on my sleeve, and I value it very much. And I hope you all feel the same way, that that having the confidence that they have in us to be able to conduct the sport and make it what it is in the state of Texas is something to be proud of. So thank you guys for coming.
Thanks for having us, Ken. You have a good meeting.
Great, thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we'll switch over real quick. Make sure that everybody can see us back online again. Terry's.
Oops.
You
got all the hard work.
Yeah, seriously. So with that, Kim, Joe, I'm sorry, Robert, Joe, the dual situation on the time starts and fees like that, I don't believe it. Talk to Caleb, see if there was anything there too, but I just don't think we have an answer for that right now. We'll try to work that out and see what's there. Great. Again, I think it was a big, I got it.
Yeah.
Are we back on line, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
Great.
No bueno. Hang on. Let me get to the right screen. All right, now, fine.
Got it. All right, turn it over to Terry real quick and take us through the budget.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, hello, everybody. My name is Terry Phil from San Antonio, and
Terry.
there's so many different ways I can go with that. But we'll just stick with the numbers for right now. Okay, so our budget for the year, we started out the year at $6,500, and we hopefully will finish the year at $6,500. And but that all depends upon this number right here, the membership income. That's based on last year's 290 officials, $75 a head, okay? So that's if we get 290 officials, hopefully we get 300. But for instance, if we get 250, that number goes down to 18,000 right here, so that's break even. So again, we started out at 6,500, and if we accomplish this, we'll have $10,000 in the bank. But we built in a little reserve fluff just in case. That's our two takeaways from today is make the right call and always be recruiting, ABR, always be recruiting, okay? So we can keep that number up. That's what it comes down to. Okay, so then I broke everything down into fixed cost versus variable cost, hard cost versus soft cost. The hard costs are we have to write those checks in order to function as an organization, okay? We have to buy insurance. The top one is directors and officers liability insurance. Now that and Rex is going to talk about this in a bit, but that is just at the state level. That is just for the executive board at the state level. The chapters might want to consider doing that, and we'll go into that in detail a little bit later, why they might want to get that. And then the second line is officers, officials, referees insurance, and that comes out of the $75 of each register, and that's important.
You gotta share your screen, Terry.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah.
I don't know how.
The
mouse isn't working.
It's not working. Is it not?
Sorry, guys, just need to share the screen. 1 second.
Is that working now? Is it? Can they see it now?
Jared, you see it?
Can,
Not yet. Not yet.
not yet? Not yet?
No, no.
Technical difficulties. Okay, so now I gotta click on. Right, I think it's up here. Oh, let me see. And so that's gonna be right here. And share. And how about now?
Okay.
You see it?
Yes, sir.
Dang it, you can
Good job.
see it.
Good job, team. Way to go.
Yeah. So, yeah, and there's gonna be a test at the end and you gotta score 70 and otherwise you can't go. So take notes, all right? So the important thing here again is insurance. Insurance, we can't survive without insurance. So, directors and officers, liability insurance at the state level, pay for that. At the chapter level, the chapter will have to absorb that. But the, officials insurance comes out of the $75 fee. Okay, pay to register. And that's become exceedingly important, especially this year, because with the new rules that Dan's gonna talk about in a little bit, the NFHS has expanded our wrestling area. Now we only have to have 1 point in instead of 2, because I can't read. I'm saying, that's probably a good thing. No, now we only have to have 1 point of contact in instead of 2. So our wrestling area expanded, but the gym didn't. And so, as you know, it's going to be very easy and very possible to be coming near fall in the next circle. All right. And that's usually not a problem if someone's not wrestling there. But with my luck, it's going to be 2 heavyweights, and one of them's going to do a blast double and be on me in like 2 seconds.
Easy on the heavyweight.
Yeah. Okay. And so the significance of insurance there is that schools have presumptive immunity. So lawyers don't go after schools if they don't have to, but who has continuity immunity on that net? We don't as officials. So that's why we have liability and liability insurance there. Now, also to dovetail off that, the backup. Now that's $15 a head. So that's our increase in from $60 to $75 a year for each register. We thought we had, they weren't, so we have to do that because, again, for liability purposes, we don't want to put an official on the map who shouldn't be there. Okay, for his sake and for the chapter's risk. All right, because if something happens, they're going to go after the individual and the chapter. Why did you put him on the map? Why did you schedule him? So that may be a reason why you want to do DNO at the chapter level also, just for self-protection. Okay, and the website, that's a place to look for right now. We're not quite sure what the final number is going to be on that. But this basically is a customized website. Mark Lyon has done a real good job here, and basically has given us our own web page, own Facebook. So now instead of going up to Facebook and having to post a chat or a video, we can do that on our own website. We don't worry about getting input from Missouri or Michigan or whatnot. Because sometimes that's applicable, sometimes that's not. And then of course, move ups, case books, we have those, right? Yeah.
They are here. They are being distributed.
Okay, good. And then QuickBooks Online, that's for me. I was able to put the last 7 years numbers and checks into QuickBooks. Now, those are the hard numbers. That comes down to basically $2,000. So we have to get running, it costs us $13,000 roughly to just get out of the door, get the season started, all right? Now, the yellow is the soft numbers, basically the variable numbers. We have the power of the purse here. We can write that check, but we don't have to write that check. So, for instance, today, that our first expense will be lunch. The coaches were kind enough to give us fine Mexican cuisine, and so we're going to return the favor and give them fine Italian cuisine at lunch.
Hey, Terry, on your website, it says 2,000.
Yeah, right.
Owns that.
We do.
We own that website.
Yeah.
TWA.
Yeah. Yeah. And Mark Lyons basically developed it.
Set it up and then turn it over to TWA.
And where did how does the $2,000 but that website hosting fee, was that labor building website?
That's a good question. We're still wrestling with
I'll get that. Yeah, it's the hosting. There's no labor charges involved with that. It's only
the cost of which it was, but it'd be nice to see. And did the state board approve that? Is that this?
Yeah, the state board has approved everything that's up here so far. But like you said, that website is not a final number yet. It could go north and it could go south.
I only bring that up as a concern because we did this with the National College Association. And the owner of that post, or owner of that site, shut the site down once, because we didn't, the individual has to, I'm going to say who doesn't, have all kinds of bylaw. Make changes to the website, who has the permissions to get in the website. I'm just asking you to say something.
Good input. I mean, yeah,
I'll get that decided in a short couple months to get that running from the students. I'll just make sure we have that.
I'll get that clarified and make sure, Jaron, that if it comes to my name, as the position, I'll make sure that that's there. That's a good point.
good, yeah. Yeah, and if anybody else has any questions, just shout out. Okay, just don't throw things at me. Just you can shout something that, as long as it's food, you can throw food if you want, that's fine. So basically, these yellow expenses, are 28%, 30%, $5,000. Okay, those are soft expenses that we, again, write the check, but we don't have to write the check. And you see, it's primarily just a state tournament, and that's at the end of the year. So we'll have a good idea by the end of the year whether what our cash position is going to be and what our cash flow situation is. So we are in dire straits. Obviously, the uniforms and the dinner can be picked up by the individual reps versus the state form. But right now it's kind of per. But we can always take that away if we have to, if we're running out of cash at the end of the year. So again, we've got a budget of $18,000. We're hoping to make $22,000. But again, that all comes down to recruiting. And again, I think the two takeaways from today are get the call right and always be recruiting. I mean, we are here, as we heard with the new refs. There's nothing like being in a room full of people, like-minded people who have the same love and passion that you do, okay? And so drop that on. I know several people in my chapter are really good at getting Kim and Rico are really good at just even high school kids and the moms and dads. Hey, grab a whistle, come out and join us. And it may not be that year, maybe next year, and maybe 10 years down the road, but drop that seed, drop that dime, and grow this, the officials, because we have to, we can't field all the tournaments every year. And so, especially in the Dallas area and the Houston area and stuff, and the Austin area, we don't have enough reps. And so we constantly need to be recruiting. Remember, get the call right today, and always be recruiting. So that is the budget. That's our budget. We're healthy. We've got a good year planned, and we even have a little cushion for unexpected expenses. Hopefully, we don't have any questions. And so, yeah, if anyone needs any numbers, just make sure to give me an email or a call or Rex, and we'll get those to you. Right, Rex. Thank you.
Great, Terry, thanks. Appreciate that. Any questions on the budget? That we have it here. And again, the executive board has approved this, Terry?
Yeah.
Oh. The executive board has approved that and talked through that. Obviously, there's room there to be able to negotiate that or to be able to adjust that as expenses are realized on there. And like Terry said, those yellow numbers are arbitrary to this point and a placeholder based on the expenses that are expected coming up. So great. Thanks, Terry. All right. So again, our next target is 10:30 for Dan Lang. So I want to make sure we cover. This is going to be a bulk of the presentation as we go. Go ahead. We got a question online. Yes,
yeah, it's Zane. I always have questions. You know that. Anyway, on the weigh-ins, why can't we just do what Oklahoma does and do? If you are assigned weigh-ins, you get a fee. You get a $50 fee for showing up for weigh-ins, and then the clock starts when the tournament starts, and you don't have to worry about one guy being on a 8-hour clock and another guy being on a 10-hour clock.
Yeah, Zane, that's a great idea. I'm going to encourage you to go through your executive board rep in your chapter. Bring that to the executive board if you can.
I'll do it. I'll go through my board rep. I'll present it. No problem.
That's a great idea. We want to bring all those ideas together so that the whole state and executive board can do that and form that.
All right, thank you.
Was that? It's a Brett, hey, Brett, can you mute and say mute when you're not using?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm just technologically challenged.
And Brett, you mute too.
Yeah. Go.
Oh, it's that. Oh, it's that.
Oh, Mike's.
Here, I'll check back in a minute.
All right, thanks, Zane. Appreciate that. Again, it's 12:04. If you haven't seen this, this is on the website and available to all the officials on there. No big changes on there. Just be familiar with that. And again, down at the bottom, you see some of those updates that AJ showed that we talked about. And again, very, very exciting, I think, in my opinion, to finally have those longer tournaments recognized and be compensated appropriately for that. So thanks again to the executive board and to Caleb for helping push those through over the last couple of years. Again, that's been a long process to get that done. Okay, just touching high level on the website. I know we've had 3 calls already on this, and it's been pretty much the same call every single time on this that we touch on this. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the website. Those calls have been recorded and will be put on the website also for you to review. And it just takes you through each of these tabs, explains what they are, how to get through them, what they offer, those types of things. Sorry about the picture. Sorry. Again, the whole point of this though is exactly what Terry said. Always be recruiting, right? ABR?
ABR.
Always be recruiting. This is the external site for that. Anybody external to anybody in the world, right, can see this page. This is the whole point, is trying to get them to log in, to get them to register. Had a question online earlier about the different registration levels, right? There's 3 levels. I only touched on 2 of them and I apologize. $75 for the standard membership. That's for everybody in this room that is officiating, $75. $10, the cheapest one, are for the reciprocal people who come into Texas. There's another one, I believe it's $25, either $20 or $25, that is for an official who doesn't plan to be on the mat this year, but still needs access to the website, to the rules, wants to take the test. You can be an official, but not be on the mat. And what that membership does is it doesn't give you insurance, right? It doesn't give you background checks because you won't be officiating at that level. So if you pick that, you cannot officiate, but you're still a member of TWA and still have access to all the forums, the rules, the documents, everything that's there. You are just not a mat official on that. So those are the three levels on there. Again, this is external. Question?
It's called Fan Club.
Fan Club, Randy's Fan Club. Great. That's we'll see. Let me know how that works out. I'll kick back some
$10.
NIL will come to you, I promise. So here's internal. You can see up in the upper right hand corner, somebody's logged in. Not a real official. Neither is this guy. But there's just kidding. I love Brian Land is just he's a legend. And again, you're inside. This is what it looks like inside. You'll see on the right side topics, right? Forum topics, blogs, posts, who's online. This is a cool part. You get to see who all's online and communicate with them there if you wish. This is what the forum looks like. And again, not breaking these down. We've already done it on the call. And as the season goes, you'll get more familiar with it. This is a rules interpreter page. So if you're a chapter rules interpreter, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see 5 different forums. If you are the rules interpreter in Dallas, Dennis, Randy, is that you, Dennis? This is what Dennis will see. Dennis will be the only one that sees this exact page. It should have Dennis up here because he'll see the 3 general discussions, general rules discussions, make the call discussions. Every official in the state who's paid their membership will log in and see this. You will also see your local chapter. So when you register and you select that chapter that houses you, you will see your local chapter forum here as well. This is, again, where you communicate inter-chapter. And the rules interpreters across the state, there's one in every chapter. And our TWA rules interpreter will see this line right here. So this is exactly what Dennis will see when he logs in. If you're a rules interpreter in another chapter, you'll see something different right here. That's the only difference. Okay, here's your leadership. There's actually a tab on here for leadership. You can go to more. There's a leadership tab. It shows everything from the chapter presidents, the executive board, the chapter schedulers, the chapter rules interpreters for every single chapter. So you'll be able to contact them and get with them if you need to. So again, all those resources are there. That's just a quick overview of the website. Here's how we're broken down for those who may not know, and really quickly, 7 chapters. I think everybody's familiar with those. About 300 officials. We want to get over that 300 official mark. Terry gets a kickback if we do on the recruiting side, and gets to go to a different level of QuickBooks or something, right? Yeah. Is that where you? There you go. That's your great. Okay, state president there, or executive board. The executive board is one representative from each of the chapters, right? That this forms the governing committee of the Texas Wrestling Officials Association. in there. This was put in, I want to say 14 years ago on the executive board side, and I believe has worked out really, really well to help govern the association rather than what it was before, which was just a singular state president who made all decisions arbitrarily or singularly for that. The executive board is the voting members. The state president, I have no vote, right? I have the executive board, but I don't vote. I just facilitate the issues and the meetings, and then the executive board has 7 from the state on that. The executive board also selects the state and regional tournament officials on there for every regional that we have, all 8 regionals, right? 5A, 6A, 4 regionals apiece. They select all the regional tournaments and the locations of where those officials go, and also the state tournament officials. Those conversations start beginning of December. That's how early it happens. So why is that? Because it all backs up from the UIL's request to have the name of the state tournament officials second week of January. We've got to turn in the state tournament officials the second week of January. So that backs up. Okay, if states then, we've got to then determine where the regional tournament, who the regional tournament officials are, because that's when those selections are made. So all of that starts really kicking into gear in December on that time frame. Then you have a chapter board, right? These are your chapter presidents, your chapter schedulers, your chapter rules interpreters for each of the 7 chapters as well. Those chapters obviously handle chapter business, the chapter elections, all the scheduling that's there, and the movements of officials within there. Especially another part of that is they handle bringing in external officials from other chapters to that. There is a bylaw, and it's actually a state bylaw that says the chapter schedulers will schedule every event that's a UIL event within the state of Texas. And so, you know, if you're hustling your own matches or a coach is calling, you know, trying to get you to come over, or he or she is hiring their own officials, even if they are TWA officials, that's not good. That needs to all go through the chapter scheduler so that that chapter scheduler can organize their resources. Again, realize Dallas-Fort Worth is dealing with 75 officials trying to service this whole metroplex. Houston's dealing with 65 to 70 officials, those types of things. There's a lot going on at that level, so we've got to make sure that they can help organize those things. Biggest part, let's talk about professionalism real quick. We talked about having the authority, the responsibility that comes along with that. We are the most professional in the gym at all times. I know Caleb's gotten these calls in the past. I've gotten 1 or 2 of them in the past too, and every year we've got to mention it and make sure we stay on top of it. That professionalism is number 1. We've got 2 parts here that I want to talk about really quickly on the professionalism side and the competence side, right? Integrity and ethics, trust. If we don't have the trust and the integrity in our association for our officials to the coaches, we have nothing. They've got to be able to trust us. They've got to be able to depend on the fact that we will be the most calm force that's in that gym, that we know the rules, that we're competent in the rules, that we can de-escalate those situations. Why? Again, because we have the authority. So we want to make sure that we treat that properly on that. Unwitting enforcement, right? You don't enforce some things on one school and you don't enforce them on another school, right? We've got to stay black and white and standard in that at all times. You've got to be able to, as part of your professionalism, you got to be able to receive constructive feedback. Again, we've got experienced officials all across the state who are here to ensure that you take advantage of every single opportunity that you have given to you and give you those opportunities to advance your career. What is your goal? Think about that as an official, whether you're a new official starting out, whether you're an experienced official, whether you're an official coming back, those types of things. What's your goal? You know, one of these days.
Oliver just doing it to shake a little rust off.
Hey, Heath, mute Heath. Mute
What's
Heath.
your goal there, right? Is it to officiate a district tournament? Is it to officiate a varsity tournament? Hey, you know, in 3 years, I want to officiate a regional. You know, my 7-year plan is to get on the state tournament mat, you know, at state. What is your goal? Put that goal down. Let your mentors know. Let your local chapter leadership know that, hey, this is where I want to go. How do I get there? What do I need to work on? Those evaluations will kick in and help you to receive that. That's what we need to do as an organization to be able to provide that support. Talked about mentorship and guidance. Find a mentor. If your chapter doesn't assign you a mentor, find a mentor. Who is a mentor? You know, well, I'm going to suggest try to find multiple mentors, right? Try to find somebody who has that experience that you're looking for, right? Are they a varsity high school official? Are they a college official? Are they a USA Greco official, you know, a freestyle official, whatever it is, find that, because just because they're a freestyle official and this is folk style season doesn't mean that they're not a great mentor and have that type of experience that you need to put in your tool belt, which is mat presence, communication, mechanics, signaling, positioning, anticipation. Doesn't matter what style you're doing, right? All those styles, you know, factor into making you a better official. So try to find a mentor, somebody that you trust, and then try to find somebody else, right? My style is nothing that I invented on my own or I created on my own. I took some of his, some of hers, some of what I saw in a video. Some of the things that I took don't work for me, right? Those types of things. What works? Get in front of a mirror, right? Get those things in front of a mirror. Find out when your signals. If you're getting on your evaluations and you need to get your signals up higher, you know, and you think you're putting up higher, right? You think your signals up high and things like that, and then you turn and you look in the mirror. This is straight out front, especially bigger guys, right? We think our signals are high. They're not. They're right in front. Always try to tell officials, get it where you can't see it in your peripheral. If you've got your signal up and you can't see it in your peripheral vision, that's probably where it needs to be, right? You know, that's a tip. Those types of things. Find a guide, find a mentor, somebody to hook onto on the professional side. The other side of this is competence. Obviously, rules knowledge. You have to be the most knowledgeable in the gym. You have to be. Challenge yourself to be the most rules knowledgeable in the gym. That doesn't mean you walk around and quote the book wherever you go. It's kind of weird. We've got a couple of those. Doesn't mean you have to do that, but you do have to be up on the rules, know the rule changes, and what the casebook supports in that. Obviously, the training that comes along with this helps us through that. We've got to adapt. We've got to change. Well, I've been doing this for 25 years, and this is the way I call it. Yeah, you know, that's probably why you're not going back to the regionals, right? Probably why you're not going back to state. We've got to be able to adapt to new styles and new changes, a different speed, a different style of wrestling, those types of things. Maturity, that's what today's all about, is get the call right. You'll hear the speakers after lunch come in, and that is the theme through all 5 of our presentations today, is getting the call right. So what are you doing? That's a sign of maturity. A sign of maturity is to be able, and I'll take this again on myself, that for the first 10 years that I officiated, everything I said was right. Why? Because I said so. And because that's the way I was mentored too. So I picked that style up, that even if you're wrong, you're still right. Sell the call, right? Mike, am I right? Is that what we were told when we were younger? Sell the call. Even if you're wrong, sell the call. And man, so I perfected selling the call, and I was terrible, right? And videos proved that I was terrible, but man, I sold the call and I wouldn't waver on that. We're in a different time. Last 10 to 15 years, we've changed that. It's not about selling the call. It's about getting the call right, right? So we need to turn that leaf over on that. Mike, I wasn't putting that on you at all. I was just saying that's what we were taught back in our Oklahoma days, right? Right, we're past that. That's a sign of maturity, right? We all grew up. We were like that in our 20s. If you're in your 20s or you're a young official, the sooner you get over that, I promise you, the sooner you will get to regionals and the state tournament as a mature official. Right, your performance. It's all about performance at the end of the day. Your rules knowledge, your mechanics, your mat presence, your professionalism, your coach conversations. At the end, that is your performance. That is how you're graded on that. You can be the nicest official, look good on the mat. You're if you don't know your rules, if you're missing some of these things on the left and some of these things on the right, you won't get to where you need to be. This is the complete package that we're putting together on this. And then challenge and improve. Okay, you've met your goal. What's your next goal? Set your next goal, right? Have goals in mind on where you want to be. Do you want to return to the state tournament? Do you want to go to Louisiana? Do you want to go to Oklahoma? Do you want to go to New Mexico? We all have contacts in these neighboring states to be able to see competition and have opportunities in those states, right? Expand your horizons. We've got several officials calling the state tournament now in Texas that officiate national level tournaments around the nation, from the youth level all the way to the high school level. And I mean the big ones, the Beast of the East. All these big tournaments that you hear about, high school tournaments, prep nationals, those types of things, federation nationals, high school nationals, right? We just had a qualifier in Houston a couple of weeks ago that several officials went to, right, which is a qualifier for the high school nationals on those types of things. And so challenge yourself to take advantage of those opportunities. If you get that confidence level and you get that performance level, we have the officials. One of them is in this room who schedules that qualifier in the Houston area, right? We have those opportunities for you to contact them, and they can give you that shot. I'll tell you this, the opportunity is not as hard as coming back, right? Many people can get you the opportunity. I've been given several opportunities as well. It's how you perform in that opportunity which determines if you'll come back. Oftentimes the opportunity that you get is because of a friend, a political appointment, a suggestion, somebody canceled last minute or whatever. The opportunity can happen, right? Being able to perform with that opportunity and come back is where it's important. Gabe has a question.
Rex, is there on that new website an opportunity to have a link to Texas USA Wrestling so officials can at least get the link and get information on how they can do like the youth to get more mat time?
Sure, I think there's a possibility of that. I mean, let's make it reciprocal, right? Where if we can trade links like that to refer to each other, I think there's a big opportunity for that. And remind me again, I want to have you have your thing, maybe right after lunch.
Okay.
Okay, is that fair? Yeah, thanks. No, great point. I'd love to be able to trade that again, because I don't want this to, my vision, and I know Caleb's was as well, of the TWA is not to just be a folk style UIL, support organization. We want to try to support all the officials within Texas Wrestling Officials Association. Again, realizing that USA's over here, UIL's over here. But again, we want to make sure that we support all the officials in that. Okay, so again, here's our mission. Here's how we do it. Evaluations, inter-chapter. We talked about this earlier. So your evaluations inter-chapter on that, whether you have guidance from local leadership on that, those evaluation forms that are there. Your assignments are based on your competence, right? If you're a chapter schedule, I'm sure you're not just putting names in to whatever random event that comes up next, right? I'm sure the chapter schedulers look at, okay, hey, this is a tough duel. I need to put one of my state tournament officials on this. Here's two brand new schools. Here's an opportunity to take somebody maybe who was a JV official last year and give them an opportunity here. Where can I put an experienced official with an unexperienced official to be able to guide and mentor them, give them opportunities, right? So inter-chapter evaluations are huge here. Regional evaluations, these are done obviously at the regionals here. Regionals time is not really a test, or regional tournaments are not a selection for the state tournament. By the time you get to any one of the 8 regional tournaments in Texas, state tournament officials are already decided. Here's what we do as an executive board, assigning those regional officials on there. What we will do is take a look at the first-year state tournament officials, not first-year officials, first-year state tournament officials, and try to move them out of their local chapters. Let's say, for example, you're an Austin official, right? You're getting ready to do your first state tournament coming up in late February in the state of Texas. We want to do everything we can to get you out of the Austin area for that regional. We want to put you in a DFW regional, in an El Paso Amarillo regional, in a Houston regional, something like that, because we want you to see a different style of wrestling, a different set of coaches. We want the coaches to see a different official who they're going to see next week at the state tournament. We want to try to create those exposure opportunities. And I think most importantly, we want to put you with a different set of officials who can help guide you, mentor you, get you prepared for the state tournament coming up, right? We want to take you out of your comfortable zone there, realizing that next week you're going to the state tournament, and we want to challenge you at a different level to make you a little bit uncomfortable, to then give you the confidence that you get through that regional tournament, unscathed, or with people yelling at you, different coaches yelling at you and things like that. And again, to try to create that, we want to prevent that situation at the state tournament where the coach says, I've never even seen this official before. Where did they even come from, right? We want to get a little bit of familiarity to there. So that's how the regional selections are made and how some of those officials are moved around. And then at the state tournament, typically we've had external independent evaluators. These are evaluators who are typically very seasoned officials who are either assigners or evaluators at national tournaments across the country, or Division I NCAA officials, very seasoned, your best of the best officials who, again, make these big time assignments on there. The big benefit of this, and again, this is something that Jared helped start several years ago on this, the big benefit of this is it brings in an independent evaluator who typically doesn't know any of our officials. They get to see 30 officials. They have no idea whether this is their 20th state tournament or whether this is their first state tournament on that. Jared, could you look underneath that, whoever that is, on that, it's an independent look at all 30 officials that we have there. Why is that? Because they do the evaluations throughout the 2 days. They rank those officials and then they assign the finals matches based on those evaluations. So that's typically what we have at the state. And again, they're used to assign the semis and the finals. The other part of that, besides evaluations, are mentorship. State clinic, this is where it starts, right? The state clinic is, we've got, how many people do we have online, Terry? 40, 50, 60?
Yeah.
Okay, I gave you a range of like 20. How many do we have?
Yeah.
47.
How many?
47.
47. Okay, so we have 7 of them.
Yeah.
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm there for you.
He's just a numbers guy. I asked him a numbers question. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go back and ask for more money. Yeah.
Listen,
Let's see what we.
my job would be so much easier if I knew how to count.
Right. So again, with what we have in here, with who's online, this is all being recorded and will be watched obviously by the officials within the state through the state clinic. They'll be able to see the presentations, the 1204 updates, the UIL updates, and things like that. And basically the maturity and the coach interaction is another thing that we're going to talk about today. A very, very big part of being a successful official, right? Online virtual presentations. We talked about that earlier. We're going to have 5 or 6 of those throughout the year. Always very beneficial, a good time to share those. And again, one of the good things again about the new website is the forum opportunity there that we can share and talk about that. Just because our 1 hour online video review is over, doesn't mean the conversation starts. We can take that, we can do it one of two ways. We can take that video you saw there, discuss it in the forum, or we can take a video from the forum that we've already been discussing, put it on there for the statewide review call. So we've got some big opportunities there to do that. Your chapter rules interpreters, within your chapter, you have rules interpreters there that help with the information they're receiving from around the state. They deal with Dan as the UIL rules interpreter. They deal with Daniel Rawson, who is the TWA rules interpreter, to make sure that across the state, we're exposed to all changes, all interpretations, all situations that come up, so that we get there. Well, hey, this is what we saw in Amarillo, and why aren't we doing that here in the Valley? Those types of things. We want to make sure and share those opportunities across the state to stay as standardized as possible. Mechanics, positioning, signals obviously will be discussed there for your lower level JV matches and things like that. Not a big deal that you have your points out here. Not a big deal. That's a big deal if you're not verbalizing, right? No, it is a big deal. You're constantly being evaluated. You're constantly being watched. But as you move up, as you get on the varsity mat, as you get on selections for postseason, for district tournaments and things like that, those evaluations are important. When you get to the state tournament, I promise you, the evaluations at the state tournament aren't whether you know the rules or not. If you're at the state tournament as one of our top 30 officials in the state of Texas, it better not be, hey, he did not know the difference between a 3-point near fall and a 4-point near fall. We shouldn't have that. We're way past that, right? The differences in evaluations, what makes you a top 5 official versus what makes you a number 20 official at the same tournament, is because you don't rotate your points, because you don't verbalize more than once, because you may have coached the kid and said, let go of the locked hands rather than keep it legally, right? The little nuances there, all those types of things are what separates, the top 5 from number 20 versus the bottom 5, right? They're all good officials at the state tournament. It's rule book signals, right? What's in the rule book? Are you making up your own signals there? Are you throwing up a freestyle signal, right? Something like that in those situations. It's not about being an individual at the UIL state tournament, right? It's about being standard across all 30. That's what makes the difference there at that level. UIL rules interpreter, we talked about Dan. Tough call videos with polling, and that's another fun part of our videos that we have on there is they'll put on polling questions. And so Daniel will show a clip right before it ends or right before the official makes the call. He'll stop it, put up a poll, give you 3 or 4 choices. You get to vote. And that's when the debate starts, right? We get to start the debate right then. You get to see how everybody thinks online. Please be bold. When we have these video opportunities on here, when there is a poll, please vote, put it out there. It doesn't matter. Nobody takes all the people who got it wrong and marks them off a list somewhere, right? It just gives us an idea of where we're thinking across the state so that we can help focus some of that rule information to be able to get it to where it needs, okay? And then obviously our mentoring officials. Right, senior officials guiding junior officials. Our biggest issue, and I gave this a part of this presentation to the coaches last night and to a coaches association meeting in San Antonio a couple of months ago. Our biggest issue with losing officials, right? We are continuing to recruit officials, but I believe the reason why we lose so many officials is not because of the pay. I think the pay is pretty good for your time. Things like that is because of the coach interactions. They just get beaten down. They're not yet ready for a coach coming at them. They take it personally as an attack. And oftentimes, and I don't want to speak, this is a broad statement about the coaches. Oftentimes the coaches are just too passionate about what they're after. And this kid just craters. They're a good wrestler. We've had 3-time All-Americans in college come and join our association and quit after a couple of events, just because they're not used to being talked to like that, and they just wither and die away. So we've got to have our senior officials make sure that they are monitoring those coach official interactions to ensure that they've got the confidence, they've got the penalties, they've got the rules to be able to know that. If you know all those things that we showed on the slide before with the rules knowledge, the confidence that you have on the mat, your mechanics, positions where they need to be, that's going to make you a better official, right? And then when that coach comes up and starts checking on you for whatever reason, even if you're wrong, there's a professional way to do that. That official needs the guidance of a senior official to know that, hey, you're okay. He's like that. Get through it. Why didn't you give him unsportsmanlike? Why didn't you give him misconduct? Those types of things, because if those types of interactions happen and we don't penalize accordingly, then that's on us. That's on us as officials, and we've got to make sure that that stays in place and we use those appropriately at those times. Again, that's what we've got to try to prevent. And again, I've told the coaches the same thing is if you can help us retain officials by trying to guide your interactions to be more constructive rather than more personal and digging, that's going to help us on our side too. Any questions? Good.
All right, Terry, I'm up.
Oh, okay, I moved the, hang on, let me get mine. I gotta get mine. There. Okay, now you should get, okay.
Here's our evaluation form. Get the call right. This is what the evaluation form is. Is there anybody in here who has not seen this form? Who has not seen this form? Couple, 5, 7, 10. Okay, great. That's fine, right? Here's our evaluation form, right? Constructive feedback is what we're looking for. Ask for evaluations. If you're an official and you have this, print 20 of these out. Put them in your bag. Put them in your gear bag, whatever it is. Take it with you. When you go to an event, if you're with a senior official, somebody like that, give these evaluations forms to them and say, hey, I'm here all day. I'd really love to have an evaluation from you at some point. You know, be able to get that breadth of opinion on you there. Again, have the forms available, listen and accept guidance. I promise you, take an evaluation, say, hey, I'd like to be evaluated. And there's things on there that are constructive in nature to try to help you be an official. And you start arguing those. Yeah, oh, yeah, but no, on that situation, that's why I was on the backside. It's because he rotated around. Or no, that really wasn't a locked hands. It wasn't a locked hands because I know I saw it. And if you start arguing like that, the evaluation is going to be done. That senior official is going to say, hey, okay, yeah, I hear you. Hey, good job, good luck. And they're not going to have anything to do with you in the past. If you receive that constructive feedback, ask questions, absorb it, you know, ask, okay, great. What can I do better next time? How can I get in better positions? What should I be looking for in that? If you receive the feedback that way, I promise you the evaluations are going to go much better and you'll get more of those to help you out. Yes, sir.
Quick question on that. So with the new website that we have up and running and whatnot, one of the things that was rolling around my head is I just got a new phone that's got a whole bunch of new features that I want to use. Specifically, I can download to a USB or a hard drive. So with the evaluations that I want to do on new officials or even seasoned officials is back that up with video of their match. Say, hey, here's match, whatever, at this meet that you had. Here's your evaluation form. This way, they can look at it real time and say, this is why I discounted you because stalling, or you misapplied the rule, or whatever. And obviously the ones that are bad or whatnot, I can leave out, but the shining examples, I want to forecast to my chapter. Is there a way we can upload videos on that new website within our own chapter space to say, hey, this is a great example of calling, you know, he lifted them up and he said, hey, say whatever, just specific issues like that. Do we have that capacity or is there, you know?
I don't know that we do. I'm not aware of it. I mean, the website may be able to do it. I don't know how to do it, but we'll check with our webmaster.
Maybe on the
once we get
forums.
them online to be able to. I'm sorry?
Maybe on the form part? or-
Yeah, I mean, forums is a good page, but yeah, the forums is kind of a public thing. So I think what he's asking about is individual evaluations on there. Right, there could be inter-chapter on that. It's something to look into. Gabe, remind me about that. I'll ask him.
But you said we had one specific spot on there that shows our chapter.
There is, right. So
Yeah, you can't look into our chapter.
that is correct. That is correct. Yeah. And so you can upload them there, but again, you're not uploading it for John Jones, the official. All of the officials in your chapter can see that. So if you're giving constructive feedback from one official on their video, I don't know if that's probably the best practice.
So the good scenarios.
Sure,
Hey,
sure.
he did great on this,
Absolutely.
whatever.
Yeah.
The ones that they need work, that would be.
Yeah, so within your form, yes, you do have the opportunity to upload videos and things like that there. Okay, so great question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, are these blank forms available on the website?
They are. They're under the resources tab. Under the resources tab, it's there. Matter of fact, I've even got the link on here. Everybody will get a copy of this presentation. There's a link on here. Evaluations used often, they are weighted heavily. This is your resume. This is your official's resume. If you're going to another chapter, right? If you've got these evaluations, whether they're electronic on your phone, whether they're in paper or whatever, this is something that can go with you and travel with you to let people who are unfamiliar with you, you know, see what you've done and how you've been evaluated in the past on those, right? Here are the links to the evaluation form. Something that I think is extremely important is the evaluation criteria. There's about a 4-page document that's put together that explains every single one of these lines. What's being expected there by an evaluator? What are they looking for? What should you do as an official for visual signals, for verbal signals, for being demonstrative? What are they looking for? There's about a 4-page document there that explains that on evaluation criteria. And again, both of those, there's links to those. They are available on the website there. Some important dates. Again, we're getting ready to take a break here before we cue Dan up. Yes, sir, Joe.
I noticed that, I want to say maybe 3 years ago, that I think appearance was removed from the evaluation.
Okay.
And I don't see it there, so I'm just kind of curious as to maybe offline, I don't know, why it was removed, because in my opinion, I think it's important.
Sure.
That the official shows up looking professional, you know, and.
Here's appearance right here.
Oh, okay, got moved to underside.
Probably what it was, we're combining things, right, trying to stretch down into time. Yeah, fair enough. I honestly didn't know, and I was surprised if it was removed. Yeah, it looks like it's just big combined. A great question. Dates, here's some important dates. You'll need to remember these. You'll have a copy of these all. You're welcome to write them down, but you'll have a copy of this all come out. Online training review, first one of those is scheduled on the 14th of October in a couple weeks, right? New training, new official training overview. This is something we're trying different this year. You're a brand new official. This is what this is guided to, right? This is going to cover everything, right? We're before the season's here. We're about a week before the season, right? First day of competition is on the 11th, about a week before that. Just some final reminders. Is your uniform ready? Do you have a whistle? Do you have a backup whistle? Red and green armbands, black socks that are long, no short socks, black socks that are long. Do you have a belt? Right? You may not need a belt at the beginning of the day. By the end of the day, you're probably going to need a belt, right? Wear black underwear. Wear black underwear, right? Wear underwear first. Wear black underwear, right? Exactly, right? So have those. Make sure your shoes are comfortable. If you like wrestling shoes, you're gonna unlearn that real quick. Right? But again, make sure all your gear's in your bag and you're prepared to be able to do that on that. That's where that new official training is. It talks about the simple coach conversations, right? How do we temper a coach conversation? The coach is going to be upset at some point throughout your career, right? If you have a call and that coach is jumping up mad at the table, pause, take a break, tend to your wrestlers. Hey guys, we're going to go back to the center of the mat. I'm going to go over to the table, talk to the coach. You know, that coach is still mad at the table. Let's come back to the center, guys. I'm going to be right back with you. Give me a second. All right, we're going to go here. Great. Thanks, guys. Stay apart. I'm going to be watching you, but I'm going to go take whatever. Take 30 seconds before you even get to that coach. Give him or her a time to calm down a little bit before you go approach them, right? Those types of things. New official training. We're going to try to cover that. A couple more online trainings here. First day of competition. We've got to have test 1 passed, hopefully by that date. On there, you've got to have test 1 passed before you officiate on the mat. That's why that date is there. And we'll get that out as soon as we get the test loaded. Again, we're still a month and a half out. Okay. Districts on February 1st. Test 2 must be passed before we get into any postseason work if you are a district, regionals, or state official. Welcome to take test 2 for anybody who wants to take it. Obviously, you only get 1 attempt at test 2. Very important. You only get 1 attempt at test 2, and you have to have a 90 on test 2. So if you don't pass it and you're not doing postseason tournament or postseason work at all, no problem. Right? Go take the test. It's pretty much the same. It comes from the same bank of questions as test 1, right? And so you're not going to see anything more challenging than what you saw on test 1. However, it is 90%, and you only have 1 attempt on that.
When is that kind of day of test?
So they don't even have test 1 ready yet. So it's going. I'm assuming it's going to be about 2 weeks. Kim, you know where we're at?
I think 2 weeks.
Okay, we have the questions, we don't have all the answers yet. Matter of fact, we are answering the questions ourselves. It's from the NFHS, we only got the questions on that. So what I'm asking our rules group to do is to have the answer, then also provide a rules reference to the answer on that.
So before November 11th, both will be available.
I would assume both will be available. Yes, I would assume both will be available. But I would my advice to that is concentrate on test 1 as much as you can. Take it 100 times, whatever you can, get comfortable with it before you attempt test 2, because you're getting away with one shot at it. Yes, sir.
Is there going to be a standard time, start time for the online training?
I believe so, but I don't know what it is. They're out there already scheduled. It can wait, but we can't change that time. So I'm going to assume it's going to be 7 or 8, 7:30 or 8. That's what my assumption is. Oh yeah, back to your question on test 2, things like that. The reason why I suggest to take test 2 later is because a lot of these online training rules reviews will cover questions or may cover similar questions on the test. So it may help along with those, because what I would like to do on that is if people have questions on test 1, right? If they have a question, hey, this rule says this, but here's what the rule in the rule book says. What does this word mean, right? Let's debate those there. Let's have conversations there. Let's take them into the forum, right? You'll get good advice on what that'll be without telling you what the answer of the test is, right? You'll get good advice that will help you guide you to that before again you attempt to take test 2 for your 1 time. Yes, sir.
The only thing I'd say, if we devil's advocate, I'll take the later, is we've gotta have that list of names for regionals and state, December. They've gotta pass test two.
Yeah, that's fair. So take chapter guidance on whenever those conversations start on that to be able to take it. Yeah, obviously don't wait till February to take it, right? We've got to take it. If you're being considered for postseason, you want to take it before that, but your chapter will help guide you on when those conversations happen. Okay? Yes?
Can I add one more date to that? So, October sixth, there is a TWA store open if you want to get stripes that have the TWA logo on the side. That is completely optional. You can pretty much wear it all across Texas. If you need the link for that, let me know, let one of your chapter leaders know, we'll send that out to you, but October sixth is when that store closes. It is a t-shirt, they do make women's cut shirts as well, and I want to say they're like $39.99 plus shipping. So if you and some other folks want to get together and make the order, pay for one shipping, that's right.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Again, what Kim said is October the 6th. By October the 6th, we've got to have it in. So you got to have the orders in by October the 6th for a Cliff Keen shirt at $39.95 plus $39.99 plus shipping for that with the TWA logo on the side sleeve. Thanks for that, Kim. We can get that put on the website as well on that. Before we go any further, I want to say thanks to Caleb Malcolm. Caleb's been our state president for the past couple of years and transitioned us through the past couple of years as we continue this train and this barge down the river or train down the track, whatever you want to say. One of my favorite pictures of Caleb, a typical look for him when he's missed a call and the coach is questioning him and he's trying to figure out what he's going to say, how he's going to get out of it. A look here. Love this guy. I appreciate his guidance and leadership as we've gone through the last couple of years. And sorry that he's not here today, but he is online. Taking a look and watching us here. I wish he was here with us in person, but we're going to have another chance to do that really soon. So thanks, Caleb. If you don't mind, a round of applause for Caleb.
Thanks, guys.
Real quickly, before we're going to take a break, and then at 10:30, Dan's going to come up with this rules of case book. If you're here or with your chapter leaders, Jared has passed those out to your chapter leaders. You can't just come take one off the table. They've got to go from your chapter so that they can keep track of those. Combined session with the coaches is going to happen with Dan. Those coaches are going to come in here at 10:30 here anytime shortly. So make sure you've got your tables kind of cleaned up and tidy because we all know coaches, right? And then lunches with coaches following. So Dan's going to take about an hour to go over new rules, ask questions. Coaches are going to ask questions too. It's a great opportunity for us to hear their questions. They get to hear our questions in one combined event for Dan to be able to go through. So we'll have those there. And that's it. So again, that starts at 10:30. So we've got 8 minutes. Okay, 8 minutes. All right. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Probably the closest thing we're going to have a quote unquote daytimes in the sport of wrestling with coaches and officials in one room, not trying to kill each other yet. So,
Yeah.
I've got that mic and I've got the online mic.
It's not on.
Can you guys hear me okay out there? Okay, all right, fair. What about now? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so rule changes. We have 6 rule changes this year that impact 23 rules within the rule book. I love the changes. I think it's going to make it easier for officials, for coaches to understand, for athletes to understand, but it is going to take some behavioral changes from all of us. So, without further ado, we'll get started. By the way, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Apologies. I'm Dan Lang, the UIO State Rules Interpreter. I'm also an official. So, okay. All right. So here's the 6 rule changes. Okay, we're going to get deeper into these as we go. First one, modification of a 10-foot circle in the center of the mat is now not required. Okay. And you'll see all the rules underneath each rule change. That's just kind of one page that you can look at. Probably the biggest, most radical change in a positive way that we've seen in modern day high school wrestling is this next rule. We're going to only now require 1 point of contact to be in contact with the mat for wrestling to continue. Okay. We've modified the scoring of near fall points. We've added 2, 3, 4 with possibility of 5. Modified the points for takedown.
You should no longer be yelling, that's 2. You should now yell, that's 3. Clarification on how a technical false is scored. This is gonna be an interesting one, and we'll talk about this one quite a bit. And we've added a new signal for referees timeout. So there's your 6 rule changes. Now there's 65 slides in this PowerPoint from the Federation. We are not covering all 65. Okay. I don't want to do that to you. I don't. So, again, pretty simple rule change. If you have a mat that has the 10-foot circle in it, you can still use it. Federation, the UIL is not telling you you have to go get a new mat. That's not the intent. So you can have it, you cannot have it. So, one thing that I failed to mention early on is, as we get deeper into this, the rule changes in the presentation, there's going to be questions. I expect you to have questions, and I'm absolutely here to answer those for you. The only thing that I would ask is that please allow me to go through the presentation, and at the end we'll do a Q&A. Okay? So hold your questions. All right. So what you'll find in this PowerPoint is that there's so many rules that are impacted, right? 23 rules are impacted by 6 rule changes. There's a bunch of slides here. They're going to cover the details and individual rules that are impacted. My intent today is not to cover every one of those. This PowerPoint presentation will be shareable to the Coaches Association and the Officials Association. And I would certainly encourage both to send this out to all of your members. Okay? So, just a couple things here real fast. You still have to have the starting points on the map, right? We're not changing anything there. And that's pretty much what this is. You can have big logos in the middle of the map. So, everybody's good with that. I'll briefly touch on this because I think this is important to the sport. If you've been around as long as I have, you remember that, you know, if you stepped outside of the 10-foot circle, there's a waiter that there's a good chance you were going to be called for stall. Over the years, it's softened a little bit. There's still an expectation that we want the wrestlers to wrestle aggressively in and around the center of the mat. Okay. See here, get through some of these things. I'll cover this one with the coaches. Coaches, every once in a while, you may not agree or disagree with the call that's being made on the mat. I know you find that hard to believe. But when that occurs, you're going to lightly and carefully walk yourself to the table, raise your hand, action, you know, histo from the official, and stop till they're getting more visible. This is just a reinforcement of we're going to ask the wrestlers to go and stand in the center of the mat. Okay, so coaches, we could use your help on this. I know you have a love for, hey, come on over here, let's talk. Just please, in the center of the mat. You can still talk, right? So. Okay, points of contact. I love it. It's going to make it easier for officials to understand what's going on, especially in your fall criteria. It's going to promote more action. It should promote more scoring. And it should promote a lot more patience by the officials to let this action burn. Okay? So, only one point of contact must be in bounds, inside or on the boundary line, in order for wrestling to continue. Points of contact include head, shoulder, elbow, hand, hip, knee, foot, fingers, and toes. Now, fingers and toes is not going to show up here. Okay, I've got a note down here. We covered this in the National Federation call about a week or so ago. And the Federation has approved fingers and toes, or finger and toe, as acceptable points of contact. One thing I'll note here as well, we've been accustomed to the term supporting points. Okay? Point of contact is now replacing supporting points. Okay? It's just nothing important, but that's the terminology that we should be using. One other thing that I'll cover briefly, because there's been a whole lot of confused traffic, as I call it, with social media rule changes, mostly from people just expressing their opinion, whether it's factual or not. There is no cylinder rule in high school wrestling. That you have to be in contact with the mat. Everybody understand that? Good? Okay, awesome. there's a bunch of slides here. This one, I'm not really gonna cover. I've got two situations in here that I thought would be beneficial for everybody. Because there's been a lot of questions on this too, and they're good questions. So, wrestler A has wrestler B in a near fall situation. Wrestler A has a point of contact on or inside the boundary line. Okay, so we've got a point of contact. We're down on the mat. We're good. Okay, wrestler B is completely out of bounds. The official is appropriately counting near fall points and or holding points. Action from the adjoining mat comes to the area where your near fall situation is. What's the appropriate? We talked about this as well in the last call. Safety is paramount. Safety will dictate everything. Okay. So, you may be fine. Next thing you know, you got a couple of 215-pounders bull rushing you, and you're going, oh crap. This is what you should. Do your best to stop that situation, get them out of there, try to keep everybody safe, including you. We'll work the points and do a restart. Okay? So that's kind of when the two mats are together, you got 1 point, one finger on the line, and you got tall wrestlers, and you're halfway to the, optional center circle on the other mat. I'm going to say this term. I realize it's a variable. Use some common sense and use your judgment. I would say use your best common sense and use your best judgment to keep everybody safe. Okay. Part two of this, same situation, but now think about it as you're getting close to the coach's corner, right? Coach has got that designated area in the corner. And you got wrestlers that are kind of hanging in there, going in there. The simplest way to think about this one is that once they enter that coach's area, go ahead and stop it for safety purposes, right? Because if they hit a coach, foot hits a coach, foot hits a chair, arm hits a chair, whatever it is, right? We're dead. Action's dead at that point. It's no different than, a kid's hand hitting the wood off the mat, or a foot, right? We're dead at that point. Again, be cautious around the scorer's table or the scoring towers, right? We hit any of that, action's dead. So try to do your best to allow wrestling to continue to its fullest. But when we get to these areas that I've just kind of talked about, please, please, please err on the side of caution. Does that make sense for everybody? Okay. There's a bunch of individual discussions about, well, isn't the skate changed? Is the reversal changed? Is the takedown changed? No. So you're going to see a bunch of rules that are impacted by this change through the rule book. And again, look for 1 point of contact in contact with the mat. If you have that, we're still in bounds. Okay. So here's you talk about escape. Near fall situation, same thing. So again, all this information is going to be shared with you guys. So I would encourage you to go through and read it just so you kind of get your mind right. And if you have questions, you talk to your local chapter. I'm certainly available. Coaches, I would encourage you to reach out both to me and the local chapter. I'm happy to visit with anybody about stuff like this. Near fall. So now we have 2, 3, and 4 point near fall opportunities, right? You get a 2 point near fall, you need 2 counts. 3 points, 3 counts. 4 points, 4 counts, right? Now, where this is going to get kind of funky, later on, we're going to talk about tech fall. And so I'm going to briefly kind of set the stage for near fall stuff. We have not changed the criteria for near fall, right? 45, both elbows, high bridge, all that stuff is still the same. Officials, this is where I'm going to really encourage you to look at how you do this. Chapters, I would encourage you to evaluate your officials on how consistently they are counting their fall. Officials, make sure that we have achieved defined near fall criteria before we start counting. Coaches, I know that as soon as there is a feedback situation, it's on the other side of the mat away from you, you're already on a 3 count. Sure, buddy. So you're tall, right?
Hey, man, I got 3. Damn, Chip, we just got over there.
You'll get quicker.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would say, yes. And he's not wrong. This is where I'm gonna ask for a little bit of joint assistance from the 2 parties. Hey, we go into a near fall situation. That's the paramount part of wrestling, right? The ultimate goal of a wrestling match is to get pinned, right? So everybody gets excited. I understand it. I love it. Great part of the sport. But we got to have a little bit of patience on this, suppose, right? So officials make sure they're in criteria before you start the count. Right? 67 degrees, at least the last time I checked, is not near ball criteria. 108 degrees is not near ball criteria. Now, occasionally we'll have an official or a coach say, but Dan, they were at 90. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Great for March.
Yeah, I was on a 4 count. For what? So, hey, it happens, right? So, it's gonna be really important. We're gonna talk about that in probably more detail with the tech ball situation, and you'll understand why. So near fall, again, you swipe 2, you get 2, swipe 3, you get 3, swipe 4, you get 4. Now, just to reiterate what this rule has been for a long time, defensive wrestler begins to bleed, or defensive wrestler has an injury. Okay. I'm holding 4. Queen says, Dan, I'm hurt. Well, Mike's hurt before he came on the mat, but it is what it is. Okay, I as the official have to stop the match. Now the offensive wrestler gets 5 points, right? So whatever you burned +1 in a defensive situation where you got injury or bleeding. Okay. It's not, if the offensive wrestler starts bleeding, that is not a bonus point situation. Okay. Let me see here. Scoring symbol changes, you got a couple new ones this year. Technical fall. Now this is where it's going to get a little fun. We have not changed the criteria of technical fall. We have not changed the criteria of near fall. What has changed is when and how a technical fall can be called. So, you look at the very bottom line when it says, when the criteria is no longer met, right? The match will end in a technical fall. This is a pretty radical change for everybody, and I'm going to explain. So, I'm the official. I'm holding 3-point near fall. We're still in criteria. Well, let's just make these. I'm holding a 4-point near fall, right? Because you can't stroke anymore to get any more bonus points. Defensive wrestler is still in criteria. When that situation ends, we've got a technical ball situation. Unless this is your first year of officiating and coaching, you kind of remember what happened, right? You had to let that situation end before you would award the points and award the technical fall. Aha, here's the change. As soon as that defensive wrestler comes out of near fall criteria, I'll give you an example. They were inside 45. You're holding 4 points. They come out well outside 45. That's when we stop the match. That match is ended right there. That make sense to everybody? It's going to make you think a little bit. And you're going to have some behavioral changes because you've been on the mat for a little while and you're going, oh, I'm just waiting for that situation to end. And everyone's going, hey, Dan, we're done. Crap, okay, right. So it's going to happen, but again, once criteria is no longer met, that match is done. Okay? It's supposed to make it a little bit easier for everybody. I mean, there was a lot of questions, and there has been for years, well, when do I put the points, right? What happens if they got a pinning combination, they go to a new one, whatever, right? A lot of things. This should make it a little bit simpler for everybody. At least that's the intent and hope of the Federation. So once that technical fall has been awarded and earned, that offensive wrestler cannot lose.
unless they do something, that would warrant a flagrant stop, right? But that's post-match. The signal chart, with the zebras in the room and on call, you got a new signal. You're just gonna take your hands, tap your chest, or just hold them like this, reference down on. That's in the book, it's signal number 29. So, take it. I like this rule change, and for those of you that watch college wrestling, appreciate college wrestling, both, you know, we went to this last year. I love it because it promotes additional scoring, right? You want to reward aggressive behavior. And there's a lot of takedowns in wrestling. A lot of kids that will focus on nothing more than takedowns, and they're really good at it. And they can rack up points in a heartbeat, 3-point takedowns. So, the one thing that I will share with you all is that the Federation initially said that there was going to be a signal, and I can't really do it, otherwise it would look like I just came out of you know, whatever this thing is, I don't know what that is, right? Put your thumb and pinky together and try to put 3 fingers up and not look like you're, you know, got arthritis. Okay, whatever. I was talking to AJ after the Federation called me AJ. I said, we rarely ever deviate from the Federation rules, and that's by design, by choice. But I said, I do have one request this year. And he goes, really? I said, yeah. I said, are you sitting down? Because that's a radical one. No, I'm pain. And I said, hey, I can't do this thing. Can we do this? And I told him, he goes, oh yeah. He goes, so we're good. So officials, the OK 3, you can do it. You're welcome. So you can use the other one too, right? I think for most everybody in this room, the preferred is the OK. So for those of you that are nimble enough, flexible enough to do this, whatever that other one is, God bless. Okay. Again, there's some more slides that kind of talk about the impact of the rule through the rule book. I'm not going to cover it. Just remember, takedown is now 3 points. Officials, you will go through this change of behavior where you get a takedown and you're verbally going to say 2 and you're going to hold 2, and then somebody will say, hey, Dan, it's 3 now. And you're going to go, oh, you're right. And so you're going to make that change. It's going to happen. It happened to us. It happened with Jaron. Right, Jaron? Yeah. First couple of weeks of the season are going to be fun. You're going to be going, oh, crap. That's. So, again, this is more the administrative side of the rule change. So, there's your 6 rule changes. Some good rule changes, I think. I think it's going to open up the sport a little bit. I think it's going to be a lot easier for officials to make line calls. I would encourage you as officials to get your patients when you're on the line. Okay? Let those athletes get out of bounds before you stop that match. Outside the same situation, right? There's some great wrestling that occurs on the edge of that. I mean, phenomenal wrestling. Big time scoring. Let that happen. It's great for the sport, it's great for the kids. Coaches will love you, as long as their kids not getting beat. So, points of emphasis. You know, dangerous maneuvers for bolds. There's one in here. Let me see if I can do this right now. Yeah, Bill Nelson Cradle. Show of hands. Who legitimately understands and knows what a Nelson Cradle is in this room? Yeah, that's about what I thought. It's about 5%, maybe 5%. Yeah. Well, this will happen, right? I'm not going to cover it today. I'm just using this as a kind of an emphasis, reinforcement. The Nelson Cradle, you will look at it and you're going, that doesn't look right. And it's not. But to do yourself a good favor, chaplains go through this a little bit. There actually is some pretty good information on what a Nelson Cradle is out there on the web. If you've got questions, you know, give me a call. I'm happy to look at whatever content you want to present. Make sure it's the right content. That's kind of half the battle. But you know, anything that's going to intentionally injure limbs, joints, fingers, anything like officials, again, err on safety, right? I'm not saying, you know, be super hard and super straight. I mean, things are going to move around in the rest of the match. It's going to happen. So that's one of the POEs for the year.
Stalling, this is probably gonna be POE until I'm dead. Call it. Know what stalling is from every position, whether it's neutral, whether it's out of bounds, whether it's mat wrestling, whatever it is. Know what it is, and more importantly, if you're an official, do not be afraid to call it. You know what? When you walk into a gym to officiate, your best odds are 50-50 with the coaches and fans. And it doesn't get better from there. Right? So if you're worried about what people are going to say or think, go officiate basketball or something, right? It's not about you. It's not about your feelings. It's about, we've got a job to do. Do it to your best ability, right? Coaches aren't going to agree with every call you make. Guess what? We don't ask them to. Right? We don't agree with what their kids do on the mat all the time either. They don't ask us, right? So it's fine. Do not be afraid to call stall. We've gotten better over the years. There's always work to be done. But this is a big QOE, not for Texas, but for the entire country. Okay? Stalemate, know what stalemate is, right? In high school, it's pretty simple. Wrestlers cannot approve, right? Or, I'm sorry, can't approve their situation. Use a stalemate. It's a great call when it's there. You got two kids landing ready, can't do anything, great, stalemated, let's restart. Referees' duties, at least the officials, you heard Ray and AJ kind of talk about this, I'm sure. This was probably touched on a little bit in coaches meeting too. Referees, whether you're doing wings or not, when you get there, do your skill checks, ask about special equipment, all those fun things, right? Try to take care of that stuff before we start the match, right? The last thing we want to do is have some athlete come on the mat and they've got some equipment that is like, yeah, that doesn't work. Now we're in an injury timeout situation and we got a minute and a half to play with. That kid or that athlete may or may not be able to rectify the situation. We may or may not have a default situation, right? Do some preventative stuff. Keep yourselves out of that situation. Keep the wrestlers out of that situation. Coaches, we need your help on this too. Hey, if you know you've got a kid that, has a big old knee brace or elbow brace or something like that, that official comes in, just say, hey, my 150 pounders got this. Can you take a look at it? Yeah, no problem. Right. So just a little bit on the preventative side. Make sure you look at the mat area. Make sure we've got space, appropriate space. We've got lines. We got ankle maintenance. We got a score clock. We got people who know how to do it. All this stuff. All right, coaches. I put a special slide in here for you guys. Trying to kind of over communicate a little bit on some things prior to the season. The first one. We've seen more and more of this activity over the years, and it's fine. It's great. We have some athletes that have certain religious issues or items that they have to adhere to. And we want to accommodate them as much as we can at the UIL level. And I think we do a really good job of that. So there's a couple things. AJ and I talked about this, and I just want to make sure that coaches, we cover this briefly. If you have a situation where, I'll use an example because we see this one quite a bit. You have a female athlete who is of Muslim faith, and they cannot wear, they have to cover certain parts of the body, primarily the head, right? So they wear what's called hijab. There are actually hijabs out there that are made for sporting events, and we're fine with it. But that is a great example of a religious exemption situation that we will see every year. So if you have that, you have an athlete in your room, and they have an accommodation that we need to look at, here's what you do. We need to submit it in writing to the UIL before the athlete begins competition. Okay? I'm not saying, they can't go in the wrestling room and work out. They can do that all day long. But when it's a competition, and it does not matter if it's freshman, JV, or varsity, but if it is a competition, you have to have UIL written approval prior to that athlete being able to compete with that religious exemption request. Okay? So you're going to send an email to AJ. You can copy me on it.
AJ has asked that there is a medical accommodations form that can be found on the UIL website. Please include that. Please also include a brief description of the walls, right? Hey, you know, we have a Muslim female wrestlers, she wrestles at whatever weight class, blah, blah, blah. And then if you can, take a picture of the proposed equipment by itself and then with the athlete wearing. That makes our job super easy. Usually within 5 minutes, we can approve those and get it back out to you. You'll have it in writing from us. Coaches, print that off, take that with you every time you go and compete somewhere, right? And when you get to that event, you'll find the head official and say, Dan, here's my religious exemption letter for this. Okay, great. That's all you gotta do. Okay. Just a friendly reminder, we only have one acceptable authorized skin check, right? Or skin release form, I should say. It's on the Federation, I'm sorry, it's on the UIL website. There's a hyperlink for you. Coach's Corner. Some days I feel like we did a little bit better with this. Some events I'm going, wow, okay, guess what? Coaches, big request, manage your corners. Right? 2 coaches, 1 other member, right? Videoer, trainer, whatever. Total of 3. Doesn't mean you got your scorekeeper, you got a video reporter, the video reporter's assistant, your assistant to the score, 14 kids.
Where'd you
You know, so, help us with that, please. Not everybody needs to be in the corner with you. Imminent scoring, no substantive changes with this at all, but make sure you understand what imminent scoring is, right? If you got a takedown and the takedown is imminent, the defending wrestler is injured, great. Award the 3 for the takedown, go to injury time, right? But understand that, you know, me locking up at a collar tie is not an imminent scoring situation, right? So, default forfeit, medical forfeit. I'm not really going to cover this very much because this came in last year, but make sure you understand this, especially if you're a tournament director like Jose. I mean, Jose, you do most of the stuff around, right? So it's really important for you guys to understand this. Coaches, you should also understand it because it can impact whether your wrestler gets to continue, gets to place, gets to get a medal or not. So there's a bunch of stuff in here about Federation and the resources on their website. I'm not going to cover any of this. This is available to you, but they do have a lot of wonderful training guides, resources. You can watch, you know, pick an athletic contest somewhere around the country, and they've been expanding this over the years. So I'm going to flip through this stuff here real fast. Okay, so that is the end of my rules presentation. I'm sure that there are a few questions out there that we can handle. We're pretty decent on time. So Jerry, let's start with you. You got anything from the online folks?
No, I don't.
Okay, great. Coaches, officials, what questions can I handle? Yes, ma'am.
Have we updated track wrestling when the rules changes yet?
Yes, yes, we have. What was the question?
The question was, has track wrestling been updated with scoring changes? The answer from Mr. Delgado is that yes, it has been. It's a good question. Yes, sir.
Is the, you know, the 1 point of contact inbound, so one guy's off the mat, you got 1 foot in contact with the mat, so you're there. Is it instantaneous or is there reaction time? And the guy just lifts his foot and moves it 6 inches to reset, out of bounds? Or is that just an instantaneous, it's not beyond reaction time?
That's a great question. The information I've been privy to up to this point, and we'll probably get some clarification on this one going out through the season. But to use your example, you got that foot, right? That's the only thing that we have in bounds, and it's in contact, right? So we're good at that point. Once that foot comes off the mat, we stop action. Yeah. The Federation has not said anything about, oh, we're going to allow reaction time. Yeah. Now there is one situation that's been around for a long time,
it's a takedown situation where the knees hit out of bounds first, and they pop up and feet finish. That's a really good situation that we have not heard specifically what we're doing with that one yet. So I've got a little bit of work to do with the Federation, figure out what we're gonna do there. I'll come back to everybody now. But yeah, good question. Yes, Dave.
I thought of the picture in the middle of that.
Right, same.
Yeah.
It says it's no longer.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
It might be.
So
Yeah.
when He's hit out, we're out.
Yeah.
We don't have that reaction time.
Yeah. So I mean, I've heard conversations on both sides of the argument. I'm like, okay, I'm not prepared to say yes or no, because I want to make sure that we get some clarity from the national level on that. So, what other questions? Hold on. Come to you next. Yes.
Just do want to clarify that bonus point is only given in near fall criteria, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, only when the defensive wrestler is injured or bleeds. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
For the religious exemption, so we actually for student versus hijab, she also wears like a compression long sleeve and leggings. Do we need a photo of all three pieces or just?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. Yes. Treat each one as a separate exemption. We'll look at it all together. But yeah.
From the chat, Dan.
Yeah.
We've got, people are asking, is a reversal still 2 points?
Smart said no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was changes. And that was fine. Yeah, but skate was still one. Yeah, skate was one. And if you have any other questions, you can chat a little.
We were asked about the DOE or wrestler B, not wrestler, wrestling. Where's the slide apparently on it? Was asking if you could go back to that and review it quick.
Hang on.
Wrestler B out of bounds, please show that slide again.
Yeah, it's this one here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's play big B that they're asking about? Or A?
DOE or wrestler B, not wrestling aggressively, wrestler A, pulling wrestler B out of bounds.
Okay. So that's gonna be play pick B, right? So this one here. What's the question?
It's just saying show that slide again, so I don't really see a question.
Okay, well, we check that box.
Yeah, we check our box.
All right, so let me try to cover this in case there's other questions related to this. So in play pick B, again, this one here, you're in a control situation, wrestler standing, rear standing control, and they pull the action out of bounds. Okay, that's a stall call on the offensive wrestler. They're forcing them out of bounds situation. Jared, we think you covered it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just read over the questions.
I'm here for a while. So question. Yes, sir.
Hey, Dan, so I just want to clarify, like, even though, like, at one point of contact is, just the pinky toe or whatever, officials are still encouraging the wrestlers when they get to that position, when they get in B scenario, hey, wrestle center, work center, we're still encouraging them.
Oh, yeah.
Go to the center, just as being part of
So, yeah, work center. I mean, it's a good statement that you brought up, and here's what I would share with you. Because remember, I've got two hats, right? I'm the rules guy for the state, but I'm also an official. And so, if you get a chance, watch college wrestling, but more importantly, listen to what the officials are saying, right? We're talking an awful lot. We're not coaching. Big difference, right? Like, I'm not going to say, hey, Red, move 6 feet to your left. Can't do that. Shouldn't be, right? But like Gabe just mentioned, we get around the out of bounds line, work center, right? Stay on, work center, things like that. They're very general commands, but what you're doing as an official is you're setting expectations, right? You're saying, hey, I'm nowhere near the out of bounds. Got that, but we still got to wrestle aggressively with the preference of staying in bounds, right? If they choose not to stay in bounds, you are more than likely going to have a stalled situation for one of those two wrestlers. So you set the expectations, hey, I see you there. Good, keep wrestling. work center, stay in bounds. Oh, hey, this kid decided to walk off the mat. Boom, stalling green. Without the restaurant.
So if they're down the mat and either wrestlers are looking for, is this instance saying that we're looking to the defensive wrestler first?
No, and Brent, I'm not a big fan of that. Like, right? Because stalling, there's a story to it, right? How did you get there? What are you doing once you get there, right? So I think it's almost impossible, if not immensely challenging, for an official to look at, a still picture and say, oh, I've got stalling right now. I'm stalling. Okay, what the heck were they doing before you got there? Right? So, I mean, if neither wrestler's doing anything, I guess you could call both for stalling. I don't know what the likelihood that's going to be. It could happen. But yeah, I mean, this one here, if there's legitimate wrestling going on and they go out of bounds, it's more of an action call. We'll refer to that. If you have the bottom wrestler that is literally dragging the action off out of bounds, now you probably have assault. Does that kind of help answer your question on that?
But on B it does, but no, I mean on A, I think, yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that type of play, right? The Federation doesn't call me and say, hey, Dan, we use this one.
Him putting his hand down so he has to unlock his hands, is that what they're talking about there?
No, I mean, they're talking about aggressively wrestling.
Falling out of bounds for people.
Yeah. Yeah, this is more of a stall type situation. A couple of things, yes.
So speaking of stalling, this one, whistleblowers, it's got all this stuff, that's what you sit on the ankle.
Hang on, hey, yes, I guess we can go. Yes, sir.
When the whistleblowers and the top wrestlers clearly sitting on the ankle, then it's game, can you hit them stalling on that?
Can, yes. Should, probably. I mean, what else are they doing?
Well, they're not. I mean, they're wrestling.
Are they wrestling or are they just sitting? So here's the thing, again, I would encourage you, the rule book actually does a pretty good job of defining stalling type situations, and tactics, right? Make sure you know them, but more importantly, make sure you're comfortable and understand, right? Hey, if in your situation, I'm the top wrestler, I'm sagged back, I'm sitting on that, inside ankle, and I'm not doing anything else. I mean, it's hard to justify that that's what a blow wrestling, right? Or at least aggressive wrestling. Now, what you can do there if you're an official, and this is just a suggestion, is, hey, both wrestlers work to improve. Right? You hit them with that once, maybe twice. Top wrestler hadn't changed anything, stop the match, boom, stalling top. Right? I mean, you can do that. Yeah. Just be consistent. Here's the thing, coaches, I'll speak for you. Tell me if I'm wrong. You call stalling, right? You give 2 examples. Really good at recognizing it and calling stalling, right? Conversely, not good at understanding or recognizing stalling, but calling it or not calling. Coaches, generally speaking, are okay as long as you're consistent all the way through. You can be consistently good, you can be consistently terrible. But as long as you're consistent, they know it's which. Coaches, is that a fair assessment? All right. What other question? Yeah, was it?
Then on the, with the change of the out of bounds rule, and if I'm running a tournament set up right, just consider that the chairs in the corner are not required to be on the mat. They can be on the floor, and that's the restricted place, right? And I would encourage tournaments, if you have the floor space, to put them on the floor, because now you're increasing your wrestling inbound space. But there's no requirement that you are entitled to be on the mat at the point.
Yeah, no, I mean, Jose, that is words from the gospel right there. I mean, coaches, you're gonna figure this out through the course of this coming season. Officials, you're gonna figure it out too. Space is gonna be a premium, right? You get a couple of tall wrestlers going at it, you get a finger or toe on the out of bounds line, 14 feet outside of bounds or outside of the line, you're still wrestling. So it's gonna get cramped. So I mean, if you can if there's the ability and the opportunity to expand that wrestling space and move the coach's chair, the team bench back a little bit, see if you can do it, right? I'm not here to tell you how. It's certainly recommended if you, so, yeah, there's no question. Sure you have.
How does an official discern if top wrestler is pushing out of bounds or the guy is trying to circle back in?
This is a trap question.
No,
it's
not.
He started out with discern.
Yeah, I knew I was in trouble when I heard discern. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, you're not teaching PE. No offense to PE.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't hear it.
How does an official discern whether a top wrestler is pushing the person out of bounds or if the bottom person is running out?
Look at the toes.
That's what I was thinking, heels and toes. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at heels and, well, actually look at the feet of both wrestlers, right? So if I'm the defensive wrestler, and I'm assuming we're in a standing position, standing control situation, right? So if I'm the defensive wrestler and I've got my heels dug in, I'm trying to stay, right? If I'm on my front of my toes, it's kind of hard for me to try to stay, right? So that's one thing you can look at. The other thing is, look at what the offensive wrestler is doing or how their body is positioned. If the arms are extended, that's a push type situation, right? So, I mean, if they're locked in somewhere around the gut, tight, okay. I mean, that's a hard question. It's a great question. It's a hard one to answer with absolute, identity because there's too many variables, right? You get a couple really good athletes scrapping, man, good luck. If it happens once, maybe we're okay. If we have a pattern of that, now we've got to start, right?
So what's a good way to approach the referee?
From a coaching standpoint?
Money.
You know what? I was about 45 minutes into that. I'm getting sitting down.
Is that with or without a misconduct?
Yeah, that's a great question too.
It's just great from your seat.
Yeah. Feel like I'm getting thrown into the deep end here without my facilities. Yeah, I can't. It's not for me to tell a coach what they should or shouldn't. Right. The only thing I can do is suggest. And how I would try to answer your question is that I would be very thoughtful with how you ask your question to the official, right? Because you go up there and whether it's overtly or subtly, I didn't say intent, questioning their judgment, hey, you're on your own, right? You may walk away with misconduct, you may not, but be prepared. So I think, that's gonna be part of your individual coaching style is how are you going to politely and professionally ask a valid question? Yeah. And that's probably the best way I can answer it. But if that question is anywhere near questioning, I'm not saying you can't ask that question, but I'm going to say be prepared for repercussions of asking that question because the official certainly have it in their back pocket to hit you with a coach misconduct. Right. Yeah. So that fair way to answer it? Perfect. Yes, sir.
Trust and judgment.
Oh, God.
Trust the official's judgment.
Okay, who's got the next question? Yes, sir.
In light of the rule change on an air call situation, we're very inconsistent on our count games. And I'm told I count too fast, but Brian Jones told me a long time ago to time yourself with a stopwatch. And I did, and I got that down really good, but I'm told by a lot of coaches I count too fast, and I can fall asleep with the way they count. And now with the scoring the way it is, we need to have some consistency there.
Yeah, absolutely, that's consistency. And you're not.
Is it a 1 second? It should be, if we time ourselves, should it be a 1 second count?
What's the
for each one? Yeah, so we need to be timing ourselves, practicing when we stop them.
Yeah, and the advice that Brian gave you is absolutely spot on, right? Officials, we get excited. And, it may seem like you're there for an eternity and we're only talking 2 or 3 seconds, but you got 5. It's kind of hard to get a 4 count in 2 seconds, wouldn't you agree? So, yeah, officials, get in front of a mirror, get a stopwatch where you can see it, work on your stroke cadence, right? Because this year is going to be more paramount that we are really consistent with that in years past. So, thank you for bringing that up. Somebody else, yes, yeah.
Fees.
Big fee.
Can you describe at what point that would become a technical violation for fleeing the map?
Yeah, it's a good one. Fleeing is more about avoiding scoring, right? Okay. So when you get around the out of bounds lines, I think that mentally you as the officials have to ask yourself, are they trying to avoid scoring, being scored upon, right? Or is it they forced them out of bounds situation, right? Because that one picture, it could be anyone. Fair? All right, what else? Who else got questions? I got a couple more minutes, in case you guys got anything else. No more discernment questions. No more trusting, it's either.
Hey, Dan, I got one
Yes, sir.
on near fall.
Yeah.
To kind of piggyback on his count. So what I do, what I try to teach is, you're down in near fall, 1001, 1002, breaks out of criteria. Holding my hand, they go back into criteria. I usually go with my other hand, 1001, 1002, 1003, breaks out of criteria, I'm holding. What that avoids is when I get taken to the table, hey, I saw you swipe 5 times.
Yeah.
With the same hand or whatever.
Yeah.
But that kind of lets coaches know on my end, hey, I got a 2 count, we broke criteria. I'm no longer in that same situation.
Yeah.
Now we go with the other hand, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Stop at 3 right there. This way I'm able, when I get taken to the table, coach, I had originally a 2 count. They broke criteria. That's why I started counting on a different. And is that advisable or should I, is that a?
So
That's used?
first of all, great situation. And we do see that, right? I mean, you see it all the time. Damn, so you counted 16 and I got 2 near fall. How's that work? Oh, man, we're in and out of different situations, right? So if you're an official, it's really important to verbalize, right? Not necessarily for the people in the stands to hear it, but for sure the wrestlers and hopefully the coaches, right? That's an added bonus, right? But verbalize your counts. 1, 2, hey, we're out. Okay, now I'm holding 2, right? So little different mechanic here. So now I'm dropping down and holding 2, right? I'm holding it to my side. Okay. Coaches probably see that. If nothing else, I remember, hey, I'm holding 2. If we go back into a situation, right? I mean, you're holding 2 with 1, you got to count the other, right? So, and we're still in the same near fall situation, right? So we're not getting 2 and then another 2 and then another 4, right? I mean, I'm not talking about that. But you go from hey, I'm holding 2 to hey, they improved. We came out, we went back in, same kind of combination, right? Now I'm holding 4. That's it. Just hold it out to the side. Right down here. Don't go up here because now we're starting to confuse people. So I'm gonna go to the score table and say, hey, we didn't score 18 near fall.
Make it easy for us to discern.
Yes. Okay, hold on. I don't have many rules in life, but no more discernment today. But yes, you are correct. Yeah, good question. Anything else? I got a few more minutes. It's your time. I'm here. Yes, sir.
What's allowable for a race?
God, you guys are killing me with these questions. It's a good one. You have to look at the material that you have. The safety of what you have there. Anything that is hard or rigid needs to be covered. Usually neoprene type of covering is sufficient. You know, I mean, I think there's a lot of different products on the market. Generally speaking, most of them are acceptable at the federation level and the UIL. You know, where you start to get into a little bit of question is the knee sleeve or the shooting sleeve. You know, that doesn't have a pad in it. That's good, right? We don't have shooting sleeves for wrestling unless you have a pad that has been manufactured into that troop. So again, look at the material, look at the mobility, right? Anytime you wear special equipment, you're not allowed to prohibit, you know, mobility of that joint, right? And then if you've got anything that's hard or rigid, it has to be covered.
Check between matches. I mean, if it rips during the match, then it's just a quick malfunction. But if you let it start the match, it's ripped, and you get that metal bar start, showing the side.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what I talked about early in the presentation. You know, you show up on site, go to the head coach of each team. Hey, you got anything I need to look at? Equipment, religious exemptions, whatever, right? Get that taken care of before you get on the mat. Because once you get on the mat, now we're in one of two situations. Yes, sir.
Good question, also I'm going to wear it, so they should be weighing themselves in that, but it's well, right?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not gonna weigh with the knee brace, bro. Oh, presents it, yeah, show it, not put it up, yeah, sorry. All right, anything else? Awesome. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I hope this information was helpful. My contact information is on the very last slide of the presentation. Again, this presentation will be made available to those across the state. I'll do that. But thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Hey guys, thanks. A big opportunity for us, obviously, this morning to hear from the UIL. Touch on the website, show you the 1204, all that's on the website, so you'll be able to see it. That's why we didn't beat it up too much. And again, appreciate the support from AJ and Ray on the UIL side. It's just really, something I appreciate. Maybe Fred can touch on this as well. Fred's out of Colorado, and I'll introduce him in just a second. But if you've officiated in another state, or even if you've wrestled or coached in another state, the relationship that we have. The officials have in Texas with the UIL, the governing body of the UIL, and also the Coaches Association. And I know Crider's here, Randall's here, Steve's here on our side now to be able to brag about and be thankful for the relationship we have with both the coaches and the UIL. Is something that's very unique to Texas, and I brag about it all over the country. And it's something we want to really hold dear to our heart, because I believe that's what's helping advance Texas wrestling and officiating we have here in the state. So a big opportunity for us to get our thing is to get the call right. We want to do everything we can this year as part of our mantra to get the call right. And a part of that is to have some presentations today that support that theme as we go along. So you're not going to get today, hey, we're not going to go to the mat and look at the edge and talk about what's in or what's out, right? You're going to get all that from your training meetings, and that's pretty cut and dry, especially with the rule change this year. But we are going to concentrate on several supporting presentations on getting the call right and getting some tools, hopefully, that you can put in your tool belt for officiating and be able to use to help us slow down a bit, pause, take action, how to prepare correctly, how to get the right mindset. You know, that's where we're going with it today. And our first speaker is kind of our keynote on this. And Fred Harrison is a Division I official here. You see his credentials online, but started officiating high school wrestling and eventually moved up to collegiate wrestling in 2003. A 21-year college official at the NCAA level. It's impressive when you look at some of these numbers. 9 Division I national championships he's called, and that's current. That's not in the late 70s or early 80s, and no offense to anybody who's called during those times. But these are current numbers. 3 finals matches, and if you're an official in a big-time tournament, you know what it is to get a final. It's called 3 finals in a Division I championship is something that needs to be heralded there. JUCO National, this is where Fred and I got to call it together, and so I'm really proud of that. Fred called the JUCO Nationals, and I got to work alongside him during that. ACC Championships, Fred's an ACC official, Cliff Keen Invitational, and on 12 of those, and the Colorado chapter of the Hall of Fame as a lifetime service member 5 years ago, 2019. So
Fred is the epitome of the temperament, the self-control, the egoless type of official that we're looking for across the state. And again, you'll see that as part of the theme today, and he's going to kick us off with this. And so I want to introduce you to Fred Margerison and let him take over. I don't know if we've got a video, but I think we'll just go through his slides and you see his picture. Just remember what his picture looks like, and you'll be good. Fred, it's your show.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Rex. Guys, I want to take a second just to just say thank you to Rex and the committee there for asking me to present today to you guys. Really humbling. Just for me to be able to share my background coming up through the sport of wrestling. The sport of wrestling has really saved my life. I was not a very good wrestler, but it was always something that I felt like the sport helped me grow as a young man and into a family man. The lessons that I learned about the sport of wrestling has really applied to my work life and my family life. And I'm just grateful to be able to share with you guys a little bit about, my experience with the sport of wrestling. So I'm just going to talk about several things that kind of how I navigated becoming a wrestling official, and just some stories that along the way helped me get better as an official. So the first topic that I want to speak on is being ready for the season. I don't know who's navigating the slides there, but yep, we can go to the next slide. That's not it. That's
Go down. That's not you?
Nah, it's not me. One more. Yeah. There we go. Okay, guys. So I've got a few. I got a few things that just want to start with. The first topic I want to talk about is just being ready for the season. I think it's super important that as an official that you need to be in as good of fitness as you can be. If you've ever been on the mat and you've heard coaches oops, sorry guys, is something going on?
You're good, dude.
Okay, yep. I there we go. If you've ever been on the mat and you've heard coaches holler and yell at you, get into position, or you miss that, that ought to be a trigger in your brain that says, man, I'm not hustling. And two reasons why you're not hustling: either you're out of shape, or you're tired, or you're mentally not there. And I think it's important for the kids on the mat that you do everything you can to not miss anything that they're doing. You're gonna, but you know what? Being in shape is something that everybody can do. And I'm just going to share with you my first national tournament back in 2014. My coordinator said, "Hey, Fred, you've earned it. You've worked hard the last couple of years, but you really don't look like you're in as good a shape as you can be." And so, guys, I'm just going to share with you. You saw my picture earlier. It was about 214 pounds. I'm now like 173 pounds, but it really is a wake-up call when you see yourself on the mat wrestling. You're looking at probably the finest athletes in sports, because of their body weight and what they're cutting to and trying to get to, right? You're standing next to some pretty fit athletes. So I think it's really important. You don't have to look like a wrestler anymore. A lot of you guys wrestled when you were growing up. You don't have to look like that, but hustling for the kids is probably the number one thing you can do, because coaches know that you're working hard to make sure that you try and get it right. And that's what the title of this conference is getting the call right. So I think that's a pretty important piece heading into your guys' wrestling season. Okay. And this is just the Fred Margerison approach. This is not something that everyone needs to take, but I look at how much exercise am I getting in a week. And so when I look at duels, I'm working, anywhere between 1 and 2 hours a duel. And when you get to a tournament, you're somewhere on your feet, 8 to 12 hours, depending on, who's taking advantage of you on those weekends. And so, I try to work out at least, 10 hours a week, right? And it's not all cardio, a lot of it is, calisthenics and a little bit of lifting, but I do spend probably half of my time working on cardio because you're on your feet. And so I just ask that you guys, if you see the question there, does your workout regimen equal the amount of time you're going to put on the mat in any one week, right? And if not, I would encourage you guys to at least try and get close to it. One, when you're working out, for me, I think about wrestling when I'm working out. I'm watching wrestling. I'm thinking about situations that I need to be in. I'm thinking about, how can I make sure that, I don't blow it for a kid, all those things. And it helps clear your mind, helps get work off of your mind, and it helps you get into shape, which was my first point. Right. And then the last thing, guys, coming up as a young official, and being around veteran officials, this was the biggest thing for me as far as getting into shape was curbing your nightlife and your behaviors prior to events. I'm not saying that I don't mind going out and having a cocktail with the guys or something like that, but if you walk into a gym smelling like booze from the night before, you're out till 1 or 2 in the morning because you're partying with the guys because you haven't seen them in 2 or 3 weeks, or it's the first time you've got to work with this group of people. I don't think that you're giving the athletes on the mat your very best, right? And a lot of times you'll get that wrong. And the reason why I share this is that, my younger brother was in the special forces. And so some of that stuff he shared with me about, even just 1 or 2 drinks, what that would do to your brain as far as your reaction time and how much training you throw down the tubes by consuming alcohol or whatever type of, recreational thing people are doing. So to me, when I felt like, hey, I need to make sure that I treat this like a profession, like this is my job, right? Consider what you're doing the night before you head into a tournament, high school tournament. I worked a lot of tournaments where guys walked into the locker room and they smelled like booze, and it just makes for a bad, a bad tournament. It makes for a bad vibe with the group you're with. It makes you frustrated because some of those officials are people that you look up to, or they're the ones that are getting the big matches, or they're getting to the states, or they're getting a final. And it's not very professional for our sport. It's not professional for officiating, and it's not professional for the kids. So, that's that's kind of my 2 cents on, being in shape and getting ready for the season. Okay. Second topic I want to talk about is developing your style. When I was a young official, all the people that I looked up to, I watched their mechanics. And I was kind of like the young, it was more of like a class clown, but not really. We met once every 2 weeks in our organization. And I used to mimic everybody. I used to pick up everyone's little intricacies. And my wife still tells me about mine, that she sees when I'm officiating. You always do this, or you always do that. And so that's what I did when I was young. I was trying to develop a style. I thought, hey, I like this official. I like how this official moves. And I used to try to mimic it. And then as I was being evaluated, one of my mentors said, why do you do this? And I'm like, well, I watched somebody else do it. And then they pointed me to, hey, what mechanic in the book is that? And that's when I really started reflecting on, what am I doing? Are my signals clear? Does everybody know what I'm doing, or am I making stuff up? And so I started looking at that, started studying the mechanics, and then I started incorporating things like this is an actual mechanic that's shown in the book. This fits my style. And then I start mimicking them. And my wife teases me before I even get out on the mat. I'm already started to do it. I walk around and practice my mechanics in the mirror, from neutral position to setting wrestlers top and bottom, to blowing wrestlers out of bounds, going through sequences of awarding points, blowing out of bounds, making a back out call, then a stalling call. What hand am I using when I stop wrestlers? What hand am I using when I start wrestlers? I'm doing this consistently. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I've probably worn out the rug in front of our hallway mirror because I can see myself doing it. And so, I spend time. I spend time working on my mechanics, and I think if you watch people at the NCAs, a lot of us have very similar mechanics because we're all using, mechanics that are in the book. And that's the biggest complaint, right? You hear coaches go, you guys aren't consistent. Nobody is consistent. And so I think that's one way that we can get consistent is making sure that we're all using similar mechanics to one another. Okay. The next thing that I do, and I mentioned it earlier, as far as when I get into when I start working on getting in shape for the season, I study a lot of video. I study a lot of video in season and out of season. When I'm running in the wintertime, I try to watch. I watch duels while I'm on the treadmill and I'm on spinning bike. But I try to watch as much folk style wrestling as I can. Other styles of wrestling are okay to watch, but it doesn't necessarily pertain to what we're doing. All right. And so now that rules are pretty close, there's still a few differences. We don't have drop down calls in high school wrestling or anything like that. But now that the rules are pretty close, I would watch any style, folk style wrestling, high school wrestling, college wrestling. Most of it's pretty much the same. And the style that you should be watching is yourself. You can learn a ton. I had an official, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit as far as mentoring. He said, "Hey, would you mind giving me some feedback? And I said, "Sure, I'll record it. We'll watch it together." And I said, "Hey, you had a locked hands, and then you let wrestling continue when it should have just been a stoppage." And he argued, "No, you didn't." And then, no, I didn't do that. And then we sat back and watched it. And he goes, "I guess I do." You can learn a lot about yourself from just watching yourself. So try to watch as much as you can. That goes back to helping you with your style, because you're going to say, "Yep, I feel like I can do that." Or you'll look at something and go, "Man, why is that guy doing that?" So study and watch as much of it as you can. All right. I belong to a couple different groups. I as far as like chat groups, mostly through text messaging. We create some groups in our local chapter, and I have one that I'm part of as a national chapter. And we just send video clips of one another, tough situations. Hey, what do you have here? With no bias whatsoever. We just say, "Hey, I had this tough call. What do you guys have?" And in the groups that I'm with, I'm in a group of about 12 collegiately, and I'm in a group of about, 6 or 7 here locally with the high school group. And we just send clips of one another. And so we've always had, you make the call, you hear these little scenarios, or you may see a video clip of it or not, but we create our own because we see so many things throughout the year that never come up, or you get into your local organization meetings and you say, "Well, I had this, how would you call it?" But if you don't see it, it's pretty tough to recreate that situation. So if you've got someone filming it, the schools that you're going to are filming it, ask a coach prior to, "Hey coach, I'd like to have a copy of this film. I just want to get better. If you could share that with me, I'd love to have it, just so that I can reflect on what I'm doing on the mat so that I can get better in the future." And I think they'll be more than willing to share that with you. And then for me, guys, the one thing that I do, at least officiating college wrestling, most everything that's on TV can be viewed right away. So when I'm done calling a duel, I get back to the hotel room and it's already up, ready for, ready to view. So I watch myself because I know there are some tough situations, and I ask like, man, did I call that right, or did I miss the boat on it? And I go back and look at it. Sometimes I miss the boat. Sometimes I call it. I'll have people in my group, other officials that were off that night that are watching it, will also call and say, "What were you thinking here?" So, guys, it only helps you get better, right? And at the end, we want to make it right for the kids. So, don't be offended when someone reaches out and say, "Why did you call it this way?" Right? It's always great for discussion, and as long if you can put your ego away and not get your feelings hurt when people go, man, I don't have that. I wouldn't have called it that way, and share with you why they wouldn't have done that. I think we all get better doing that together. Okay. Mentorship. Guys, I think this is super important. I don't like name dropping. So, but I can tell you, I'm just going to share a name with you. When I came up as a kid, Dave Frisch used to officiate my high school matches. Dave Frisch officiated Cale Sanderson's fourth NCAA championship, and for a long time he was probably the top official in the country. And he just happened to live here in Colorado Springs. So when I was coming up as an official, when I first started, he spent some time coming and evaluating some of my matches. And then when I broke into college wrestling, he showed up to one of my matches in uniform. He says, "Hey, I'm going to work this match with you, but here's the deal. Tomorrow night, you're going to come to Air Force with me and you're going to jump on a college match." And from that day, right, I had a mentor. He was watching me. He was helping me grow. He knew that at some point we've got to grow young officials, because once you get to a certain age, right, you're going to lose a step, and we want to help the sport continue to grow. So veteran officials, I would say somewhere between 7 and 10 years. The state of Texas is huge. So, they told me that the amount of mileage you guys cover across the state of Texas, I don't know what the local associations look like, but, here in the state of Colorado, our assigner assigns us a newer official, a 1 to 3 year official. And, a 7 to 10 year official would, be assigned to that person for the entire season, for all the duels. So you go and work with the new official on the JV mat. They turn around, flip flop, and work with you on the varsity match, even if they're just shadowing you. Right? We really need to make sure that we're bringing young officials up, because sooner or later, we're going to get to an age, and then all of a sudden we don't have a good pool of officials to help continue grow the sport of wrestling. And wrestling is one of those sports that continues to get dropped at the college level. Thank goodness for women's wrestling, but we still need to make sure that we're helping these young officials help, achieve their goals, right? In your guys' situation, if you're far apart, new officials, I would find someone that you look up to, somebody that that has done the state meet. If that's somewhere where you want to find yourself, and ask that person to come evaluate you, give you some tips, but have an open mind to it. A lot of times, we let our pride get in the way, especially some of us that have a wrestling background, or maybe even more, a college background, pretty good wrestler in high school, pretty good wrestler in college. And then you have an official go, "Man, your mechanics are not very good," and you get offended, right? If you're going to ask for help, you want to climb the ranks, right? Ask that veteran official just to share with you. You guys can choose to do with it what you want. You can trash some of the stuff, go, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about, or, okay, I can see that, yes, what he's telling me makes sense, right? And this is one thing that I can tell you what I stole from a veteran official, right? When you're in a heated duel, right? I always always had to look at the table. Who's got choice second period? And I watched a veteran official. He had a hair tie on his hand, on his wristband. And so every time we switch match, odd or even, right, he'd switch this hair tie between each match. He'd leave it there for the match, but that's how he determined who had choice in the second period when the next bout started. And that was just something that I learned from just watching. Right, I had a veteran official. That person was my mentor. I watched him back and forth, and I just said, "Hey, what are you doing with that hair tie?" And he goes, you ever see me ask the table who's got choice in the second period? He goes, "This is how I keep track of it." And then he used his coin in his pocket for who had third choice and those types of things. But just something that I learned from having a mentor, and something that I learned from Dave when he grabbed me as a young official. Just said, "We're running out of college officials. You're going to come with me and you're going to do this." And that's really what prompted me into officiating college. So you guys that have been in it for a while, I know that, when you're at the top of your game, you want to stay there, but we also have an obligation to bring up young officials too. So, our veteran officials, make sure that if you find somebody young, you go, "Man, this guy's got it," latch onto them. And young guys, please don't feel like you can't ask for help, because it's our job to help promote you and get you to where you want to be. Okay. Professional relationships. I feel like this is a pretty important topic, because I think at the high school level, outside of the wrestling season, if you're in the sport of wrestling, we're all pretty connected. We were friends with one another. We're teammates, coaches. Sometimes you may even attend family barbecues. We're just a big community, and the sport of wrestling is a big community. But when wrestling season comes around, we really have to draw the line with our professional relationships. Remember, when you walk into a gym, if you shake or give a hug to a coach, side hug, shake a hand, and you don't go over and acknowledge the other coach, the crowd already sees that as, well, we're going to get homered tonight. And so you really have got to set some boundaries when we're officiating. Most of the time, you kind of see this on the weekends at big tournaments where, because your best friend is the coach of a powerhouse wrestling team and you're an official, and you're over there shooting the breeze with them while you're not on the mat, that is just not a good look. Right. And so I think that needs to be the message for your entire crew when you're out working together. Right. You can address coaches all together as a big group, or if it's at a duel, you address both teams. Coach, this, I'm so and so, we're both working your match today, and go over the rules, those types of things, whatever it is you're doing. But I would just say on competition days, right, keep out of that public eye, right? Be professional with them. Coach comes by, pat you on the back, doing a good job. Just acknowledge it. You don't have to put your arm around them, give them a hug. The idea is to get it right for kids. So your best friend, your college roommate comes over, go, "Man, you blew that." Oh, and you kind of get your ear bent because you've got some good relationships with these guys. The idea is to make sure that we're getting the call on the mat, right? And so, you got to look at it as a red wrestler, green wrestler. And so if you can stick to that, right, that's going to help you climb the ranks. It really is. Okay. All right. New officials. Guys, I can't tell you how many. This is the hardest part of. This is the hardest part of breaking into, getting to where you want to be. That 1 to 3 years, because you love the sport of wrestling, you got involved in it, then you feel like you're getting better, and then you're trying to figure out, how do I break in? How do I break this old guard, right? Because most of the time you hear, "Man, it's just a good old boy system. It doesn't matter what I do. The top 5 guys in our association are always going to get the regional. They're always going to get to state." And so, what can you do? What can you do to get to where you want to be. You know, you're trying to chase your dreams. You want to get to the state meet. You want to do a regional. You want to do postseason, whatever it is. The thing that the thing that you don't realize is that you have all those slots in your brain instead of working hard, right? And you never know who's watching. So I'll just share with you. I was pretty content as a collegiate official. I live in a state that doesn't have a lot of Division I wrestling. I was content to be a Division II official, just because that's who we serviced and that's where you got to be. And I wasn't getting invited to places. And in the consolation round of the Division II national championships in Pueblo, I got paired up with a guy who eventually became the coordinator for the ACC. And that's when I got my break, right? And so the reason I say you never know who's watching is because I could have sat there in that round in bad mouth. You know, there's 14 officials. I was only one of two guys that weren't going to the Division I tournament the next weekend. I could have sat around in bad mouth those guys and go, well, I'm better than that guy out there. And I'm better, but I didn't. I picked the guy's brain. I asked for feedback in between matches. And after that season was over, I got a phone call from the guy. He never asked me for my phone number or anything, but he said, hey, I really enjoyed watching you work. I really enjoyed the conversation. You wanted to get it right. You hustled, and that was my break. Right. And so, you know, if you sit around and you have negative energy, you talk bad about people, you know, then, you know, people are going to notice that, and you never know who's going to end up being in charge. Right. And so that was a year, right? In 2000, I think it was 2011-12 season, the Division II national championships were in Pueblo. I happened to get paired up with them in the next season. You know, I was in a Division I conference. So you never know when those opportunities will present themselves. And so, you know, I figure if you can stop with the negative talk about who you're better than, and then just make sure that you're always working hard and get it right for kids, those opportunities will present themselves to you down the road. Okay, finally, guys, the last thing that the committee asked me to talk about with you is just some tough situations, that how do you handle tough situation, and what are some situations that I had to deal with. And so I just tried to you know, share with you guys a couple of situations that happened to me while I was a high school official. We've all had that time where a coach just loses his mind because a call was made and he's taken you to the table. I think where we are flawed is that we're already walking to the table with an explanation, and they might not even be asking that question. So I would say when a coach loses his mind, let the situation on the mat play out, stop it, and then walk over there in a calm demeanor, put your body in a position where it's non-threatening. I put my hands behind my back and I try to stand shoulder to shoulder with the coach. I never stand face to face with the coach because that looks like it's a confrontational deal. And you know, the coach is going to be hot. So if he wants to chew on my ear, I can hear pretty good out of both of them. So I just let him chew on one of them. I listen to what he says, right? And then I just ask him, what are you questioning? I try to be a good listener. You know, your body language says a ton, right? So while he's talking to me, I usually just shake my head because I'm acknowledging what he's saying, right? And when he's done, I try to give him a ruling based on the rule book. That's it. I try to be respectful. If he's still, well, I don't agree with you, then, you know, hey, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. If he continues, then, you know, you just go to the penalty sequence, you know, control a mat situation. I know it's a little different in high school than it is in college. You know, there's a questioning and then you can just go right to control a mat when it becomes belligerent. But I think that's the best thing you can do. I know sometimes a good butt chewing doesn't feel good, and that's where, it gets you to think, did I really call that right? Or are they really, a lot of times they're coming to the table because they feel like you missed something. So, just be a good listener, but your body posture and, you know, how you respond to it is really gonna help get you out of that situation. If you're already ready to fire back at them, okay, nothing good is going to come from that. Okay, so I'm going to just share the two most impactful situations that happened to me when I was officiating high school, and I was officiating some college too. But the two for me, um, I had a flagrant misconduct in a state semifinal. All right, the loser of the match has an opportunity to medal already at this point, but um, I had a bite situation where the kid had a cross face and the kid bit him. It wasn't just a hard cross face to the mouth. I mean, the kid had a tricep far side, bit him. And once it stopped, I stopped it, talked with the assistant referee, and we made the signal flagrant misconduct. We walked the kids to the corner. Obviously, you're an official, people are watching it, made the sign. Coach came over. That obviously was hot, but when he sees the marks on him, I again tried to have good body posture and just said, hey, this is what we got, and obviously the coach was like, well, can't we just, disqualify me? It's not my choice, right? By rule, biting somebody's flagrant misconduct. So, for me, that was tough to handle. It was a tough situation for me, but it's the right thing to do. Right. Little did I know, I don't pay attention to it in both these situations. Little did I know that the kid who got disqualified, his team would have won the title with him winning or losing, but they take away all of his points when you get flagrant misconduct. They pull all your team points from that. So I didn't really know, but it was the right thing to do. And I lost sleep over it because tried to figure out what else could you do in that situation, but really there's nothing. I mean, everybody saw it. So, just that made my skin a little tougher, knowing that when you see those situations, you just got to call them. And then same thing, had an unsportsmanlike conduct late in a consolation wrestle back where again, it cost the team a title for taking a team point from a coach. Pretty belligerent. He was upset that I didn't hit a kid for stalling within the last 10 seconds. Kid hadn't taken a shot the whole match, bit my whistle last 10 seconds. Kid fired off 3 or 4 shots, wanted me to tie it up, and said, went to the table, and had a conversation. And then he had a few nice choice words for me. And so I hit him for unsportsmanlike conduct for using bad language, and his team lost a team title by half a team point. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they were even in the running for it. But those are tough situations that, it's right. Kids can see that my coach made a mistake. Coaches can see that kids make mistakes. The sport of wrestling really teaches you a lot about who you are and just the toughness of the sport and how sometimes just the little tiny details can have some big implications on what's going on. And so those are just two things that I had, as coming up as a high school official that really helped shape me as far as getting some tough skin and making sure that we're getting it right. So that's all I've got as far as my presentation for you guys. So I don't know if this is a Q&A time or if we're moving on, but just wanted to share with you. And Rex, I appreciate you having me.
Hey, Fred, thanks for that, Fred. I'm not sure what mic we're on here. 1 second. Can you hear me, Fred?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thanks, Fred, for that. Appreciate that. And again, the purpose of this and Fred's experience, which is excellent, is not just to tell stories of what's there, right? The theme that we're going through, and you'll see the next 4 presentations, and we wanted to start out with Fred on this is what does it take to get to a certain level? What type of demeanor do you have to have? What type of temperament do you have to have? What tools and qualities that you see early on and compared to where he's at now? You know, the story about calling the D2s and the opportunity to be there is huge. And I can tell you in comparison to this story there, which lines up exactly as the head official in the state tournament for 8 of the past 10 years, is that a common complaint we get at the state tournament as the head official is that oftentimes the table work we have at the state tournament, which is a lot of officials, right? A lot of us officials work the table. We get complaints that we have officials at the table cutting the officials on the mat. Okay, there are a couple parts to that, because not only is that just a bad practice in general, it makes you look bad, but it's also picked up on the microphones for all the laptops that broadcast those matches as well. And so that's broadcast out there. I've actually gotten complaints, and I know Caleb's have gotten complaints in the past as well on things that somebody around the country is watching a match and hearing some of this conversation that goes on the table. And the table help is disagreeing with the officials on the mat in a negative way there. And so Fred's example of that, and you know, in that situation where he's one of 2 officials at a Division II national championship, and for an opportunity continuing to advance his career on that side, taking the higher road there, you know, is always the best opportunity to be able to make. And so that's big. And just to know, and I know you guys feel the same way, I mean, what he listed as his most impactful calls on the high school side are losing sleep over, you know, calls that were in a state semifinal or in, you know, in a match that to most people it's kind of an insignificant way. He wears that. So where are those kind of calls? Do we take them home with us and we think about it, right? Turn that into a positive so we can kind of self-reflect and determine and get to the point, finally resolving it to the point that, hey, it doesn't matter what the team score is or who got first place or second place in the team score. Call is the call. There's no room for interpretation on what is a bite and what is a penalty. We can't soften a bite penalty, right? It is what it is once that determination's made on that, right? And we penalize the call, we may enforce the call, but the coach makes their own decision on whether they want to use that language on those types of things. And so, again, as you watch the CAA this year, as you watch the ACC, as you watch the Division I national championships, things like that, watch out for somebody like Fred Majerison. You're not going to see a big dramatic official who is extremely demonstrative and over assertive on the mat, and you're going to see somebody who officiates a match quietly, does a great job, very well respected, fades into the background and becomes part of the background on that, and you know, kind of put that into your repertoire of experience on there to do that. Great opportunity here to ask some questions. Any questions on Fred's presentation? Anything that he talked about? Situations? I'll bring you a microphone. Wait, 1 second, Fred.
So Fred?
Yeah.
Craziest situation that you've seen, and how did you handle it?
You know, probably you said the craziest situations I've seen.
Yes.
Yeah, probably. You know, I had a neutral. Both guys were close to getting pinned, and it was just a neutral fall in a national championship where both coaches thought that their kid was the winner. You know, they were in a spot where you know, I'm down on the mat. We still don't have any control. One kid, you know, it's before all the neutral danger stuff happened. It was in the D2 national championship, and the match ended with no takedown. It just ended with a fall. And both coaches ran out on the mat, you know, wanted an explanation. It was crazy for me. I mean, I've never seen anything like that where I'm trying to figure out, well, I don't have a takedown yet, but someone's going to get pinned here. And yeah, I mean, to me, that in the guys, you know, coming off the mat, calling a final, they're like, "You're so lucky," and I'm like, that was kind of wild. I've never seen anything like that before. So, I mean, how to handle it? I mean, it's pretty easy. I mean, guys, both shoulders are on the mat for 1 second. The other guy, one shoulder's on the mat for 1 second, so it's a pin. And so you know, there's a lot of drama behind it, right? Because there's an uproar. People couldn't figure out who was the winner until I raised their hand. All right, they both thought they were the winners. They both jumped up like they'd won the match, and so having to tell, nope, you didn't win the match. That's probably the craziest thing that happened to me. But I mean, Solomon just tell him that, yeah, he was pinned and raised a kid's hand. So half the crowd's cheering, half the crowd's booing. And that's probably the craziest thing I've been part of.
Excellent. Thanks, Fred. That's as opposed to Robert's matches where the whole crowd's going. Got half the crowd cheering, you're in a big spot. So, only kidding. Great. Thanks, Clay. Good question. Other questions for Fred? Excellent. Yes, Fred. Kim has a question. 1 second.
Hi, Fred. How do you mentally prepare? How do you mentally talk to yourself before a big finals match, whether it's a district final, regional final, or state final? What are some things that you say to yourself to give you encouragement?
That's some pizza. So I think what I heard was how do I mentally prepare for a big match or, you know, a finals match? Was that the question? Sorry, Rex, are you there still?
I am Fred. Can you hear us?
Yeah, there was a lot of feedback. I think what I heard was how do I prepare for a big finals match or something like that?
Correct. Mentally, how do you mentally prepare?
Yeah, you know, in the locker room, everybody pretty much knows, you know, who's getting to call a match, those types of things. So, me personally, I like to just watch wrestling. You know, we get to watch the other guys call matches, and there's not a lot of talking that goes on. I sit and watch wrestling and just kind of play in my brain, you know, where would I be in that match? I try to stay engaged in the tournament itself, and even at the state meet when, you know, when I was out calling, you know, state in the state of Colorado, I'd watch other guys call a match, and I would just try to put myself in their shoes and what I would do. You know, I would step away, step back from them. You're too close to them. I would just talk to myself as if I were the um, you know, official on the mat. It just helps me stay engaged as far as being an official. Like once you're in it, I think the last thing you want to do is take your brain out of wrestling mode, because then all of a sudden you got to flip the switch, and if you're out of wrestling mode, then you got to get back on where these two kids are ready to go after a championship. You may miss something in the first 10 seconds that may decide the match. So I try to continue to keep engaged as an off official or an outside official, and just put myself in it and not shut down before the tournament is over.
Yeah, great points on staying engaged. Good. Any other questions? Last chance. Fred, thanks again for your time. We really appreciate you joining us, sharing a perspective from your side, and with your experience and expertise and guidance on this, putting this as part of our presentations and as part of our mantra for getting the call right, and creating a great mindset ahead of time is very beneficial for us. So thanks again for your time and expertise and experience, sharing that with us and answering a few questions. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Good luck this year. You know, if any of you guys want to reach out, Rex got my contact, and you can share my email, Rex, with those guys. Or yeah, if any of those guys want to reach out at some point, reach out to chat about something. I'll be more than willing to chat with you guys.
You got it. Thanks again,
Right.
Fred. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Excellent. Next up, Dion's going to join us. Dion's out of the Dallas-Fort Worth chapter via California, and continuing the theme of get the call right, the building confidence through competence. And again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, on competence and expertise and preparation. Dion's going to share some things with us as well. And then we'll take a quick break for about 10 minutes and come back and finish up with three other quick presentations and wrap up hopefully by 3 o'clock is what our target is. So thanks for joining us. Any questions before we get to Dion? All right, DFW chapter. Here's Dion. Thanks.
Thanks, Rex. Hi, everyone. Can't hear me? Let me know. I'll grab the mic. Like Rex said, I'm out of the DFW chapter. I've been pretty much officiating from in California for the past 16 years. So done some high school level youth and some college level officiating there. So that's my background. I don't think it's not paging. You wanna?
Is it?
Turn it off, turn it back on.
Hang on.
The remote?
Yes.
Oh.
On the side.
Well, I think maybe. Yep, got it.
Good. Got it.
Thanks. All right, so let's get started. There's a few things you just have to there's more to getting the call right than just knowing the rule book. You have to have respect for the sport, understand its nuances, judgment and enforcement. And then we do have tools that we do want to use to apply and to show everyone the fact that we know the rules and know how to apply them. Some of it, mechanics, signals, and communication. I'll kind of get into each one of those as we kind of progress through. First, the respect. We want to respect not only the athletes, we want to respect the coaches and also the fans, right? So by doing this, you want to be very professional for all of them and not miss the call with it. So in doing so, we want to know the rules and know the new rules that are being applied as well, because a lot of people out in the stands or the coaches, they don't always have the rule books to know all the changes or anything. So the example of some of the new rules would be like the 1 point of contact for being in bounds, right? You want to let the wrestling continue. You don't want to blow it out, stop it, and ruin a match for somebody that may have taken somebody down or progressed even further towards back points. So, sorry, a little nervous. So, two of the primary tools to communicate is confidence is body language. We don't want to kind of go out there and kind of just be very laid back or anything. We want to kind of show that you're interested in the match and kind of show the proper signals. You're putting it up high, nice and tall, right? Like when I first started, it was always teaching people to put it up in the air, right? You don't want to kind of do this or anything like that. So that way, not only the coaches, the athletes see it, the fans in the stands know what you're calling. So that way they're aware of it. You want to be in the right position. So what I do when I kind of go out there is I don't try to just stand on my heels and just kind of watch the match, even though they're not doing anything except staying in the same place. I tend to try and move around, go around the perimeter. I kind of take steps forward, take steps back, kind of just show some kind of movement. And then that way it gets me from being in on my heels. If they do make a move, I'm not stuck on my heels. I kind of I'm on my toes and I'm moving towards being in the right position. And that's where I kind of get into the part about being mobile. So anticipation, you want to be able to know how they're going to be moving. That comes with practice, right? The better the matches, normally you could anticipate where the kids go. Going to a frosh soft match might be a little bit more difficult, but you do definitely work those behaviors and being in the right positions. So that way you can make the call. Like Chip said in one of the call outs, he's like, get in position. Why don't you get in there faster to kind of start to count? That's where you kind of want to get in there when you start moving towards knowing which kid is probably going to take somebody down and possibly to their back. So that way you can see it and make the count properly versus being out of position and not counting, or being out of position and counting when you're not supposed to because you don't really see what's going on. I like to be verbal. So I'm out there and I'm always talking. And like everyone said, you watch a college match, everyone is very verbal out there. They're not coaching, but they're being verbal. So not only do the athletes, but the coaches know, for instance, when you're telling them to have action to improve and they're not doing anything, you're kind of setting the tone. When you do hit a stalling call, everyone is aware why you made that stalling call. It's not a surprise that they've just been sitting there and not just hand fighting and not doing anything to aggressively take somebody down in a neutral position, or when you're either in the offensive position or the defensive position, working for a reversal or escape, or working for near fall or a pin. Because we want them to wrestle aggressively regardless of their position. An example of that would be like I got pulled to the coach or pulled to the table, and where the coaches were hitting me up and asking me why I ended up hitting their athlete for a stalling call. I pretty much went up there and told them, I've warned them multiple times that I needed to see action and to see improvement. It wasn't made. And then that's why I called them for stalling. And then as soon as that concluded, I asked if there was any other questions. Once there wasn't, I hit the coach with a coach misconduct warning because he would be bringing me to the table questioning a call. Tone is another situation, right? You want to be very calm when you're talking to coaches, to athletes. You want to be the one in control. They're running at very high emotions. They're trying to win a match. They're trying to do whatever they can. They've worked so hard, you know, adrenaline's pumping. We don't have a stake in the game. So we have to definitely show the demeanor that it's like we're unbiased. We're going to be trying to give both athletes the equal opportunity and just call out by the rules that we see. So anytime I tend to get pulled from a coach and get pulled to the table or anything, I don't have rabbit ears during a match to listen to what they have to say. I try and keep it focused on the two athletes that are wrestling. But if they pull me to the table, I tend to be calm. Same thing as how everybody's been saying, that they pretty much reach out and go, what is your question? I let them finish. I don't interrupt, because you let them have their opportunity. They brought you to the table. They know that two things will either happen. Either we're going to change the call or change something, or it's going to be maintained, and then we would hit them with a coach misconduct warning. Kind of got right here. It shows just that the coaches are like, when they do take you to the table, they're very frustrated, they're very emotional. And like I said, I don't interrupt when I talk to them, and I try and respond professionally. Some just de-escalation techniques that kind of like go through. I pretty much stay calm. I'll look at the coach, listen to them. Like Fred said, you tend to nod your head, that showing that you're kind of listening, that you're aware of what they're saying instead of just ignoring them. I portray a neutral position as well. I normally hold my hands behind my back when I'm listening to them. That way they don't see me kind of getting flustered or anything. I do also recommend, like it was talked about earlier, when you do get called to the table, right? You've got the athletes, you want them to stay in the center, to kind of give it a little bit of time, kind of cool down and everything. I tell the athletes to stay in the center, you know, that they could listen to their coaches, but stay in the center. And then I kind of walk to the table. That way, not only the coaches get to calm down, we internally can calm down as well. Because if the situation was kind of very hot and very fast and everything, you could think things through. You could kind of just let it take it easy for a little bit. That's where I assess the situation. I'm very calm normally. A lot of people have told me when I do talk with coaches that sometimes they're like, nothing just fires you up. And I'm like, you know, I just try and maintain a calm personality. And then I avoid getting aggressive and overbearing. So when I do apply the rules, I pretty much state what the rules are just so they're aware. And then that way, if they have any questions, otherwise, we're going to go back to wrestling, and then whatever ends up happening, either you give them misconduct warnings, you change the ruling, or you fix the time, score, whatever it may be. Okay. There's a lot of ways to kind of portray the confidence, you know, and build it by knowing the knowledge of the rules, showing the proper mechanics, right? You don't want to kind of make anything up where you're like, oh, they're out, or, you know, everything. You want to kind of like point it, stop the match on any occasion. I would also recommend kind of like making a call right away, right? Because you want to kind of let things settle, especially with the younger, more novice levels. If you let them kind of progress, you're going to eventually see where you thought they might have control. They do something that doesn't really make sense. So that way you're not having to make a call change or anything like that. Same thing with out of bounds. Now that we have the 1 point in bounds, you could always let it wrestle and then blow it, and then blow it a little later, versus blowing it too early and then they're actually still in bounds and they wrestle and they do something. So then as soon as you blow the whistle, it's stopped. Can't go back and fix that. So I would always recommend slowing it down and kind of just going through those motions. So I'll give you an example of something I kind of like went through it, maybe missed it. Being verbal. So when I first started, I always thought the only thing I could say were the rules, right? That I could only say at the time, 2 takedown, right? Whatever the near fall, the escapes, out of bounds. Once I started working with some officials that I started mentoring, or that had been mentoring me, I learned that it was good to kind of stay there and start communicating a lot earlier, right? center. That way, if they're working towards the edge, they know to work back, right? Any just action or improve, right? That way you know that when the coach gets hit or the kids gets hit with a stalling call, the coach and everyone's aware that it's not a surprise to them, right? So, and as you watch more NCAA, and now that it's kind of like blending in to being the same rules, you could see and apply those same rules. Just listen to a match online and just watch it a little bit to see how they handle it, right? Some like other things I've learned along the way that kind of has built me up is controlling the match with your verbal skills and your mechanics in a sense where it gets very heated, right? Two very strong athletes getting a little bit too aggressive, right? Controlling them before it escalates to something bigger and, you know, gets you in a worse situation. I normally do that like where I communicate with them in the center, right? Where I'll talk to them and I'll say that I can see good sportsmanship from both athletes, right? And to keep it legal. So try and do all that verbalization inside to kind of control the match and to make it look like it wasn't that big of a match because it didn't get out of control. Therefore, something that goes back and forth. So, any questions?
So, ask the questions again.
Is the mic off?
No,
Oh, through the mic.
questions.
Oh,
You got it on your film. It's fine.
this one. Oh, does anyone online have any questions?
Great. Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Great. So we'll take a quick break. It's 1:30 now. At 1:40, if we can start back at 1:40, we've got 3 more presentations after that. We'll quick 15 to 20 minutes on that, cover a couple questions and be good to go. Jared Oosley will be up next, and then Adam, and then we'll finish up with Robert.
You get me in before the.
Shit, yes.
5 minutes.
Thank you. I forgot. Okay. We'll start off with you, David.
Sign in.
Sign in. All right, sign in. Oh yeah, if you haven't signed the list, it's over here on this table. Make sure you sign the sheet so you get credit and points. I don't understand.
Nice to have a clear. Yes, it looks and it's hiding from your service.
Let me practice what I just. With the practice.
Practice for me.
Are you? Yes, there. So let's go to your.
Real quick, because, yeah, you'll see here. Well, yeah, you should go forward. Okay, yeah, now go back to the other one, and then I'm gonna go to yours. One more, yeah, okay. Now, let's go to yours, okay? You're right here. All right, go ahead and click it. Slide it. Let this fall. Let me pull it. Yes, no? Oh, let me see.
Watch the hit.
No? No? No, it's,
Indicator to that.
oh, okay, so is it working?
Hold on.
If you have someone.
Hold on, so.
Up's forward or down is forward?
Down is forward, yeah.
Down's forward, okay.
Yeah. Not working? Okay, so now let's get back
Down
to
is forward.
yours. So you're good then, right?
Yep.
All right, let me go to. That's you, right?
Well,
That's. Here goes to. Is that you?
that's me.
Good, good. And then here, give me the quicker ones, and you get used to going up and down on. And then the laser. There's the laser. Good, good. And then you'll have the little
Bell.
little lapel.
So can they see the laser in here? Is that one of those fancy ones? No.
Yeah.
Rude.
Okay.
All right, is he up or am I up?
No, he is.
Okay. He is?
Yes, he's up.
Yeah. All excited pants.
Go back to that, go back to that.
How long is yours?
That's only like 10, 15 slides, but I mean, I added like an interactive, like, hey, what would you be talk about it? You know, it's pretty comfortable.
We don't need any.
No. So down is forward.
Backwards is forward.
Got it. Down is up, up is down. Tackle, left does.
Good night. You should be up here, not me. Holy smokes, I'm way out of my league here. No, it's gonna stand on, we're gonna have no problem with the big decisions. Oh, I must have missed this.
Oh, yeah, red. Well, what's gonna happen? So I'll still go back to 3 years, okay? 3 years ago, the returning section 113 pound state champions. It's currently the system as a drawing number. They're all weight classes. That weight class gets bracket number 1. So I drew number 7. Number 7 put the 2 returning state champions in the same semifinal bracket. So I drawn number 8 or 9 or 6 or 12. They might have been on they've been opposite ends. So let's go ahead. This first off, you're returning state placer and you win regions. Gotta be both two of those things. Then you're considered for by formula separation. That's why it's a seeding, didn't placement or separation. So they both were region champions. One was El Paso, one was. Yeah, one was at Arlington, which is El Paso region 1, 1, 3, 2. So they would have been in the opposite half of brackets. So what happened in that match? They beat the same teams. They go to overtime. Right? They wrestle about 45 seconds in overtime for Rancars beats Lecheski. Well, Rancars destroys his state finalists. Lecheski drops the constellation savings, destroys his semifinal content, and destroys his third place match. Everyone knew the state finals was during the semis. So the idea is still avoid it. Yeah, well, again, so Tennessee's been working this plan since the late 80s when they went to 8 regions. They had a returning state finalist match next year, met in the Porsche. Because they had 8 regions. So great. That's the first year that went to 8 regions and unintended consequences. So Washington's been doing it. Oregon's been doing it. Those are 3 states I look for that plan. And then we ultimately adopt 99% of what Tennessee. I'm most familiar with that, but it's also the one that's most irony about. Also, if you got a kid that moves in another state, they get seating consideration. They're a state champ from their state. They are basically third list of the state champs because it's state champs, same division. And weight, right? And if you had multiple state champs, same division, so let's say we're in 6A, and you got 3 6A state champs, it'd be same weight, higher weight, lower weight, in that order of priority. Right? There are 3 different regions. It'd be rare to have spot. But then a state champ, different division. So then a 5A state champion would also be consideration. Right? And if it's a 5A tournament, and you got a 6A and a 5A state champion, the 5A state champion, the same division, it gets priority over the all right. And then state champs from other states slides in there. Then you go 2nd placers, 3rd placers, 4th placers, 5th placers, 6th placers. But other state placers are also factored in. But they have to win region, right? You gotta be a returning placer and you gotta validate it this year by winning region. And the validation piece that we don't forget it. Now, what happens to a super freshman who picks everybody best? Guess what? He's a region champ. He's gonna go on region champion line. He's not gonna get criteria. Yes, but guess what? He's gonna kick everybody's ass in.
Is that good?
So hopefully he ends up on the opposite half of the person who should be in the clip. There's no guarantee. Right? He's a non-secret. No matter But he beat that state champion 3 times this year. Yeah, great. Congratulations. Beat him again in finals or the semifinals. But, you know, that's the factor that it's just, I don't want. But it's all written out. It's on paper. It's published on the youth. I don't know if they published it yet. It will be published on the UL website. The actual, how it works. Yeah. Document. We're gonna meet in Dallas on Sunday. AJ's coming up. It'll be a 5A coach and 6A coach. And we will do the draw all together. So there's no secrets.
Okay, so. Apple, don't tell you, you want, but I get it.
Anything's not great.
Oh, here's your.
That's picture seat, not, it's not the back of my head.
But yeah. Pull mine back up real quick. I made a couple tiny adjustments. I just want to make sure it reflected. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, while they're changing presentations, we got a minute here. I want to go to Dave real quick. Dave's gonna talk through a couple of USA.
We'll figure it
I
out.
know. Hey, listen, he paid a lot of money. This is a lot of.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I was just checking to make sure it's.
you've got exactly 48 seconds.
Well, you know.
To go through the figure.
So here's some. I just switched a couple slides that flowed a little bit better with.
Yeah, I don't think I did the mic. Guys, I just wanted to get your attention for a few minutes.
You were.
The theme of this clinic is getting called right. And so one of the things that's helped me get the calls right is mat time. It's just one of the things that has helped, right? The more mat time, the more situations you see, the more weird, whatever moves, the better you become as an official, the more you're able to become more confident and get the call right. I need help on USA Wrestling. So I am the officials director for Texas USA Wrestling, the youth, a full freestyle Greco. If you're interested in getting more mat time, if you're a newer official, older official, whatever the case may be, please give us a thought of helping us out. One of the things that has helped is that to officiate in Texas through USA Wrestling, you can do it on a volunteer membership. All that costs is a $35 background check that you have to pay, and you have to go through like a 2 or 3 hour course for Safe Sport. Safe Sport just goes through the anti-bullying, the sexual assault things that can happen in youth or anywhere else in sports, but it's a targeted program to make sure that you're aware of what can happen and to protect the athletes and everybody that's associated with wrestling. You do that course, you pay your $35 membership or the background check, you're a volunteer, you can get on the mat and blow the whistle. Come help us out for 1 tournament, 2 tournaments, and you get paid, right? It's not it's a volunteer membership, but you get paid on the mat, right? So we got several different locations. We got Dallas, which you can talk with Chuck Carpenter. He's my lead official up here. Angel Ansari's down in Gulf Coast, the Houston area. Myself or Moises Archer, if you know him, for the Central region. Sam Estrada out in the far west. So if you have any questions, either give me a call, come up to me, or go to our Texas USA Wrestling website. We need the help. We really need the help, and that's all sports officials. But like I said, if you want mat time, we'll give you mat time. We'll get you that exposure out there, and it's really helped me in my career, right? So it's a really great feeling to see that you can be part of a kid's progression throughout his career. Some of the names that I've seen, that I've coached, or that I've officiated are Olympic wrestlers. Kenny DeBlatis has probably had the most prettiest suplex photo that I've ever seen in this past Olympics. It was awesome to see. She's been on my mat. D1 wrestlers, right? Austin Gomez, Real Woods, Anthony Cassiope up in Iowa, a whole ton of wrestlers that I've seen from youth, and it's a great feeling to be able to say I was part of his journey, right, by blowing the whistle on one of his matches. So it's a great opportunity to get some mat time. Cost is just $35 for that background check. We can start making some money. So if you have any questions, and Jose,
One last thing is the week after UIL state tournament is our youth state tournament. We're gonna have 24 mats this year. And we really want to up the level of officiating every year. We've done that, but we're going to 24 mats this year. So we really, your season's over. We'd love to have you over once per week for that youth state tournament. It's fun, it's a little crazy, but, and again, Gabe and Chuck would be coordinating the officials for that event.
so, question.
Just, for X amount of USA Wrestling events, does Texas USA Wrestling still reimburse you for the membership?
So the membership before was it's a leadership membership. If you wanted to, so you need a leadership membership like me, I do national events. You need that to go outside of the state of Texas. You just want to stay inside Texas, do the local developmentals and to do our Texas State folk style or freestyle Greco. It's just the $35, which is just your background check. So there's really no waiving of the membership fee because it's not necessary unless you want to become a leader and then go do national events for USA Wrestling. Then, but I'm looking into that to see how we can offset that cost for brand new officials, because I know that cost is up there for TWA costs, our chapter costs, and then all these other additional costs. We're trying to make it easier for everybody to become involved. So if you want to become involved, please come out, give me a call, Jose, whoever you see, or go to our website and we'll get you the answers to your questions. Any other questions out there? All right, thank you for your time. Thanks, Rex, I appreciate it.
Thanks, David. Go ahead and move on. Again, a good opportunity for us to help the USA side, and the USA side is also going to link to the TWA side and make sure that we kind of share resources on there, share opportunities, basically what it is. And like Gabe said, mat time is mat time, right? Seeing that style of wrestling on the mat, no matter who's actually funding it or who's sponsoring the tournament. Is regardless of that. So next, vinyl, reaching out to Ohio, we're bringing. I'm sorry. You got another. We want to back up a little bit. Yeah, USA side. All right, back up. Sorry, guys. We take all that back.
Why pay for a background check when we already paid for one?
The question is, why pay for a background check? And we have 30 seconds.
If the background check company that UL uses the same one that USA Wrestling uses, it would be transferable. If not, they're looking for different things. So we got to understand we're trying to make money. So we're in the Olympic movement, we have to do it with Olympic essentially.
No, fair enough, absolutely. Good question. Again, the background check answer given by Jose was that sometimes the background check companies look for different things on those, and so they can determine that as they look there. So again, next, as we continue on with this, I'm going to pass it to Jared Goosley. Jared is a official who just moved into the Houston chapter a couple years ago, and trying to still get him out of those Ohio habits that he's had in the past. He's done pretty good. Called the state tournament here in Texas last year, and kind of ranked very well. And want to pass it to you as we again continue the theme of getting the call right, looking for some of these different resources and tools and experiences that we have as we go through here. And this is a very, very important presentation on half a second late is always better than a half a second early. And just think about this as you go through here. Jared's going to explain some of those types of things. We don't have riding time, obviously, in high school, so there is no harm in being a half a second late to making this call. And it will help set you up for, again, making the right call as we move forward. So, Jared.
Yep. So again, my name is Jared Goosley. I've been officiating now for 11 years, 3 here in Texas, 8 years in Ohio. So just a little bit of background on me. But yeah, not a second late, but half a second early. A lot happens, right? When we're officiating, a lot occurs in a very short amount of time when we're looking at what's happening. The crowd, they're screaming too. Again, we're going to hear too all this year. We're probably going to be sitting there holding our 3 going, you guys are dumb. But again, it's still going to happen. We've all been in that situation, where, well, and if you haven't yet, you will soon. Wrestler A takes down wrestler B, puts him in a near fall. We're there for 3 seconds. They stand up, they get an escape. All of a sudden, it's another takedown. That's another near fall 3. And then finally, there's a pin, and we don't have to worry about it. We're all happy. Right? We've been there. If you haven't been there, we're gonna be there, right? So, the average human reaction time is a quarter of a second. So that's someone sitting in front of a screen that's black and it flips over to white and they click a button. Quarter of a second, real quick, right? There's a lot of factors that play into that. So as we go through here, environment. When we're there, crowd's loud, coaches are yelling, everything's going on all at once. That reaction time for us as officials starts to expand. Okay? We then go to the complexity of it. Watching a screen flash in front of you and watching that entire scenario happen. Very different, very complex. Our reaction time now, we've gone beyond a quarter. We're now at half. We're at a full second, 2 seconds when we're looking at this stuff, right? There's some individual differences, such as age. You know, if you're young, like Mark Lyons, Rex, you know, it's a little easier to make those calls, but we are all different. We're all different in what we're doing. So that could be, you know, a variety of things that we're trying to be challenged with. So again, our reaction time now goes even farther out, depending on who we are and what we're doing. So all of this stuff affects us. That reaction time goes farther and farther out on how we can react. So again, we're seeing and we're reacting. I think we put ourselves too much into the match and we're trying to anticipate what's happening, getting into position and all that, but we're anticipating our calls too, which can be a problem, right? We're going out there before the takedown has occurred. We're already starting to signal it that it's not a good habit to be in. So, again, if we make the calls a half second early, we give our time, our minds time to optimally go after that. Very, very different whenever we're trying to do this, and we're just going to set ourselves up to make that wrong call. That's, again, the opposite of what we're trying to do. We want to be right. So again, we're going to make that wrong call. It's going to happen. The other guys have spoke about it. We go to the table. We have that situation. Coach is screaming at us. We change the call. The other coach starts screaming at us. We're back and forth this entire time during this. And we just make the right call. We move on. We finish. We're good to go, right? It's only fair, right? We need to make sure that the scorebook at the end of the day, the right wrestler won, right? We can't go out and make that wrong call, stick to our guns because of our pride, because we made it. Because at the end of the day, what happened? What truly happened? What did we see? What did we react to? The right kid needs to win. We're all about the kids, right? That's what we're here for. Oh, there was a really good point that I just missed. What we think is going to happen, what we anticipate is going to happen, is very, very different from what actually happens. And I don't think we all keep that in mind when we're out there officiating. We think, oh, it's going to happen. They're on the edge of the mat. Takedown's going to occur. Boom. Not necessarily. Wait. Be patient. Okay. But that whole scenario at the table where everyone, coaches are screaming this, that, why don't we try to prevent it? Why don't we try to do something, little minor steps to avoid that situation from even occurring? So again, we see, we analyze, process. This is the big one. Let it burn and then react. Okay. When we're officiating, like Rex said, there's no riding time. We're not worried about that riding time. We can just sit there and let it set for a second, make sure that we're making that right call, then react and make the correct call. So again, talking about being in the right position. We're always supposed to be in the right position, even though it's physically impossible sometimes. But are we in the right position mentally when we're on the mat? Are we taking it into account that we should be waiting, thinking, reacting, seeing, analyzing? We're not always there. So again, good little quote. We jump the gun, you know, a little definition of jump the gun. You do something too soon. It's part of it. We do it. It's natural, but if we keep the right mentality when we go out there, we can prevent that happening. Set yourself up for success. Take the extra half a second. Why not? Is anything really going to happen because you took that extra half a second? You know, everyone's screaming, you're blind. How's that not a takedown? How's that not 2, even though it's 3, coach? You know, and if you just wait and they're screaming all that stuff and you get the call right at the end of the day, guess what everyone's going to do? Finally, he called it. He finally called the takedown. It's a lot easier to deal with that than stopping the match, going to the table, listening to the coach scream, all that different stuff, right? I'll take finally any day of the week over all the other BS, right? So again, no stoppage, no table, nothing. We're good to go because we took a half a second. A half a second action. That's all it took. Eliminated the call. So again, make the right call, be patient, let it burn, and it can save you so much time and so much grief on mat just by having that extra half a second. That's really all I have. So I appreciate it. Thank everyone for listening.
Great questions. Questions for Jared?
No questions.
Half a second late. Again, there's a big lesson there. Process, go through some of the resources that he used there, the tools that he used and talk about there to process what you see, analyze what you see. It's half a second late again is a lot better than having to undo everything that we had. So changing over to Adam real quick. Any questions on the day so far? Everybody clear on the 1204? Question. Clear on the 1204, clear on the website, the resources were there. When is the website opening up to register? Monday. It's Monday. Day after tomorrow, on Thursday. That'll open up. Oops, that'll get you going.
I didn't. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, now we're gonna go up to Austin for our next speaker. Adam Everson joined us and came in and South Dakota State background and a big addition to the Austin chapter and to the state of Texas as well. And glad to have Adam as part of this and join us at the state tournament. Even as recently as last year, also did a great job. So wanted to get his take and experience on putting things together on how he sees the opportunities to get the call right and some of the tips and tricks that he uses and get to think his brain a little bit. So Adam, all you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Rex. So Rex reached out to me and wanted to have me just kind of discuss and go over. I have a pretty extensive wrestling background and how I use my wrestling experience to be a better official, right? By putting myself in a better position to make the right call, right? And not have any delayed or incorrect calls typically, right? Just with anticipation. I've got experience in all 3 phases. I've been a head coach at the high school varsity level. I'll just skip through most of this. I'm not here to talk about myself, but I've been involved with wrestling for about 33 years, and I've been officiating for the last 14 between Minnesota, South Dakota, and here in Texas, which I had the honor of doing the last 2 state wrestling tournaments here. Moved down here to Texas about 5 years ago, 6 years ago or so. Then officiating out of the Austin chapter. You don't have to have an extensive 30+ year experience in wrestling to gain this knowledge, right? Being able to do multiple things that everybody has access to. Simply put, watch wrestling. It's not that hard, right? We have access to the internet when we're refereeing in matches. I know a lot of us like to hang out in the hospitality rooms, right? Take a break, get away from everything, decompress. But watching wrestling is the #1 way to become a better official. Plain and simple, right? Watch some of the senior level officials that are out there wrestling. People that have been to state, that have officiated regional tournaments, etc. Right? Even when you're at home, utilize things like YouTube. Watch matches, pull up NCAA matches, pull up state finals matches, right? Being able to watch, but don't just watch the wrestling, watch the mechanics of the officials that are there, right? Flow wrestling is another good one. And then there's another one that is specifically wrestling related, which is Athletes Ocean, which is owned by Jason Nolf. Everyone probably knows who he is. He's a pretty decorated wrestler from Penn State University, right? Self-taping, right? This is only going to help your anticipation, okay? When I first got started, I would ask a friend, a colleague, my table workers, anybody that was at that particular duel or that tournament to videotape that match, right? I wanted to be able to pay attention to the mechanics and not just videotape it, but watch it, right? Watch the damn tape. It's not that hard. No different than wrestling. If you want to become a better wrestler, right? You watch tape, you watch video, you see what you do well, you see what you don't do well, right? You got to be able to critique yourself. Okay. And if you're not willing to film your own matches and watch your own performances, good, bad, or otherwise, right, we're probably doing something wrong, especially if we're just getting started.
Okay, Adam,
Yep, yep.
is it appropriate if there's no flow, but you see that the coach is recording the match, because 9 times out of 10 coaches are recording their wrestler's match, is it appropriate to ask for a copy of that video that was just the match that was just recorded?
I mean, it's all situational, right? There's countless times where coaches are like, yeah, I got to show you this match. We don't have video review. We don't have the luxury of video review in high school, right? But if it's something of your own match or what have you, yeah, be humble. Ask them, hey, you know what? I might have missed that call. If you don't mind, would you please send me that tape? Go back and review it, right? Last year at the state tournament, had a questionable call. I went back and I found, all right, it's match number 312, girls 5A, whatever. I went back and looked at track wrestling and have them recorded. I went to watch it to see whether or not I got it right, got it wrong, etc. Right? We have that luxury. But yeah, if a coach has that video, feel free to ask them. Be humble whether you got it right, got it wrong. At the end of the day, our goal is to get the call right. Yeah. Whether it's your first year, whether it's your 5th year, or you've been doing it for 30, 40 years, it doesn't matter, right? Newer officials, ask the senior officials in your chapter. Okay, they are a wealth of knowledge, right? Even if you're an older official and you're just coming in, and there's a really good 20-year-old official, ask them for help, right? Utilize their knowledge and their experience, and watch them. Watch their positioning. Watch where they're at when they're officiating in their matches. Okay. Ask questions. Pretty straightforward. I tell a lot of our newer officials in our chapter that there's no dumb question when it comes to getting better at officiating, right? We had a young guy last year, first year officiating. He had some officiating experience from like football and everything else, constantly asking questions, getting better, and he wound up being a regional wrestling official and helped out at the Super 32 qualifier a couple weekends ago and did a great job, right? He's constantly wanting to get better, and we want 1,000 people like that, right? I wish I had 10 more of them. Now, to get into some of the nitty gritty, why is anticipation important as an official, right? If we anticipate the action because we actually understand the sport and what direction the wrestlers are probably going, whether they're driving, sprawling, etc., it helps us get the call right. At the end of the day, we've got to get the call right. We got to make sure that our calls don't decide or dictate the outcome of a match, right? If we're not in the right position, we run the risk of not seeing something from the correct angle, right? If you can't see something because you're in bad positioning, how are you supposed to call it, right? How are we supposed to call it if you can't see something? Countless times, a coach, and I'm sure everybody can probably raise their hand, something like, that's clasping. Well, they're scrambling so dang much. If you can't see it, you can't call it, right? You know what, coach? I'm 99% sure they probably did clasp, but I can't see through their body, right? I can't see it. I can't call it. And I'll throw myself under the bus here. My very first state finals match up north that I ever officiated, I missed a locked hands call because I was out of position. I was a little nervous, a little excited, a little bit of both. And they were in a north-south position, and the top guy was locking hands. That's 1 point. Should have stopped the match. Now, did it change the outcome of the match? It didn't. But that 1 point can change the mentality of a wrestler. It can change, the strategy in which they're competing. Maybe they're down by 1, down by 2. They're going to cut, get a takedown. Things like that matter, right? So we got to make sure that we are in position to make the right call. Okay. When you're in position, just like as Jared mentioned, it cuts down on the time that it takes to analyze, interpret, right? It gives you and affords you a little bit more time to analyze in your head, yes, that's a takedown. Yes, we're in near fall criteria, start counting, etc. Right? And then knowing the natural flow of the match is going to allow us to be in the best position to make the call. Right? And then most importantly, we got to ensure the legality of the holes. I think Fred said this countless times. Safety is paramount. Right? At the end of the day, I don't care if a kid wins or loses. I see green, I see red. I don't want a kid being walked out on a stretcher. Right? I don't want a kid dislocating a limb. Right? We see it. It happens. Right? But we can do some preventative officiating because we're not chasing the action. We're in the right positioning and we know where the action is going to lead us. Some of these, if not most of these injuries are avoidable. Right? So here's some of the common scenarios that we really want to focus on and anticipate that I have seen most commonly. Throwing situations, right? Generally speaking, there's some common throws like headlocks and head and arms, and kind of mentally knowing where are they going to land up, right? If someone's throwing a head and arm here, they're probably going to turn 90 degrees to the direction that they're throwing. Where is the action going to take them? So that we can be meeting that action so that we're in position to make sure it stays legal. Make sure that we are in position to award that takedown and that near fall, right? Especially in near fall situations from throws. If it's feet to back situations, state finals matches, state semifinals match, state placement matches, matches that really matter, that extra split second, an extra second or so might be the difference between 2 near fall, 3 near fall, and now 4 near fall. Just for being in the right position. Right? Same thing with takedowns. Being able to observe where the wrestlers are at and to be keen on where a proper takedown might be finished. Right? Some of these situations being on a double leg. Anyone's watched Jordan Burroughs wrestle? His double leg is probably going to blow 10 feet, 20 feet in a straight line. Right? We've got to be able to anticipate, hey, who's the more aggressive wrestler? If he's taking a shot, we got to start kind of anticipating where that shot's going to end. Where is he going to have that restraining control at and not be trailing it and missing takedowns beyond reaction time? Same thing with high crotches. It's all a takedown, but a high C, generally speaking, they're going to turn 90 degrees in the way that they're driving. They're going to turn the head up over the back shoulder. They're going to turn on a dime. We've got to anticipate where they're going to be. If we're going to be following in a straight line on a double leg, and it's a high C, we're going to be way out of position to call that takedown, especially if they get to the edge of the mat, out of bounds situations, etc. Right? Single legs, they generally stay pretty centered in the same spot. Right? Someone shoots a sweep single, they generally are in the same exact positioning. They don't change a lot. We've got to be able to anticipate, hey, I don't have to go chase in a certain direction. I know where they're likely going to wind up. Right? Same thing if they treat top a single leg. Where are they gonna wind up? Are they gonna make sure that they keep it legal? Right? Are they going to return them safely? Being able to anticipate what direction they're driving is only going to help you make the right call. Right? Near fall situations, everybody's seen Jonesy tilts and suicide tilts and all these tilts where they roll over their back and change directions on you. You see it getting set up. A lot of times these kids will advertise it. You know what tilt is coming, and they're going to roll to the exact opposite side. Right? We got to start kind of moving with that action so that when that near fall criteria is met, we acknowledge it. We wait a half a second. We're able to make that call correctly. Right? And another one that's really common, standing rear control. Right? A little bit more unpredictable, right? Because they can turn in a smaller circle. Right? We got to be in a good position and anticipate what direction that they're wrestling in, what's going on, and being aware of things. I like to go through kind of a mental checklist, right? Is it legal? Do they have an arm track? Do they not have an arm track? Right? Ensuring I'm verbalizing with the wrestlers as well. Hey, keep it legal, easy. Keep it legal. Control it going down, right? Same thing with top wrestler controlling from the top side. and ensuring that, hey, that it isn't a slam. If we're in good position and not chasing the action, it's a lot easier to dictate whether or not something is illegal, whether they brought him down with or without control, etc. Part of the slide didn't load. Show it in with. What? Well, fire. Did you get it?
Anyway, yeah, show. Are you?
Yeah, but where are my pictures at?
Right there.
Well, that doesn't count.
Gotta anticipate.
Ah. Nah.
Can you go ahead and click on that?
Which one?
Check,
Show-
hit refresh.
Refresh up here?
Yeah. Hit show anyway. I had a nice picture of Rico as a referee for our demonstration. You got lucky, Rico.
That's why it's not there. It's too much power.
Right, I know. Rico broke it.
Yeah.
Well, there was a wrestling mat that was there, and it was kind of a demonstration, kind of an interactive couple slides to kind of go through the situation. We can still talk about them. Wrestler is running a half in an aggressive spiral ride counterclockwise. You guys see the arrows? Kind of pointers on it. Oh,
Oops, my bad. Hang on.
God.
There we go.
Go back.
Back, go up, down. There we go.
As you see that they're moving in a spiral in this situation. Rico was very beautifully placed right up at the top right here. And kind of asking questions, where would we kind of anticipate moving in this situation? Anybody? Rico?
To the side, boundary line. If they're by the line, go to the boundary line.
Right. So if we're starting here and they're circling this way, would we circle the 2 or circle the 1? Exactly. We're going to want to circle the 1 because we're cutting that angle off. We're shortening our distance. If they're turning one way, we don't want to chase them. Guys, I don't have to teach geometry to let you guys know the outer circle is a lot longer than the inside circle, right? We wind up chasing the action in those situations where we can stop and cut off that action and be right head on to make sure that things are legal, not run a full Nelson, locking hands, etc. Right? Go ahead and click show.
I'm gonna do show.
And this one was you. You missed out.
Now, she never looked better.
Mm.
Yeah?
Right? So in this situation, from a neutral position, wrestler A is taking down wrestler B in a high crotch situation, and we're down here, right? Where should we be circling to? Where should we be following the action to? 1 or 2? Scott? 2, right? We want to circle the 2, where we're right on the boundary line, straddling that line, making sure that we are observing and viewing the boundary line, make sure that we're inbounds, they have control, but we know that they're going to typically be driving up and to the right here, right? We want to cut that angle off instead of chasing the action all the way around where we're going to be, a second or second and a half late. Okay. Now this one is a standing mat or rear standing control, right? Wrestler A, green, and is in control of red, and they're circling counterclockwise, and we're starting down here, right? Which position should we typically be in here? Anybody? Got some 1s, I heard some 2s. See a 3 from Rico. Right? Go ahead and hit show anyway. In all reality, it really depends. That's kind of a trick question because when we're in rear standing control, we typically want to stay facing those, right? I personally like to stay about 45 degrees so I can observe the front, make sure things are legal. But when someone mat returns, they usually turn a particular direction. I'm anticipating where they're going to land so I can make sure and have the best angle to observe whether it's a slam, whether they continue to lock their hands, whether they let go beyond reaction time, etc. Right? So anticipation and being in the right positioning as officials is paramount. Right? Did I have another one? Nope. Okay. And most part, have fun. And I had a fun picture of Rex, but I didn't send it up there.
That's the most fun there is.
That was the most fun there is. So, any questions?
I got a question, but kind of directed at next thing we talked about earlier, reference to video. What can we do to get coaches to start putting their matches on like tunnel or something to that, or dual meets, where it's, because I come from, those that don't know me, I come from a college baseball background. And the only way we get better as officials at that level is, especially, you know, we're tracked all the time, called pitches behind the plate. The only way we get better is by constant review of ourselves. We have the track man data, and we also watch a video of ourselves. And we watch it all the time. I go back and watch the entire games that I've called. Because it's the best way to get better, because I'm seeing borderline pitches I missed. Same thing with wrestling. I can see us getting better position. What can we do to get that access? Why can't they do something like that? If they do it at the football level, and I believe they do it at the basketball level, why can't we get them to do something like that?
Sure, we can, yeah, great point. We can ask the coaches if they have a platform to be able to upload their videos for us for review. Like Adam mentioned, though, a quicker solution for that would be to work with them one-on-one before or following an event, you know, that you have, and they pertain directly to you. I have no idea around the privacy or the, you know, anything that's involved with those things, and probably not anything, but I tell you what, I will ask the Coaches Association to consider it, see what they can give to us. I'm sorry, we have a coach right here. Thank you. The next coach.
You see a coach running around with an iPad guy, probably flipping on app balls. And you can just simply download that. Simple. The reason most coaches won't upload something like that is because I'm not about to show my tool and have Jerry Betts trying to figure out how to, you know, look at you. That's why. But if you actually send that video, you fish it at our pool, I click the button, I'm all over that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Great. Yeah, so that's a first step on that. So yeah, let's try to deal with the coaches one-on-one in those type of situations. Even we can even kind of skip a little bit on the front end of that, and you also verify your event for that week. Hey, coach, Thursday I plan on being there. I know we've got a tribe with 3 schools. Will you be videoing this? I'd like to get better. We'll love to be able to have an opportunity to be able to see that. And they may come back and say, we typically don't do that. However, you can set up your own phone or camera at the table and things like that, kind of knock that out ahead of time. Too, is another way to be able to possibly approach that. If you're right.
I can address that. So I'm here in the Dallas area, so I can't be from other areas, but I've become somewhat known. I bring a camera with me. I have a tripod, I have a camera, I set it up next to the storage table. I video myself frequently, and I cannot think of a time when I had anybody, even a parent or whoever, come say, "You can't do that." Most of the time, in fact, I've had other parents come up, "Hey, can I get a copy of the video? Because, you know, my kid's wrestling, we don't have video." So again, I don't know about the other areas, but I've never had a single issue with anybody telling me I can't video myself just of my own volition. Now, sometimes I've taken a step of saying I'm not live streaming, because these days anybody with a phone can live stream. So occasionally I've had to reassure somebody, no, I'm not live streaming, it's just for me. And so I can only speak from my own experience for wherever that's with.
No, great. A couple different opinions there. And again, I'll talk to the Coaches Association just to run it by them, see that. But yeah, like Coach said, that may be a common answer that we're going to get is we're providing free scouting if we ask for that service.
So it depends on the program, different program. I mean, some coaches do, and there are other coaches that could care less about video matches. So it depends on the coach.
Great. Any other questions? Questions for Adam?
What picture you put up? Well, I want to know.
What
picture you wanted to put
that?
up? That picture?
Very good picture. Very good picture.
Yeah, there's worse out there than that. Oh, no, that. It's all good. It's all good. Our last presenter, is a, if you don't know Robert, is a very laid back, shy.
Bashful.
He's a bundle of energy, and, if you've seen this guy interact with coaches and wrestlers and other officials, it keeps it light, keeps it moving, and, is a very, very, beneficial part of our organization. And I'm excited to, have him present to us to kind of wrap us up at the end of the day. Think of any questions as you have throughout the day, or through the presentations, or even for what Robert has presented today, and go forward. So again, wrapping up with our last presentation on Get the Call Right, Robert Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Rex. Appreciate the time and honor for you guys. Let me be here today. A couple of things. I'm not going to do a cartwheel today. Even though I've been asked by 5 people to do a cartwheel. If you know about that, don't ask about it. Got yelled at for a lot of people on that one, but it's all good. So what I'm going to talk about is what we're going to have the video. I'll speak to you later. Right? Subscribe, like, all that good stuff. TikTok famous. It's fun, right? So we're going to go over the code of ethics, right? Coaching engagement, choosing your words, what to say, positioning during coaches and official engagement, and examples of officials engagement in coaches conferences. I actually have videos of it. So we're actually not going to look at a dot and a dot and dot. Hopefully I don't have what Adam had. Video on it, right? Appreciate you, Adam. So obviously if it don't work, it's your fault. Right? Here we go. Officials shall uphold the honor and dignity of the profession in all interaction with students, athletes, coaches, athletic directors, school administrators, colleagues, and the public. These are some of our codes of ethics for us. All right? Oh, bet too much on that. I got you happy. Okay. See, you already messed up my slide, Adam. All right, happy one. You already messed it up. It's all good. So with that being said, guys, code of ethics, right? Always be professional, always be courteous to everybody, and have dignity with everybody. With the student athletes first off, especially with the coaches. We know how the coaches can get. We know how they like to say we're always wrong, even though we're always right, no matter what, right? But we're working on getting that stuff situated. That's why we're having this class today. As far as putting our ego at the door and leaving it there for us, right? So, coaches and officials interactions. All interactions should be professional. Whether on the mat side, whether in the hospitality rooms, emails, phone calls, whatever. Always be professional, for one. Discussions at the table should be quick and cordial. Should be is the key word of that. Just like on the text, how we have the text coming up a couple of days, should, could, whatnot. They should be quick and cordial. We all know with no arguments, but we all know that's wrong. Because every time you go, you see the coach doing a dance and all stuff like that, right? But we'll get to that here in a little bit too. And also, the biggest thing, we're officiating. Leave your personal feelings at the gym door. I say the gym door because when we start coming into the gym, first thing we do is, hey, oh, that guy's this guy's that, this guy's doing this guy is running with a trash bag, this guy's over here on the treadmill, this guy's eating 5 pounds of meat, this other guy's drinking a lot of water. The reason we do that is because we're on the clock. All right? And some people cannot leave their personal feelings at the gym door. Never let your personal feelings towards anyone in the gym, arena, lunchroom, dance room, because some tournaments we end up putting mats in the dance room, right? And if you haven't, come to San Antonio. It's fun. All right. And then the take over ability to stay impartial and making the right call no matter what. That's been the thing today, right? Always making the right call no matter what. So again, it's business. We're up here to have fun. We're here to have a good time, right? We're here because we love the sport. We're not out here because we want to be missing our grandchildren or our kids or the second baby mama plus the baby daddy. We don't want to be away from them. We're here because we love the sport. We want to give back, right? At the end of the day, it's all about giving back to the student athletes, and that's what we're doing. So please leave your personal feelings at the door, no matter if you like the coach or whether if you don't like the coach, don't like you, or the parents don't like you. Hey, you got scheduled to do a job. Show up, do your job to the best of your abilities, and leave your feelings at the door. After that, you can do what you want. As soon as you get on the road, I hate this guy, that guy hates me, might slip my pants, whatever I have you. Leave your feelings at the door when you come in. Terry, you got this one? Blow it up big, Terry. Blow it up big.
All right, hang on.
There's a couple of rules we have set up for you guys. I know this gets talked about a lot, but we always talk about being nice, right? And this is the perfect example of being nice. You can blow it up, Terry.
Be nice. Come on. If somebody gets in your face, I want you to be nice.
That's right.
Okay. Ask him to walk. Be nice.
Tell him what you saw.
If you won't walk him, but be nice. If you can't walk him, one of the others will help you, and you will both be nice. I want you to remember, it's a job. It's nothing personal.
With that being said, get the call right. That's what we're talking about doing today, right? Getting the call right. Be nice with the coach. Coach come up to you, hey man, you missed this call. Hey coach, I got you, but in my judgment, I had to have the call. Can you go ask the assistant? Yes, sir. I'll go ask the assistant to get confirmation. I'll walk up to the center where my assistant coaches, where the assistant officials at. We'll step back away from the wrestlers. We'll talk real quick. We'll do the baseball thing, cover our mouth, whatever have you, or speak talking. And after that, we come back again. Again, we'll be nice, coach. I spoke to my assistant. We both agreed. No takedown or no stalling or whatever have you may be. Okay. After that, we'll nice calmly step back while he walks away. We'll give him the misconduct that he earned. If we don't give him out, they earn him. All right. Again, it's all about leaving the feelings at the door. Coaches' conferences, they only occur at the table. Do not answer questions when they're in the corner. They can talk all they want in the corner. Hey, you missed the takedown. Hey, you missed this. You missed that. You know, they might be right. You might have missed it. But don't answer them so they come to the table. Okay? You don't have to answer any questions they may have whether they're sitting or standing or kneeling in the corner. If a coach or a school representative, that's a big thing too, has a question on the call that you made, you're going to walk to the middle of the score table. At the next middle stopping point, we're going to stop the match, call the wrestlers to the center of the mat, and go speak with the coaches. When we do that, always make sure that you never turn your back to the wrestlers. So we're wrestling, boom, they stop the match. Okay, cool. You see the coach coming to the table. All right, guys, stop. In the center. Okay, good. You guys good? Right here, they're right here. You walk backwards to the table. Stand next side to side with the coach. Stand to the side, to the back, however you want to do it. I have my hands here, and I say, yes, coach, what's your question? Always have like that. Don't get in front of them. Don't get behind them. Always talk to the side of them and answer their questions. Terry.
Great.
If y'all seen this video, this is the perfect example of what I'm talking about by standing on the side when talking to a coach or to a freshman coach. Reason if you've ever seen this video. So what this is a coach getting upset at the umpire because at that time for baseball, they got thrown out another player, right? Reason being I brought this video up is for two reasons. One, let you know how some coaches can get. The new officials, they don't get that crazy, but sometimes it feels like it does, right? The two, if you see the demeanor, they don't get too crazy like that, right? But two, if you see the demeanor of the umpire right here, he's trying to calm the coach down. Right? Coach is hot, he's mad. He's doing his best to calm him down, but what's he doing? Elevating his voice, get into him, walking to him. Coach has walked away. Hey, come here. And then they start, saying words I'm not going to say today. But the reason why I say this is because, again, he's trying his best to calm the coach down. But how does it look? It doesn't look good at all. From here, we understand, oh, yeah, he's helping him out. He's trying to get in the right call. But to the guy sitting in the top deck, it looks like me and him are about just going back and forth. That's not a good look for us. Again, be professional. Watch out for this, okay? Be careful. You know you want to be like this umpire and telling them change the situation and yelling. Keep your cool. Don't lose it. Be professional. All right? Let them look like they're going crazy and stuff like that. That's fine. We got to be professional and stay cool about it. Even though we want to yell back and point fingers and take off your shirt, throw them in the face and hand your whistle, say, here, you call the match. We don't do that, right, Rex? We don't do that.
No, we
right?
don't.
No, we don't. So again, that's why I use that for that example. Now, never stand in front of the coach. Always stand side to side, shoulder to shoulder. The coach can dance, do flips, they can get in front of you, what have you. When we're speaking, always do your best to stand side by side. Rex, can I borrow you for a minute, sir? You're about a foot taller than me. And I got my heels on, their heels are about an inch thick on the sole. So if I have a coach who's big as tall as Rex, right? Come and talk to me. If I get in front of him, we're talking, it don't look good. So I always do my best to stand to the side by him. He can come around and do what he wants, get in front of me, and then I'll step to the side just so we can get some distance and have him talk with him right. Don't ever get in front of him, don't yell at him, and just please always do your best to stand to the side. Never be face to face. There might be a time where it's going to happen because the coach gets excited, he's going to be on your side, but hey, coach, stand to the side, please. Be professional about it. Appreciate you, Rex, sir. Okay? When you're in front, when you're near the coach, says front, says don't be in front of the coach, put it. Coach, what's your question? Or coach, how can I help you? Those are the answers you're gonna give. Hey, coach, what's your question? Coach, how can I help you? Right? And they'll come back and say, oh, that, you missed this, you missed that. But remember, do your best to, again, like I talked about earlier, know your roles, know how to talk and know what to say. Coach, in my judgment, Red was stalling because he or she was not working to improve their position. Coach, I awarded the 3 takedown because wrestler B had control of both legs and with 1 point of contact in bounds. Coach, I did not award the near fall because near fall criteria was not missed past 45 degrees or less for more than 2 continuous seconds. And they can jump off they want. And coach, in my judgment, coach, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. Per the rule book, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, A, B, C, D, whatever it is. Use that to your advantage. Those are tools for you to use when you talk to coaches. Okay? And then once you do that, they don't agree. If you don't change your score, just take your step back in the middle of the mat. Coach gets to the seat, clearly turns around, make sure he sees you. Get him with a misconduct. They earned it. You didn't give it to them, they earned it. Okay? Here's a video example of a coaches conference. And also used by part of getting the call right, this is also used to use your AR to make sure you put your ego aside. Use your AR to help you out. If there's a close call, or if you're the call that you make and it's right there, and it's like, man, it looks pretty weird. Sometimes it's talking like you blow them out of bounds and you look at the assistant kind of goes like this to you. Hey, like, okay, hold on, just real quick, talk to him, pull him aside. Can you play the video, Terry?
Right.
If you can, hopefully, yes. Man, Adam, you know, messed up my deal, bub.
Put your dots up.
In the middle?
Click in the middle. Double click.
You have to click on that link and open another window.
That one right here?
No.
What link?
Click in the middle.
Was there a link? Go ahead.
It's not a picture, but where's the? Oh, okay.
Oh, there's the link. Click on
It was working earlier, I swear it was. But anyways, I guess it didn't work, right? So what it was that it showed, we had a call that went out of bounds, right? When it went out of bounds, we blew it out of bounds. And once we blew it out of bounds, I was the head official on this one. Matter of fact, I had Miss Kim Hernandez as my AR on this one. We blew him out of bounds. What it was that the guy, the wrestler A was working for a double leg, and then wrestler B just turned and jumped out of bounds, right? Go on, there we go. Working, backing up. They're working, it's all good. They got no control yet. Wrestler comes out, boom, darts out. Blow him out, right? Get back to the corner, look at Kim, and Kim's looking, she's like, yep. I'm like, walk back with us, like, we need to talk. I'm like, what's your point? I'm like, okay, I'm like, hold on. I stop what I'm doing, back up, talk to her, and say, hey, did you get this? Yes, I got that, we're good, let's chop it up right now. Okay. Got the 2 wrestlers in the center, came back right here. Turn the back to the coach, side to side. The whole time, when I walked up front, I went and talked to the two kids, told them to stay in the middle, and I walked up here. Told the coach what happened. He said, yes, coach, you're correct. It was we're gonna get a fleeing. Ward of the point. Now the other coach comes again. I'm standing there side to side to him, best I can. And he comes talking. He's shaking. He's telling me this. Where do I go? What do I do? Well, how can I tell my kid to move here, move there? I said, Coach, what's your question? How do I do this? How do I do that? When you saw this, where else could he go? I'm like, Coach, where his position was at, he could have went back inside. Instead, he chose to turn around and dart straight out. Right? And he didn't like what I was saying, and I told him that's what it is, and I put the fleeing. He goes, where else can I go? I said, Coach, I already told you. He could have gone back to the center, but he didn't, went back to the side. He gets a, hey, he goes, oh, whatever. Came out, gave him his conduct where it was at, and we moved on. Okay? He didn't like that much. Okay.
He earned it.
He earned it. So go back, don't watch the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, hang on.
Can we go back to the military?
Yeah, let's see, this one, right.
Go back to the PowerPoint. See, Adam, you messed everything up, dude. It's all your fault, Bubba.
Okay, nope.
I played Terry search history.
It's gotta be there, and then I've gotta go X out of it, right?
I got 3 more of these, so we'll see how it goes.
Doesn't have enough tabs on it.
Well,
No.
it's the tabs.
Oh, that's it.
There you go.
Adam's up, Adam's up. There you go. Oh, hang on.
That's not me, but.
Hang on, let me shut that one down.
Who gets
Yeah, I'm gonna
called?
shut it down. I'll shut that one down too. So now we're back to
But that's Parkway.
that one? Right there, hang on. Where's my, there, right there, right there?
Yes,
Did I hit it?
pops up.
Okay, so then I gotta move it, hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they said I wasn't trainable. Good.
You gotta play the show.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
put back on your screen and then, then play the show.
okay.
And Google Drives.
I know, right? Drag it back.
Okay. Let's try it. I go like this and then move it over.
Yeah, that's not play, drag it over. Slideshow.
Yeah, let me get that. Let me get my.
Well, with this too, guys, I'm gonna try to talk some through it, right? So again, coach, you know, when we talk with the coaches again, talking about it, showing right there what happens, right? So that's pretty real time, what's going on when you talk to the coaches, right? But obviously, you don't be quick to forward, but get in and out. But a lot of times that happens, you know, talking to the coaches and the coaches keep asking question after question after question. Just remember, just because they ask one question, doesn't mean they get one question, that's it. They can stay there as long as they want, ask as many questions as we want, but at the same time too, we gotta keep things going. That's why I try to keep everything short and sweet. When we talk to the coaches.
Hang on. What number were you? Do you remember?
I don't know.
65?
Some,
Say when.
Now, don't you wish you had Adam and his dots up here now?
Keep going, keep going. Keep going.
There we go.
Here's another video. Now let's try this one in. Again, I'm AR on this one. Adam Gomez, who's a multi-time state championship official. He's a whistle on this one. There we go.
Now I should be able to.
Play. Not there.
Hang on.
They're wrestling, they're wrestling, they're wrestling. Oh, no, it's gonna be a long video. Yep, gonna be a long one.
I'm gonna bring it up here. Oh, I gotta scoot it forward.
Right, we had a call. Once we had the call, before we got to the center, I got to Adam, we said, quick, we're talking. I saw what was going on, what was happening, so what I ended up doing as an AR, I went up talking, went to Adam, hey, Adam, coach is walking up, because this is what happened. Situation A happened, we saw this the match wasn't stopped, so what we need to do is we need to go back and fix it, we got bad time. We didn't call it an illegal move. He goes, so what do we do? What time? Said it happened at 38 seconds. We called it, talked to you about it, so you didn't stop it. But you kept letting it going. But as we said, talk to you about it, giving you a heads up what's gonna happen. Adam starts talking to the official, to the coach. Coach is going on, he's saying, tell him what we saw. Coach sees what happened, he's talking to the coach, and he agrees. After he already spoke with me about it, when I spoke to him, let him know what I saw, what happened. He's talking to him again, side to side, see the coach is moving to the front of him a little bit, goes to the side, comes back. We start talking about the time, right? Hey, what was it at 30 seconds? Again, using your official to get the call right. He could have said, no, you know what? I didn't see it. That's it. We're done. But instead, he ended up using the AR and we got the call right. It was correct. He awarded the 1 point for illegal hold. As you can see, the other coach is looking. He's really upset right here. And I'm glad you could not hear the voice that was coming through this. All right. So Adam explained to the coach what's going on. Again, the coach is to the side. He's upset. State championship match. The finals, right? Going for gold. And see what's going on. They're talking and talking and talking. And I started talking about the score. We got to add more time back to the clock because of this, right? Because it's a bad time. We had to go back and get it. But at the end of the day, we got the call right, no matter what. That's what it was. Might have been mad, might have been upset. Adam could have been like, well, I don't know, what's going on. The other coach could have been getting crazy too, right? Which he was. He was very upset. Even after the match was done, he was still yelling at me, right? Because I was the AR and I told him, hey, we missed it. We didn't get the call right. So we got it done. At the end of the day, the call was right. We can go home and sleep right. Right? Now, if we didn't make the call right, something would have happened. We could have gone home like earlier. They talked about earlier about missing calls. So it could mess with you. And if y'all say, I never had a call mess with you, that's lying. If you ever had a good match, like, man, I messed up this match. Hey, I messed this up. Bad. You get like on the way home from the gym, man, I really messed this up, right? I need to work on this. It happens to everybody. Nobody's perfect. If we were perfect, then heck, I don't know, it'd be awesome. Here's another deal. Was the same one? Adam?
Yeah, it's the same one. You want me to go to the next one?
Yeah, next one.
Yeah, we're tired of these carpenters. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Grayson Carpenter, by the way, on there.
Yeah, his dad was jumping up and down just even watching it. You
His
see
dad
him?
was yelling at me.
Yeah.
Hey, who said a word? So again, here's another video, right? Another video is a conference, right? Keep going.
Keep going.
Go ahead, push play.
It's the same one. It's a
No, it's a different one.
Yeah.
Trying to get these guys quick, right? In fact, then we got one more after this one, and I think that should be it, right? This is the one where I was the head official. So I used the ones that I was on because I didn't want to put on just somebody random on there, just so you can get more personal on this part.
Okay.
Once we get on this one, I'm
There you go.
the head ref, and then my AR for this one is the wonderful Adam out of Austin, who broke this before, right? So they're trying to work. They're trying to score a takedown. We have 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Ain't got locked up yet to move. Time stopped. I stopped the match. Adam got 2. I looked at my AR, called him to the center real quick. Hey, I don't got nothing. Do you have anything on the time? He goes, time, control wasn't established where time was done. All right, no call. We're good to go. We moved on. Again, putting my ego to the side, making sure I'm confirming, use my AR. Hey, this is what I got. Do you have the same thing? You either said yes, okay, we're good, we're moving forward, or no, this is what I saw. Then from there, we make the judgment. Okay? So again, you see it right there again. They're working. Oh, yeah, this one again. Working. Don't got locked up yet. Time's already out by the time he secured the little creditor took him down. Again, you got back with him, confirmed it. If they go to the side, make sure you get the call right. You can go and stop this one, Terry. So this is going again.
Oops. Yeah. And then hit escape.
I need to lose weight. God damn.
And
Dang.
So, let me coach right after this airport.
No, so the coach went up to the middle, right? Because he was gonna say for 2. But when I saw me and Adam talking, and once he said talk, okay, you got no takedown, the coach said, okay, went back to the center, right? I didn't talk to the coach, right? But going up, because it went up and said, so you got no takedown, just make sure that the coach, okay, we're good, we went to the side. Okay, a lot of times they'll do that. They'll come up to you and just ask, hey, I got this, I got that. Again, it's all about being professional. Now, sometimes you get smart alley coaches, believe it or not. Some of them are pretty funny too. One of the best ones I had a coach come up to me one time. When he came up to me, he goes, hey, Mr. Official. Went, yes, sir. Hey, guys, center. Went back, don't move. Yes, sir, coach. What you got, coach? I got a question for you. Can I get in trouble for thinking something? Of course, I bid. No. Well, what's up? I think that was a traffic call. So I'm like, I just told my kid, get in trouble. I was like, all right, good one, coach, we're good. All right, let's go. Back to center. Start the whistle. So be careful with these coaches, what they say, because sometimes they say things are real smart, they say things real funny too. And some of the guys, when they articulate their words, make you think, that's not questioning my judgment. 9 times out of 10, they are. Okay, or if they're not getting confirmation on the call, or we're not getting clarification of why you made this call, it's because they're questioning. Next one.
One more.
This is a good one too, right here. Should be the last one right here, Terry.
This is the Cowboys losing.
This ain't the Cowboys losing. They won.
Now, showing.
Here.
You can't use that.
The reason why I show this to is for 2 things, right? Lately, you've been seeing because they know with college, you can go back and review stuff, right? And some of the USA wrestling events too, you can go back and review things. Just remember, when you go up to the conference table, because this has happened at state and at regionals, at districts, and some duels too, right? Coaches will come up, hey, look, this is what I got. Look, his feet were in. I got video proof of it. Coach, that's cool. I understand that, coach, but we cannot use video review. But look, I said, coach, I understand. Can I use video review? We made the call, right? Even though I might have seen that stuff, we cannot use that to change the call. So they make that change for it. When they do, if they do, we'll never know. But until then, don't do what this official did either, right? You should have don't have it either. Right? Most of the time, that's when they attend those iPads, you're not caught by them, it's caught by the school, right? And next thing you know, you throw someone's iPad, and oh boy, you get into trouble, right? You don't want to do that either. But still, again, it's just an example, guys, of what to do, and just again, the perception of officials, right? Officials over here, we're professional. Stay professional at all times. Leave your ego at the door. At the end of the day, use your ARs and use all the tools you have to get the right call at the end of the day. If you can get the right call done at the end of the day, you should be able to leave that gym and, hey, I had one hell of a time. I'm gonna go home and go get some pizza or whatever, or go have some beverages of your choice afterwards. But still, at the end of the day, we do what's best for the student athletes, and we make sure we get the call right no matter what. That's the main thing. Safety, get the call right, and doing best for student athletes. That's what we should be doing. Again, I appreciate you guys' time and opportunity. I appreciate everything you guys are gonna do for the state of Texas and wrestling today, tomorrow, and going forward. And thank y'all for letting me speak to y'all for a little bit. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks, Robert. Questions to Robert? Yes.
How long does it take you to grow that mustache?
6 months.
How long did it take to grow the mustache?
6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome. Appreciate that, Robert. If you haven't seen the cartwheel video, go look at the cartwheel video. It shows.
Don't cartwheel. Not cartwheel.
Don't cartwheel into a split and slap the mat.
Nobody recognizes the split, by the way.
So I did. I
know, I appreciate it, Rex.
I picked that up before I knew it was you, or maybe you, maybe. It was good. Questions for any of our presenters today? Excellent, excellent information. Again, we got our interpretations from Dan on the NFHS side. We've got a couple more coming. That clarifies a few more things through some of his calls coming up as we get into the season. Again, the website is going to open on Monday for registration on that, and should be good to go. If you have any questions there, check with your local chapter. Also, the forum will be open, and you can participate in that. That's where a place where we'll share our videos and have some of those discussions and be able to get together as a group, either inter-chapter or interstate on that. A few things that we'll kind of work on as we go through there is some of the things that even that Robert touched on there at the end, as well as coach conferences, right? We've got to get better, I think, as a state. First of all, recognize stalling, it's always going to be there. Second of all, on coach conferences at the table. When you get to regionals and especially the state tournament, we hit it really hard. We hit it with our 30 state tournament officials, and those of you cold state can verify this, is that we can't let misconducts go, right? We have, if a coach comes to the table and argues with the judgment on a judgment call, we're going to give some examples as we go through and talk some of those on our video review calls and our rules review calls on those, is what is questioning judgment versus what is a true interpretation. And if the coach says, could you give me your interpretation on that down call? That is a misconduct, right? Let's be clear on that. Just because the coach says, what is your interpretation of that near fall situation? That's questioning your judgment and is a misconduct. If we count a 5 or if we count a 4 near fall and we give 2 points and they say, did you count 4 near fall? Did you count 4 counts? And we say yes. And they said, you gave 2 points, right? Yes, that's an interpretation. That's one that we need to realize as an official, we got that wrong. They're questioning interpretation. Just because they use the term, what is your interpretation of, or they're very nice, or they don't argue, things like that, they delayed the match. Misconduct is there to try to cut down on the delays of matches in the state of Texas. I think we're incredibly lenient with what those are on that. So we've got to recognize that and get better as a state on that. So work in your local chapters, discuss those types of things within your local chapters, participate in the state discussions as well on that. I think that's going to be a huge tool for us to learn, especially across the state. And those of you who participate on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or whatever it is, and you see some of those other videos, I caution you very heavily to not represent the state in any comments or anything that you do on there from a social media perspective. Please don't say, well, in Texas, we do this, or in Texas, we were told to do this. It's not a good look, whether it's right or it's wrong. What happens is you now become the focal point in those comments to speak on behalf of the state. That's not a place that any of us want to be, myself included. And so just view those, participate cautiously in those, but again, make sure that you don't represent the state in any form or fashion on those. However, if you do see videos on those types of things, and we have the opportunity to collaborate on those, copy those, put them into the forum so we can talk about them, bounce things back and forth, and we'll make sure we put polls on there to get feedback on what some of those opinions are, because I think that's one of the best ways we get to learn on that. If you have ideas as we go through, some things you want to talk about, again, those forum discussions are the best place to put that out there and do that. Check with your local chapter on those things as well. Your chapter leadership can guide you through those and help out. Last chance, Jared, any questions online? Good online? Any questions locally before we break up? Still see a couple pizza boxes in the back. If anybody wants any of that. Any other questions? Can't thank you all enough for coming in person today. Thanks for this and have a great season. We'll be in touch soon. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rex.